What's happening? What's happening? How everybody doing in here? Yes, sir. Sorry I'm a little bit late, but we getting to work, man. First of all, I want to shout out all of the new channel members, all of the people that changed their memberships. We gained 3 Pro Bowl sponsors in Anthony Robinson, Uptown Dre, and OBX Skins. Appreciate y'all. And then Uncle Weeze rejoined as a rookie sponsor, man. Really appreciate the 4 of y'all, man. Big time, big time. Much appreciated. Let me go ahead and get this. Again, we just gonna be petty, so we just gonna play Sam Howell versus the Cowboys for no reason at all. We're gonna be petty the whole way. Appreciate y'all, man. Shouts out to y'all. Also shouts out to everybody that's pulling up. We got Hawkman Forbes, we got King Sean, we got Seth, we got Y Big Jordan. What's good? Manuel Forbes, okay. Matthew Bergeron, somebody finally corrected me, and that's apparently that's how you pronounce the name. What's good? Colin, what's good? Evan, oh boy, I almost mispronounced a 4-letter name, boy. I'm off. What's good, Reed? Yes, sir. Steven Villa, I like him as well. Need to keep Howell alive. Come out of the day with a lead. Bruh, it's bad. It's looking like Willie Beeman from Any Given Sunday. The way that we're going right now, with the way that the Eagles drafting all my Georgia Bulldogs. I'm so happy to see them together. I just hate that it's on the Eagles. But at the same time, the Eagles are a good organization. They recognize greatness. If anything, that's just a great recruiting pitch for Kirby Smart to recruit better players at Georgia. Hey, man, you go to Georgia, Super Bowl contenders draft you. They find you. So, hey, man, I'll take it, but I just hate it had to be the Eagles, man. I really do. But, man, what's good? My boy Juan Gotti in the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to my boy, man. Go support his channel, of course, man. Killing it over there. DMV Zone, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to my boy. What's good, Nick? What's good, Joe and Erica? Yes, sir. With the multiple accounts, appreciate it. Poncho was happening. First time on a live, hey, man. Welcome to the show, man. Welcome to the show. We're about to have fun. I know the draft technically doesn't start till 7, but we have plenty to talk about. We can do some mock drafts together if that's what y'all want to do, man. If y'all want to get busy with some mock drafts, we can do that. Of course, I already did a video breaking down all of the best players available that the Washington Commanders need to be looking at. Tight end, maybe quarterback. I would argue not quarterback, but you never know. Hendon Hooker, Will Levis are there. Yes, sir. Anthony Robinson, I already shouted you out, man. Appreciate that big time. Join the Pro Bowl level. Shouts out to all y'all that did that in between last night and today. Much appreciated. My boy Anthony Robinson in the building. Darnell Washington, what's good, Chris? Of course, I prefer Darnell Washington and Brian Branch are my 2 favorite potential picks right now, but we definitely need interior offensive linemen the most. There's some linebackers out there I would love. There's some interior offensive linemen, guard, center. There's some tight ends. I wouldn't be surprised if they go with one of the tackles that they really like. And then there's some quarterbacks out there as well that I don't want to go with, but don't be surprised. And then we still kind of, you know, you could argue we still need slot corner because we're bringing Emmanuel Forbes in to be our starting outside corner, in my opinion. I don't care how small he is. He played well in the SEC, which, you know, unlike Christian Gonzalez. Because the one time Christian Gonzalez went against the SEC, my Georgia Bulldogs, he got embarrassed. So that's more than likely one of the main reasons. John Com said that is one of the main reasons we went with him over Christian Gonzalez, because level of competition and how they played against level of competition. That man, Christian Gonzalez, did, I can admit, as a Georgia Bulldog fan, he did look very lost. Even a guy that's a Georgia Bulldog fan and a big Christian Gonzalez fan, you're projecting when it comes to him. Whereas Emmanuel Forbes, you know what you're getting. You're getting elite traits, and that's why I call him the Bryce Young of the cornerback group, because literally, he's elite at literally everything you would want him to be elite at. He's just small. Well, size-wise, weight-wise, because he's 6'1", like barely an inch taller than me. And really long arms. Like, you can see pictures sometimes. He's reaching places most people can't reach. He has literally everything you want, but he's underweight. That's literally it. We're talking about ball skills. He has better ball skills than Deonte Banks easily. You can argue he has better coverage skills than most of the guys in this draft. He plays the run better than most people, including Christian Gonzalez. I mean, 6 pick sixes an FBS record. 14 interceptions since he hit college football, the most out of anybody. You know, like he's literally everything you could want in a corner. Literally, he's just underweight. That's literally it. That's why I call him the Bryce Young of cornerbacks, because Bryce Young as a quarterback, I talk about this in my video, do a deep dive into it, but Bryce Young has everything you want as a quarterback: accuracy, arm strength, movement in the pocket, vision, the ability to change protections with the scanning the defense pre-snap, post-snap, everything you want, just small. Same thing with Emmanuel Forbes. Bryce Young of cornerbacks. I mean, but it's kind of different though a little bit, because Bryce Young is short and skinny. At least, even though Emmanuel Forbes is, you know, is a weight that does concern me a little bit, but then again, he did it at the SEC level, covering Jamison Williams. You know, if you run down the resume of who everybody's had to cover, Christian Gonzalez versus even Devon Witherspoon versus who Emmanuel Forbes had to cover, Emmanuel Forbes does have the more impressive resume. And he did a really good job against everybody except for Devonta Smith, and that was a previous season. That wasn't this past year. But different from Bryce Young is that Emmanuel Forbes isn't too short. You know, he's underweight, but he's 6'1" and crazy long arms. Literally everything you would want except for weight. Honestly, we wouldn't have been able to get Emmanuel Forbes at 16 if he had the weight. So we need to be thankful. I mean, we sometimes get lucky with players like this, man. Like Jonathan Allen was supposed to be a top 5 pick, but arthritis issues came out of nowhere right before the draft, and then he made it all the way to 17. Montez Sweat was supposed to be a top 5, top 10 pick, especially just based off of ceiling and potential. And then out of nowhere, heart issues came up right before the draft, and then we got him, 25th or something like that? Should have went top 10 easily, top 15 at the very least. We had to trade back up in the first to get him too, because we were like, nah, this slide is ridiculous. And then now Emmanuel Forbes, literally, if he were just 180, 190, and everything else was the exact same, his tape, his ball skills, his change of direction, his speed, and everything, if he was just 180, 190 with everything else the same, he would have went top 8, top 10. So we need to be happy, I guess, if anything, that he is underweight, because we would have had no chance of getting him at 16 if he wasn't. So we're just going to have to see how he handles. I mean, Ron Rivera said the SEC is one step under the NFL, and I agree. Now, we could debate about how big that step is, but the SEC is the closest thing to NFL play you can get. Even probably closer than the XFL at this point. Like, it's literally SEC than NFL, and this man excelled in that conference the way that he did. You know, it definitely says something. We may not need to be worried about that weight. I mean, there's clips already on the internet and people bringing up his tape and his film of him making tackles on the edge on running backs, Alabama running backs. You know, Jahmyr Gibbs off the edge, wrap up tackles straight through his waist in the run game. And that's something a lot of these corners in this draft class can't say that they do. That works. Okay, let's see if we're back, I guess. We back. Are we back? YouTube, we good? YouTube, we good? I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're back. Okay, we are back. Okay, bet. Yeah, I think my internet just went out. I don't know what that was. You ain't nothing but a broke boy, broke boy. Yep. I think my internet went out. That was not y'all. That was definitely on my end. What's good, everybody? I'm sorry for the interruption. We are back again. I forgot what I was even talking about. And I was mostly just talking Emmanuel Forbes stuff, but he said I tweeted you. I didn't even get a chance to see it. I was scrambling trying to get everything back together. Like the me that you see right now, I'm chilling, but when I wasn't on streaming, I was trying to maneuver some stuff. I was on the Xfinity app. I was trying to make something shake, you know what I mean? So, but I'm glad we're back though. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. We're on the way to the draft again. Best players available. Already talked about it earlier, but at the beginning of the live stream before, you know, it went down. But we're definitely looking at interior offensive linemen. If we're talking best players available, I mean Darnell Washington and Brian Branch gotta be up there. Gotta be. But we're looking at interior offensive lineman as well. Potentially linebacker. Y'all know I love Deion Henley. I like Jatavius Quan Martin as a starting slot corner for us as well. We got quarterbacks out there that I don't want to take, but they're there. You never know. There's a lot of options out here, man, and there may even be a tackle that they really like maybe the Bergeron kid. I'm not as high on him as maybe the Commanders are, but we'll see. I really want Darnell Washington and Brian Branch are my dream picks right now, even though we do need interior offensive linemen. But maybe we can get that guy with the 97th pick. But remember, that 97th pick is a compensatory pick. So, like Louis T reminded us, we go through the entire third round and then we pick. It's almost technically an early fourth round pick and not necessarily a third round pick. But still, if Darnell Washington is there at 47, I feel like you gotta take him. That's my dream case scenario coming into this draft was Darnell Wright and Darnell Washington. Get me both the Darnell. So we'll see. But I'm glad we're back, though. I'm glad. I'm sorry y'all thought that it was on y'all end, but it was definitely on mine. Internet went out for some crazy reason. I don't know what that was. Hopefully, my house is acting right when the draft officially starts. Where would Brian Branch fit? I would have him as our starting slot. I feel like Jartavius Quan Martin can do the same thing, but I think Brian Branch would be I think he's arguably the best slot in the draft, slot corner. And Emmanuel Forbes is your starting slot corner. Because I feel like Emmanuel Forbes is basically replacing William Jackson. We still need somebody to technically replace Bobby McCain. Now that could be Percy Butler. I'm hoping that's Percy Butler. We'll see. But if we end up bringing in Brian Branch, you already know what he's here for. You know what he's walking in the door to do. He's literally just the better Bobby McCain. You can honestly compare him to like a Honey Badger, like a Tyrann Mathieu. Honestly, if you really want to, maybe a slower. What's his name? For the Pittsburgh Steelers, used to play at Alabama, got drafted by Miami. Minkah Fitzpatrick. You can maybe compare him as a slower Minkah Fitzpatrick, which is still really, really good, really smart, instinctual player that all he does is make plays. Ignore that combine. As a Georgia Bulldog fan, I know Brian Branch gets busy. I'm not worried about that combine at all. So Brian Branch and Darnell Washington at this point are my two favorite players available. My dream case scenarios, but we'll see. Because I feel like, honestly, I feel like interior offensive line is the place that we're more than likely going, because it was already a huge need coming into the draft. You could argue left guard was our biggest need even before we entered the draft. And now that the Eagles are assembling the Georgia Bulldog Avengers over there, they already have Fletcher Cox. I mean, they lost their boy to the 49ers, but then Jordan Davis is only getting better. Nakobe Dean's still there. Then they drafted Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, arguably. I mean, Jalen Carter is the best player in this entire draft to me. I feel like he's like the safest pick, other than if you have off the field concerns. Jalen Carter, I feel like, is literally Aaron Donald level, gonna be good. Nolan Smith is interesting because a lot of people compare him to Khalil Mack, which I can kind of see, or maybe like a Hassan Reddick who's already on the Eagles. So it's like they have two Hassan Reddicks. But honestly, I feel like moving them to more of like an off-ball linebacker role, maybe like an outside one, but still with that elite speed and explosion and quickness, I think Eagles move him to off-ball linebacker along with Nakobe Dean, and it gets insane over there. So we got to, and both of those guys, everybody I just listed, all of them Georgia Bulldogs can get to the backfield, even Nakobe Dean as a blitzer right up the middle. So we need to fix this interior offensive line. Our starting left guard situation is scary compared to what we're going to have to deal with going against the Cowboys twice a year, Micah Parsons and all of those guys. You can argue, I still feel like Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne are the best defensive tackle duo in the entire NFL. But the Giants, what they got going is at the very least top 5. You can argue top 3. So we got to deal with that twice a year. We got to deal with the Eagles, like I just said. Interior offensive lineman is scary right now. And I do think Emmanuel Forbes will ball out. If again, like I was talking about before the stream drafted, and yeah, I have a little bit. We'll see. If I end up getting hungry later, I'll figure something out. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, he's the Bryce Young of corners. And honestly, if he wasn't undersized, he's not even undersized. I don't want to say undersized, because he is 6'1" with long arms. He has everything you want, literally, but the weight. All of the traits you want: instinctual, zone, man, everything you could ask for except for the weight. But again, it's like you got to look at it as if he had the weight that everybody wishes he had, he would not have been there at 16. because you can argue with the weight, he's arguably the best corner in this draft class. The weight is literally the only thing holding him back for people and us taking him at 16. If we're looking at the tape, if we're looking at statistics, ball skills, instincts, the ability to do match coverage, which Jack Del Rio loves to do. He's going to ask you to run man zone, and it may change depending on the play, the drive, based on what the offense is showing you. Really smart, really fast, explosive, quick, change of direction, can mirror receivers. I mean, I wouldn't say he locked up Jameson Williams, but he did the best you can do, arguably the best that anybody ever did against Jameson Williams since I've saw Jameson Williams at Alabama. He literally gives you everything you want. I mean, he's good against the run, which a lot of these corners can't say that they are. I love Christian Gonzalez. I loved him as a projection, but he's not good against the run at all. And Emmanuel Forbes is not only not afraid to step up in the run game, but you've seen him step up and make tackles on Jahmyr Gibbs through his chest, through his hips, like you want him to. Perfect textbook wrap up tackle. Emmanuel Forbes, literally, the reason why I call him the Bryce Young of the cornerback group is because he's literally great or even elite at everything that you would want. Most of the things you would want in a corner. He just has his weight is just a little questionable. But at the end of the day, if he weighed, again, if he was 180, 190, he wouldn't be there at 16th overall. He would have gone probably top 10. That's how good the tape is. That's how elite the traits are. Literally, he has everything you want but the weight. And at the same time, he was doing all of that in the SEC. Easily the most battle-tested corner in this draft class, especially out of the top guys: Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter, Deonte Banks, Devon Witherspoon. He's the most battle-tested. He's the only one coming from the SEC out of all of those guys. So he's ready, man. This man, if anybody's ready, it's him. We'll see about the weight. We'll see if that affects him at all at the NFL level. But if it didn't in the SEC, I can say with slight confidence, not full confidence, slight confidence, that he could step up. What's up, family? What's good, Webbo? What's good, Captain? What's good, everybody that's pulling up right now? We're about to get busy. Y'all know how this second round gets. The second round and the third round are pretty much just as fun as the first. There's a lot of first round talent still out there, so we're gonna have some fun tonight, man. I think we're trying to play 3 safeties this year. That's why they're not tripping on linebacker. Exactly. If we go linebacker, I think the soonest we go is third round. And maybe Dayon Henley makes it to our 97th pick. We'll see. But I'm thinking right now for sure, Darnell Washington and Brian Branch are my favorite 2 players available. But again, interior offensive lineman is the biggest need, so I can easily see us going there. You technically have Matthew Bergeron, he's a versatile guy. He could play tackle or guard, kind of like Andrew Wiley. And then you have Steve Avila, Osiris Torrance, that if you need them to play center, maybe they can make that adjustment. Joe Tippmann and Joe Michael Schmitz, who are technically more center than guard, but they can play some guard for you if you need them to. It's interesting. John Michael Schmitz or Joe Tippmann. That is very difficult. I'm not going to lie. I'm probably leaning towards Joe Tippmann, though. Joe Tippmann, as you can go look, has been my guy for months now. I mocked him to us like in the 4th or 5th round like months ago. And out of like 5 or 6 mock drafts I did, I had us taking him like 3 times. He's always been my guy, but as time has passed by, he just keeps going up and up and up draft boards. The more time people have had to spend on him. So we'll see how this goes. Remember, somebody we hired, I believe our wide receivers coach, used to be the Wisconsin offensive coordinator, something like that. So we have the inside scoop on Joe Tippmann. I would not be surprised if he's vouching for him and we end up taking Joe Tippmann in the 2nd round. We have a lot of options. Somebody really good is going to be there at 47. I'm hoping that it's Darnell Wright the most, Brian Branch 2nd, and then it's one of these elite interior offensive linemen 3rd. That's my order. And then out of the interior offensive linemen is between Steve Avila, Osiris Torrance. I think between Steve Avila and Osiris Torrance, I like Osiris Torrance more. And between Joe Tippmann and John Michael Schmitz, I prefer Joe Tippmann more. But all 4 of those guys are good for me. I'm not as big of a Matthew Bergeron fan as maybe the Commanders are, and a lot of people are, but I prefer to go interior offensive lineman at that point, but we'll see. Where do you see Emmanuel Forbes' game film at? I didn't see anything from his past college football season aside from highlight videos. Yeah, you just got to type in the verses. You got to type in Emmanuel Forbes verses, and then it's random places. Like, there's even footage out there of Emmanuel Forbes versus Jameson Williams. There's one about Emmanuel Forbes versus Devonta Smith that you can go check out. I would show it here, but I don't want the stream to get taken down because, YouTube does not play about copyright restrictions and things like that. But I would play it here. I would love to show you live right here, but YouTube does not play that, so I can't do it right now. But yeah, man, it's out there. You just gotta go look, man. It's out there. That boy Emmanuel Forbes is a dog, man. He for real. He really is, for real. Honestly, we should be thankful that he's underweight because, again, he would not be there at 16 if he wasn't. He's the Bryce Young of cornerbacks, like I've already explained. He has everything you want. He's just small. And even comparing him again to Bryce Young is short and small. Emmanuel Forbes isn't short. Really long arms, 6'1", everything you can ask for is literally only the weight. Everything else you can ask for. Maybe he's a little aggressive. He has a little bit of Marcus Peters to him. A lot of people are comparing him to Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie, and I can see that comp. I'm seeing that from several people. NFL guys, I think even Jason Wright compared him to that. I can see a lot of that. So if you say you got Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie in the first, and then you got maybe next Gronk and Darnell Wright in the second, or the next Tyrann Mathieu in the second and Brian Branch, I think you're killing the draft. But I think we're more than likely going to go interior offensive lineman with this 47th pick. But either way, I think we're going to get a really good player at 47. Either way, regardless, I think there's going to be a really good player there at 47th for us because there's just so much talent left on the board. Again, my big board right now is Darnell Washington, Brian Branch, interior offensive lineman, Jartavius Quan Martin. Those are my guys. And then, Deion Henley, you got to throw him in there somewhere. I love Deion Henley at linebacker, man. Deion Henley at linebacker, especially if he's there in our third round pick, will be a dream case scenario. Honestly, right now, Darnell Washington, second round, Deion Henley in the third is best case scenario. Even though we do need interior offensive line, but that's my best case scenario. Been a while since I've been able to catch you live. What's good, Rashard, man? We chilling. What do you want us to do in the next two rounds? Yep, like I just said, that's basically mine right there. Let's break the second round jinx. Great point. Second round has not been great to us. Samuel Cosme, I think he's going to be an elite guard, but we still haven't seen it. We've seen pieces. We've seen flashes. We haven't seen it. Darian Mathis was looking like something before he got hurt, but we still got to see it long term as well. We do got to break this second round jinx. I agree. What's good, everybody, though? What's good, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Please like the stream if you haven't already. It's much appreciated. It goes a long way for me, and it's free for y'all. So if you haven't liked the stream yet, please go ahead and do so. These videos are obviously before this last season, though, versus Jamison Williams and Devonta Smith. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they are. But the fact that him last year, not 2022, the year before that, going against Jamison Williams, before he was at his best and he covered him that well, that tells you everything you need to know, in my opinion. The fact that he covered Jamison Williams that well and as a sophomore is insane in itself, bro. You can argue he did the best job against Jamison Williams than anybody did that entire year. I mean, I love Keely Ringo. I'm a diehard Georgia Bulldog fan, but, like, come on, man. You said, can we get the Green Bay game? What exact week is that? Let me know what week that is. I'll go get it because I don't want to just sit here and shuffle through the weeks. Wasn't that like week 9 or something? Was that week 9, week 8, 7? Somewhere in that range, right? It was set, was it? Let me go see. Hold on. I'm going to go with my gut and say 7. Let's see. Yep, week 7. Let's get it. All right, let's go. Week 7, let's get it. I can put the Packers game up. You ask and you shall receive, man. We're going to have the Packers game going until somebody else wants something else. Y'all know, we're just here to have fun and talk draft, man. Talk anything, really. Y'all want to talk anime? Y'all want to talk music? You know, I'm here for whatever, but we're focused on the draft right now. Let's get it, man. I'm excited. They looking like they're having fun out there. Having fun out there in Kansas City right now. What's good, Dominique? How you feel about Trey Tucker late in the draft as a return, man? That's intriguing. That's intriguing. Appreciate that, Brian. That is intriguing. One of the guys I'm really looking at, maybe like as an undrafted free agent, and I'm not pulling this name out of nowhere. The Commanders are interested in him. Let me show y'all where the interest comes from. Hold on, I gotta go get it. Am I logged into the right account? Is this the wrong account? I'm gonna have to pull it up. Hold on, let me go get it, and then because I'm supposed to have the list up for y'all to see. Yeah, I'm in the wrong account right now. I don't know why, but it is what it is. Let me pull it up. I can drag this back over here. All right, let's get that right there. All right, so going through the list, my guy is where is he at? Let me go and zoom this in a little bit, and then move this. We can move this. Wait, where are we at? Move this over a little bit, like right there. Yeah, right there. Okay, where's my guy at? The returner. I forgot his name. I had him in my final mock draft. right before the draft started yesterday. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, Demario Douglas out of Liberty. Local guy. I think he has the potential to be a really explosive returner for us, so I would love to get him. That's my guy right there as a returner. Me personally, you could probably get him as an undrafted free agent. More than likely can, because our last pick is 290 something, and he's 317 on the Draft Network's big board. So you never know, but we'll see. I'll go ahead and move that over a little bit. You know, matter of fact, I'm gonna drag this over. Yeah, put that like right there. So if you ever need the list, let me make sure the PDF. If the link is not in the description, I can go get it real quick. Hold on. If you're trying to access this list that we're looking at right now, let me go get that for you. I have it somewhere. Hold on. If it's not, I can just make it the pinned comment real quick. Let me go get it for y'all right now. Videos right here. You can go see right here. We can go get it right here. I know it's right here, so I know I can get this. Yes, sir. Here's the link. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Okay. There goes the link. This is the final one, right? Oh, no, this is not the final one. Let me go get the final one. My fault. This is not the final one right here. Let me go get, where is it at? Right here. Click that link. Bring that over here. Google Drive. Copy. That's the link right there. Let me go ahead and bring that over to y'all. I'm gonna make it the pinned comment. If you want access to this right here, it is the pinned comment free PDF file right here. If you want to access this link of all of the guys we're interested in, because things are getting interesting. We're getting to the second round. Who do we like? Darnell Washington, formal combine at the meeting, and we went to the Georgia Pro Day. More than likely for Darnell Washington, more than or Broderick Jones. Those are my two candidates for the guys we were most interested in at the Georgia Pro Day. You still have Hendon Hooker. We took him out to dinner. Pro Day, private visit. Strong interest reportedly from Kevin Sheehan a couple of days ago. We took Emmanuel Forbes, as you can see there, private visit and all of that. Osiris Torrance, Joe Tipman, Julius Brents is still out there, even though we've already handled corner. Had a formal meeting with Christopher Smith and went to the Pro Day. Technically, that should be 3. I'm slipping on that. That should be 3. Matthew Bergeron, formal meeting at Combine and brought him in for a visit April 4th. DeMarvion Overshown from the linebacker from Texas, private visit and Senior Bowl and formal meeting, private visit on March 28th. Tyler Steen, Cody Mach. I mean, it's a lot of guys out there that we're interested in that are still available, so this is going to get interesting. Y'all know my boy Jartavius Quan Martin, private meeting and Pro Day visit April 18th. Pro Day and private visit April 18th. Tajay Spears. We're getting to the point where it's interesting, so if you want access to this, it's free. It's the pinned comment and everything. If you want to look at this list as along with me, let me go ahead and move this over real quick. Move that over. All right, I'm gonna go back to the Packers game. I just wanted to show y'all that, just to let y'all know that that is something that you can access. It's free. Use it for whatever you want to do. It's right there for you. Again, just to repeat myself, first of all, like up the stream if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. Please leave a like on the stream if you haven't. I'm gonna be live streaming the entire second and third round, and I will live stream tomorrow as well for the 4th round. More than likely the 5th round, and depending on how interesting things get, may live stream longer than that. So we'll see. Right now, my favorite players available are Darnell Washington, number 1. Brian Branch is the best slot in this draft to me at number 2. You can ask him to play the star position, or that's what the Georgia Bulldogs call him. We call that the star. The Commanders and a lot of NFL teams call it the Buffalo nickel. I'm sorry if I call it the star position. That's just, I'm a Georgia Bulldog fan as well. And that's when I hear it referred to the most. Georgia talks about the star position even more than the Commanders talk about the Buffalo nickel. So it's ingrained in my head as the star position. So sorry for that. But Darnell Washington, potential Gronk, 3rd tackle on the field, you can't miss. Brian Branch, the best slot corner in this draft, and I still feel like we need one to replace Bobby McCain. There was a reason he played as much as he did, even with Benjamin St-Juste, William Jackson, and Kendall Fuller. Bobby McCain still found his way on the field with Derek Forrest and Cameron Curl as well. That's a hole that's on the team right now. Don't be surprised if they're higher on the need for a slot corner than a lot of fans think. And Brian Branch, arguably, if he's there at 47, he's the best player available in the entire draft. You can easily argue that. So, Darnell Washington 1, Brian Branch 2, interior offensive lineman, and throw my boy Jartavius Quan Martin as a slot, and my linebacker Dayon Henley in there as well as my favorite players available. Now, the interior offensive lineman, like I talked about earlier, there's like a top 4 guys that I have. No particular order. Steve Avila, Osiris Torrance, Joe Tipman, my boy John Michael Schmitz. I would like either of those 4 guys as well. My boy Brian with the donation, man. Appreciate that. Was good, Rico. What do you think about Josh Downs at a UNC slot returner 6th round? I feel like he is dangerously underrated. He's what you would consider a shadow sleeper, where another player on the team overshadows him. So a lot of people didn't really pay attention to him. But, you know, or, I mean, just the fact that UNC... I mean, Drake May was balling, but you know, people don't typically look at UNC for wide receivers like that. I mean, De'Ami Brown broke through going in the 3rd round, and they've had some good running backs lately, but I feel like Josh Downs is fairly underrated. I don't think he's going to make it to the 6th round underrated, but I think he is underrated. I don't think we would take that because I feel like by the time he goes, we'll still have a bigger need somewhere else, like interior offensive line, linebacker, or whatever. But I think he's going to go somewhere and end up playing well. I believe that. Appreciate the donation, Brian. Anime alert, new episode of Demon Slayer is like that. But I gotta catch up. I haven't started Demon Slayer this year. I've been watching Mashal. I've been all the way up on every time a One Piece manga drops, chapter drops, I'm on it. I just finished Blue Lock. Like I'm into all of that right now. I'm gonna eventually get to Demon. I'm gonna let Demon Slayer stack. I'm not about to watch it weekly. I ain't gonna lie. Now when Jobless Reincarnation Season 3 comes out, I'm going to have to watch that weekly. There's no way I'm just not going to be able to touch that. But Demon Slayer, I can wait. I can let that stack pull up later. If Branch is there, take him. Yeah, like I said, Darnell Washington and Brian Branch are my 2 favorite players available right now. I think a sleeper left tackle is Asim Richards from North Carolina late in the draft, potentially. There's a lot of guys out there. Humble King, Rico, my boy, was good. Can't wait to see how the board falls for us tonight. There are so many good players, so many players I would consider 1st round talent players available that somebody should make it to us at 47th overall. We're starting 33rd, so we technically have like what, the 14th, 15th pick in this today. So we have to hope through 14, 15 picks that our guys make it there. Darnell Washington is the guy that I hope the most, but I just don't really have a good feeling about it. I doubt it, but we'll see. In my mock, I had Campbell for the 2nd round and Tyler Steen at 3rd. But considering Campbell is gone, I think Brian Branch is going to be our guy. I hope so. Darnell Washington, number 1. Brian Branch, number 2. And then interior offensive line, my boy Jartavius Quan Martin and Dayon Henley at linebacker. Those are my favorite options right now. Because I think one underrated need that we have right now, I think John Kahn brought it up, is that they love Cameron Curl and his ability to play everywhere on the defense, but they don't want his body to keep taking hits the way that it did. You saw how he got hurt a couple of times last year. They prefer for him to stay strictly at strong safety rather than having to step up and play the star position. I mean, the Buffalo nickel position. So if we can get a guy maybe like Dayon Henley that has that elite speed that can step up and be your safety hybrid, true Buffalo nickel, basically a better version of Landon Collins in my opinion, a freak athlete, and also he's Big U's son. Like after I found that out, I was like, oh yeah, we gotta get him. And I don't know if y'all have seen Dayon Henley interviews, but he's easily the funniest player in this draft. You gotta go check out Dayon Henley interviews. It's hilarious. He's even more entertaining than Jamal Williams. Like it's like really ridiculous. It's really like random and stupid. So that would be my candidate for potentially the star position, or you can ask him that maybe add a little bit of weight and be our Mike linebacker. Either way, you draft Dayon Henley, your team is better. What's good, Mark? I think we gotta get that tight end from Oregon State. I can see that. I really, really want Darnell Washington right now. I can't even think about another tight end until Darnell Washington is off the board. I'm not gonna lie. I want him that bad. Oh Lord, somebody was just showing some highlights of a receiver, of a potential draft receiver. I didn't even get a chance to see who it exactly was. I just saw Keely Ringo getting mossed and it hurt my heart. I know nothing and just watch most of y'all and trust you know what you're saying. Hope for the team is coming. Appreciate that, Grim Racer, man. Appreciate the trust. Of course, I always encourage people to go watch your own film, have your own thoughts. I love the fact that y'all listen to me and trust my opinions, but I'm not always right, and you know, I would prefer for everybody to be as well equipped to debate and prove their points as they can, especially as a Commanders fan base. I don't care about the other fan bases as much, but Commanders fan bases and my Georgia Bulldogs, you know, I want us to be a smarter fan base if possible. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I do what I can. Rico, what's up? I agree. I hope Washington gets Darnell Washington will be better for the team. Man, I'm telling you, Darnell Washington is my favorite available player. Again, my dream case scenario coming into this draft was both of the Darnells, Darnell Wright and Darnell Washington. That's all I wanted. I like the Emmanuel Forbes pick a lot though, because again, for reasons I've already stated, he's the Bryce Young of the cornerback class. He has literally everything you want. He has elite traits everywhere, great tape, played in the SEC. Literally the only problem is that he's underweight. He's not even short. He's 6'1", long arms, very long wingspan, everything you literally want but the weight. But if he was the weight that people want a cornerback to be, if he was at least 180, 190, he would have never been there 16th overall, because you would argue he's the best corner in the draft class, so we kind of got lucky. It's for a different reason, but the same thing with Jonathan Allen. Out of nowhere, arthritis issues that came out of absolutely nowhere. Arthritis right before the draft, we were able to get him 17th. He should have gone top 5. And Montez Sweat, heart issues out of nowhere. He should have went top 5, top 10 probably in his draft. We had to trade back up in the first to even get him. I think we got him 25th overall. He should have never went that late. We got lucky there. And potentially Emmanuel Forbes with his weight, a lot of teams probably didn't even have them on his board. I think we're lucky to get him at 16. As long as that weight doesn't matter, he's arguably the best corner in his class, and there's a reason that the Commanders wanted him before the draft even started. Fred Smoot was only 170, great point. We need to get a 4-3 running back. Antonio Gibson's a 4-3 running back at 220. He's a freak. People forget how much of a freak athlete Antonio Gibson is. He was just underutilized by Scott Turner. The quarterback situation was bad. Offensive linemen stay getting hurt. I think Antonio Gibson, behind a good O-line and a smart offensive coordinator, and Sam Howell as your quarterback, is going to break onto the scene as one of the top 10, top 5 running backs in the NFL. He has that ceiling to me, honestly. He really does. You saw what Eric Bieniemy did with Isaiah Pacheco. I think Antonio Gibson is even better than him. And I just think it's no excuses. That man has all of the talent in the world. Get it out of him, Eric Bieniemy. Please, please do that. Let me take a sip of water real quick. I don't know if we're gonna end up cutting Logan Thomas. I hope we can restructure his contract to get some cap space back, but cut, I don't know. If we take Darnell Washington, it's quite likely. That makes it way more likely than if we don't get him, but without Darnell Washington, I'm not sure, because man, I want him so bad, man. Third tackle on the field, elite ceiling, elite traits, inconsistent hands, but everything is there that you need, man. The biggest ball of clay, the highest ceiling tight end I've seen come out of a draft since arguably OJ Howard. Maybe you can even go further back than that. Like, they don't make Darnell Washingtons in just human history, period. Like, they just, we could say Wilt Chamberlain, we could say LeBron James, Darnell Washington. Like, it's that level of athlete. We use the word freak athlete a lot. Darnell Washington's like a different type of, it's a different level. It's an apex predator type of thing. If you get a guy like that, imagine what Eric Bieniemy can do with that as a third tackle on the field that can also catch. I'm selling Darnell Washington. I don't care. I want DeJuan Jones or Darnell Washington with the second pick. I can see the argument for DeJuan Jones. I could definitely see the argument there. You said Will Levis was stuck making an Indeed resume yesterday. Have you ever considered that we go no tight end at all? I mean, I feel like they said Scott Turner, they weren't used properly. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. That's what I'm saying. Our biggest need is interior offensive line, easily. Tight end is not our biggest need, but Darnell Washington is just such a freak of nature. You just got to take him. I don't care what your need is. I don't care if you're the Chiefs that already have Travis Kelce. Darnell Washington makes your team better, point blank, period. So I want Darnell Washington regardless of what's going on. But do we need tight end like severely? Not necessarily. Plus, I think Armani Rogers has a lot of potential. I see Darren Waller potential in Armani Rogers. I believe in him that much, but we'll see. What's up? Tell your Georgia boys come here instead of Philly. Hey, man, it's not their choice. It's not their choice. Oh, yeah, thank you for reminding me. London Fletcher is calling our pick tonight. Shouts out to London Fletcher. So remember that when we pick at 47, London Fletcher will be there to call the pick. He should be a Hall of Famer. It's criminal, the fact that he's not. I mean, the statistics, the stats, the durability, everything you can ask for a Hall of Fame linebacker. It's a shame he's not there yet. But sadly, he played for the Redskins when we weren't very good. That's not his fault. But he does have a Super Bowl ring with another team. But when he was at his best playing for the Redskins, we weren't doing much, and it wasn't his fault. Apparently, we're looking to trade up as high as 32. Where did you see that? Where do we see that news? Because I would be, if we trade up to 32, we're taking Brian Branch or Darnell Wright. There's no excuses. Because interior offensive linemen, there are a lot of good ones, but that's my point. There are a lot of good ones. There's not much separation there. If you're talking about trading up, it's not for an interior offensive lineman, because there's like 6-7 guys that I would be willing to take at 47. If you're trading up because there's nobody left that good at that specific position. And for me, arguably, that's Darnell Washington at tight end. I'm that high on him. And Brian Branch as the best slot corner in the draft. Or maybe it could be Hendon Hooker, even though I hope it's not, though. I really hope it's not. Reportedly, Falcons, Titans, Raiders, Commanders, and more are trying to trade up to 32 right now. Where are we seeing that? Because that's really intriguing. That's really intriguing right there, man. That's notable news right there, man. Tell me where we at? Where we finding this news? Because I want to see it. Because I'm intrigued. I would love, hey, if it's the right guy, if it's Darnell Washington, I'm for sure okay with trading up. I'm perfectly fine with it. I have no, matter of fact, go ahead. Matter of fact, please do. If it's Darnell Washington or Brian Branch, we'll see though. I know a lot of people love Michael Mayer. I like Michael Mayer as well. I just think that Darnell Washington's elite traits, you can't mess that up. You know what I'm saying? You just can't. I don't think you can miss. I just don't see how you can miss with Darnell Washington, because at the very least, he's arguably the best tackle, the best blocking tight end the day that he hits the NFL, day one, arguably. We can talk about technique. He does have some technique that he needs to improve on. Needs to work on his pad level. Needs to work on his footwork a little bit. But if we're talking about ceiling, even just floor, blocking wise, Darnell Washington is him. It's literally him. You can't beat it. So I'll do whatever it takes. But I like Michael Mayer a lot too, but Darnell Washington is just too fascinating. But at the same time, interior offensive lineman is a bigger need. But I'm talking about, especially if we're trading up, it's not for an interior offensive lineman, because there's too many good ones left. You got John Michael Schmitz, Osiris Torrance, Steve Avila, Joe Tipman. Technically, Matthew Bergeron, who's like a tackle guard tweener, flex guy. You know they love their positional flex. DeJuan Jones at tackle if they want to go there. There's so many good offensive linemen. Somebody's going to be there at the 47th pick. If we're trading up, it's for an elite talent at a different position. Washington makes sense. Branch doesn't. Hooker, I'm guessing it's the pick if we're moving up to go for a quarterback. Yeah, quarterback makes, first of all, shouts out, what's good, Ivory? Quarterback makes the most sense if you're trading up, because that's just typically what teams trade up for. You typically don't trade up, especially from 47 to 32, to get somebody other than a quarterback. That's a big leap. Quarterback or edge rusher, maybe tackle, but I don't see a tackle or edge rusher worth it at this point, or the need for it to be that serious. So if it's anybody as quarterback or an elite talent like Darnell Washington, and I will argue I like Brian Branch a lot, especially in the slot. I think he can be an elite slot corner, but we'll see. I think he's basically just better Bobby McCain in every way. Basically, I see him as a honey badger, me personally, but it's interesting. It better not be Will Levis. I would be mad if we trade up for a quarterback out of the way, but if it's Will Levis, I am mad. I'm disappointed. What do you think about Willis? I'm still excited about Willis. I think we could bring him in, but we'll see. We will see. I think Willis, if we would be able to trade for him for like a 5th or a 6th round pick, do it. And then just let him sit and we'll figure something out. I would love to get Malik Willis. But I'm biased though. Same high school and everything, so I can admit I'm biased about Malik Willis. I see the potential, I see the talent, but I just want a guy from Westlake on the Commanders. I wasn't able to get Cam Newton. I wasn't able to get Adam Pac-Man Jones. I wasn't able to get AJ Harris. But if I could get my boy Malik Willis, I'd be happy. My high school alma mater, I would absolutely love it. I would be ecstatic. Trade up for him. Someone please tell me what happened to that quarterback, the Titans. Yeah, that's Malik Willis. You saying a premium for that pick right now, Pat? Yeah, trading up to 32 right now is kind of crazy. Like, what would you have to give up? You have to give up an insane amount of picks. So I'm really curious as to where that rumor came from. Very curious. If anybody can show the tweet that said it or something, copy and paste the tweet in here, I'm very curious, because that's crazy. If we trade up to 32, it's more than likely quarterback, but I would hope it's Darnell Washington. We'll see, though. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing it. I am seeing it around that the Commanders are interested at 32. Ian Rappaport is saying it, that us along with a few other teams, do want that pick, that 32nd overall pick from the Steelers. Remember, the Miami Dolphins forfeited their pick. That's why the 32nd pick in the draft is the first pick in the second round. But if we trade up, it's more than likely Hendon Hooker. But if we trade up, I hope it's Darnell Washington. But yeah, if we trade, it's more than likely Hendon Hooker if we trade up. But I hope it's Darnell Washington. We got to remember, though, Hendon Hooker comes with a floor when it comes to mechanics. But we do got to remember that Tennessee offense is as gimmicky as it gets. I mean, it's literally like the most gimmicky offense, at the very least in the SEC East. Out of all of us, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, all of us, it's easily the most gimmicky, least pro-style offense doing it. You could argue the entire SEC, and you could even put it up there with Oregon and Ohio State as far as gimmicky offenses. So his transition to a pro-style offense would take a lot of time. So I like Hendon Hooker, but I'm even questioning taking him at 47, let alone trading up for him. So if we trade up, I hope it's Darnell Washington. We'll see, though. But it's interesting that we're trying to trade up to 32, because if we're trying to trade up to 32, that means we're willing to trade up even somewhere higher than 47, even if it's not all the way up to 32. We're interested in trading up in general, and I'm really curious about that. I'm very curious about that. That's alarming. The Commanders apparently want to trade up, and that's news in itself, because I thought we would trade back gods. I mean, he said, get off my bowls. I mean, it is a gimmicky offense. I mean, one compliment, that is kind of bad. That does sound like I'm on their head. One compliment I'm going to give the Tennessee Vols this upcoming season in college is that they're by far the only competition we have on our schedule as the Georgia Bulldogs. They're the only game that's even worth tuning into if you're not a Georgia Bulldogs fan. Every other game, we're about to wash people by 40, and that's including South Carolina. Y'all can go ahead and stamp that now. But when it comes to Tennessee, that's the only game that might be somewhat of a game. So shouts out to Tennessee for that. I'll give you that. Everybody else is a sweep. We're about to coast through all the way through the playoffs. Even if we lose the SEC championship, a one-loss Georgia team, we're in the playoffs. It's pretty much already decided. But we'll see from there if we can go back to back to back. But yeah, Tennessee, man, y'all the only hope for somebody even coming within 20 points of us this season. So that's one compliment. You'll have to give up next year's first to trade up that far. I'm saying, bro, you have to give up some crazy combination of picks. And is it worth it? Is it worth it? What are you trading up for? I don't think it's worth trading up for Hendon Hooker. And as much as I want Darnell Washington, whatever you would have to give up to get that 32nd pick scares me. Who do we have winning? UNC versus South Carolina week 1 in Charlotte. Honestly, South Carolina, of course, is the better team top to bottom, but UNC has Drake May, and I think that might be enough for UNC to win. I ain't gonna lie. Doesn't Tennessee have that really good freshman quarterback? Yeah, they do. The one that kind of looks like destroying a little bit. I forgot his name because when we weren't in the running of any of those guys, I stopped kind of looking into them. I forgot their names and stuff. Y'all know I'm full-time. I'm Dayon Henley. I'm Dylan Raiola, 2024, and Julian Lewis, 2026. That's all I care about as far as quarterbacks go. That's all I care about. So outside of that, I see this Bryce Under Young or whatever, whatever he is. There's a 5-star as well coming out soon, but I don't really. It's Dylan Raiola and Julian Lewis in 2026. That's all I care about. Everything else, I don't know. I'm not paying attention no more. I care more about safety, defensive line, receiver, and all of that. I'd rather trade up for Caleb Williams than Hendon Hooker. It's impossible to trade up for Caleb Williams. I'm just going to tell y'all that now. It's impossible. That's not going to happen. We would have to have the number 1 overall pick for it to happen. Stop playing. UNC is going to be way better this year. We have a better defense and deeper at every position. I agree. I think UNC is better, but South Carolina is still out here, recruiting 5-stars left and right because it is the SEC. All you got to do is recruit in-state well, and you should be straight. UNC, North Carolina has a lot of great talent as well, but we'll see. I could be wrong. I still pick UNC to win regardless, though, just because of Drake May. South Carolina, whoever their quarterback's going to be, is it still what's his face from Oklahoma that everybody was thinking he was going to be great? I forgot his name. Isn't that still their quarterback? I easily take Drake May over him. I still got UNC. I think South Carolina may be better top to bottom, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I still pick UNC to win regardless just because they got Drake May. Rattler. Yeah, Spencer Rattler. Isn't he still their quarterback or whatever? I told y'all about Spencer Rattler before that even happened. I was warning y'all 2 years ago about Spencer Rattler. No, 2 or 3 years ago. I tried to warn people. People didn't want to listen. Trade up. Let's see what happens. Thank y'all for reminding me. I forgot his name. That's how much he's fallen off the face of the earth. Nah, but this news that the Commanders want to trade up is interesting. Why are we looking at safety curling unless we don't want to play curl? I mean, again, I see Brian Branch as a slot corner. I see him as the best slot corner, like literally the honey badger in this draft. So we'll see. So are we really trying to trade up for real, though? Because I'm seeing everywhere right now, everybody's panicking that the Commanders are actively trying to trade up right now. That's real news. Again, Ian Rappaport just let everybody know that. So this is getting chaotic. Commanders trading up. We'll see. Even if we don't get a chance to trade up to 32, the fact that we're actively trying to trade up, we may be picking before 47. Rico, did you think my Buckeyes will make the playoffs? Yeah. I mean, the only problem with the Buckeyes was going through Michigan. Or are you asking, oh, we'll make the playoffs this upcoming season? It's all on your quarterback. Is the guy after CJ Stroud ready to step up? Because y'all have elite talent. Ohio State still has elite talent. A lot of y'all best talent didn't leave the draft. I mean, most notably, the best receiver in college football, arguably one of the best receivers in the past few years, in Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, Georgia had nothing for him. I'm gonna admit, as a Georgia Bulldog fan, we ain't have nothing for that man. So, hey, man, I think Penn State is going to be a sleeper as well, because you can argue Penn State's left tackle was the best tackle in football last year, even more than Paris Johnson Jr., Broderick Jones, all of these guys. Penn State got one in that tackle. Their team is just improving overall. They could be dangerous. But Ohio State, yeah, I mean, as long as that quarterback that y'all got behind C.J. Stroud is ready, I don't know his name. He said South Carolina beating Georgia this year. Okay, we'll see. I'll remember that. I will remember that. I will definitely remember that one. Watch out for Penn State. Yeah, I agree. Penn State arguably had... I did a tweet a few weeks ago that you can argue why this upcoming draft class 2024 is so amazing, because the best tight end was Brock Bowers last year. He's going in 2024, not 2023. Same thing receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr. Same thing same thing at tackle, the guy from Penn State. I believe there was another one as well. There was another position where the best player in college football wasn't even draft eligible for the 2023 season. This upcoming 2024 draft, quarterback, Caleb Williams and Drake May. So it's just that 2024 class is crazy when you're looking at it from afar. My frat put 1K on it. Whoo, okay. Where can I bet these people? Our recruiting has been amazing. Yeah, Penn State's been doing their thing. Penn State has the best tackle in football. If you don't know about him, go check him out. You could argue he was the best tackle last year as a sophomore. Watch out for Michigan. Michigan's always going to be great. Right now, they have the #1 recruiting class of 2024. That's not going to stay there once Georgia and Alabama finally get the guys that plan on committing but haven't committed yet. But Michigan right now having the #1 recruiting class at any point in time, they're more than likely going to at the very least finish top 5. Don't sleep on Michigan as well. Hey, Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State not playing with y'all, bro. I'm just going to put that out there now. Even as an SEC truther and my boy, and my Georgia Bulldogs and stuff, but hey, man, don't sleep on them guys. They're not about to be pushovers. Somebody from there is going to be in the playoffs for at least the next 2-3 years. I can predict that. Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, somebody from one of them are going to always be in the playoffs for the next few years. It's going to be one of them. It's probably going to be 2 SEC schools and then some mystery school. That's just how it's about to be for the next probably 2-3 years. We just got to see between those teams who's going to make it. Rico, who you think Derek Forrest could play the Buffalo nickel? Kinda, but the way his range at free safety, I think you're just going to keep him at free safety. You think Deion Henley goes in the second round? I hope not. I'm hoping he goes in the third so we can get him, but I don't know, man. It's possible. And now that I'm thinking about it, he said, I'm a Gamecocks fan, but I love your content. Appreciate that, man. Hell to the Redskins, of course, man. Appreciate that big time. And shouts out to South Carolina, man. Always producing NFL talent, even if the team isn't, all the way together top to bottom or whatever, but there's always some talent there for sure. I mean, you're in the SEC, you're going to recruit. All you got to do is recruit well in state. You're going to have a good team. Even though, Georgia's trying to take some people from North Carolina and South Carolina, most notably that tackle in the 2025 class. If you know, that tackle from the 2025 recruiting class, that guy that's undersized, that guy that's I think he's a starting left tackle at 265 or something crazy. But hey, man, trust me. I don't remember his name right now. I remember his face. We trying to take him I think he's from North Carolina, I believe. We trying to take him. Trying to take him. Don't let him. Hey, y'all better not let Georgia get him. One of his high school rivals, but I don't want him. One of my high school. Okay, that's interesting. Clemson, Uptown Dre. That's one of my favorite college football teams. 2023, Jordan Travis, Florida State. Or they brothers and look alike. Commanders need starters, and Hooker definitely not a starter. You can easily make that point. If we trade up, I hope it's for Darnell Washington. Wait, I'm seeing reports everywhere that we're trying to trade up for Hendon Hooker, though. It's no longer trading up. It's trading up for Hendon Hooker I'm seeing everywhere right now, so I'm scared. I don't think it's worth it. I know we love Hendon Hooker. I know we took him out to dinner. And the last time we took somebody out to dinner, we ended up hiring him as our offensive coordinator and assistant head coach. So there's clear interest there. But trading up for Hendon Hooker, no thanks in my opinion. David Sanders, thank you, from Providence Day. My brother has played against him once. Yeah, David Sanders is insane. You've never heard of an offensive tackle, an elite offensive tackle being 265? He's going to probably add on some more weight, but that guy's the truth. But yeah, I'm seeing Commanders want to trade up for Hendon Hooker, and I hope it doesn't happen. I want Darnell Washington or Brian Branch. I do not want Hendon Hooker, especially this early. I was hoping we could get him 97 if we did. I don't even really want him at 47, but we'll see. Michael Mayer, that linebacker from Arkansas, I can see that. I like Mark Mayer too. I like Darnell Washington more, but I like Michael Mayer. I like Michael Mayer a lot. Trenton Simpson is still out there as well at linebacker. Y'all know Deion Henley is my favorite linebacker in the class, but Drew Sanders is still out there. That's who you're talking about from Arkansas. Smokescreen trading up for Washington. I hope so. I don't think we should trade out for him and Hooker. I don't care what we got to do. I just want Darnell Washington. I don't care what we got to do it. I do not want to trade up for Hendon Hooker. I know that. I for sure know that. But let's get busy, man. The draft's starting, right? Supposed to start at 7 p.m. It's 7:08, and the Steelers aren't even on the clock yet. What's going on? Am I tripping? I thought the draft was supposed to start at 7. Shay said he might pull up today. I don't know if he is for sure, but we'll see. Oh, I see the tweet with the yo stream is messing up. I see that now. Teams looking to trade up. Wait, so the Commanders were among the teams. Albert Breer's tweeting it now too. The Commanders were among the teams looking at going up to 32, but the Steelers wanted too much. Okay, so it sounds like we won't do it. We can breathe easy. The Steelers were trying to tax us, and we said, nah, we're good. You're not about to take all of our trade value, so we can move up to 32. So we wanted to move up to 32, and again, as it's being reported, it's more than likely for Hendon Hooker, but apparently it's being reported by Albert Breer that the Steelers wanted too much, so we're not going to do it, and thank goodness. Thank God. I was afraid. I did not want to do that. I did not want to trade up for Hendon Hooker. And for that exact reason, I felt like it was going to be too much to get him. I'm glad the Commanders didn't fold and give him that too much. My boy Bloodshot Sports, man, appreciate the donation. What's good, my boy? What's happening? What's happening with you? What's good, man? Appreciate the donation. Big time, man. What's good, Yam Sensei? What's good? Your name reminded me of the fact that I need to go finish that last Mashal episode. What's good, Corey? What's good, man? What's happening with you? I need to finish that last Mashal episode that came out. Like I said, I'm gonna let Demon Slayer stack. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not about to watch that week to week. I just don't care enough. I don't love Demon Slayer as much as everybody else. I like it a lot, but I'll let Demon Slayer stack and binge watch it. I ain't gonna lie. But Jobless Reincarnation come out. That's a must watch immediately, week to week. I can't wait on that. You think if we don't address linebacker in the draft, a guy like Miles Jack is someone we'd look to pick up? I thought somebody picked Miles Jack up. I think the Steelers got him, right? Am I tripping? Didn't the Steelers pick him up? Because I remember being sick about it. I remember being sick about us not getting Miles Jack because I did want him. But yeah, the Commanders are trying to trade up, but apparently the Steelers didn't want to do. The Steelers were asking for too much, so we're like, nah, you must think we're stupid, and I'm glad we didn't do it. I'm glad we weren't that thirsty and desperate. I'm very happy about that. Love me some Mashal, but I also love Demon Slayer. But in general, I don't like most popular shonen shows. I ain't mad at that. Like Jujutsu Kaisen can go in. I like Jujutsu Kaisen. I mean, the manga's way better than the anime, but hopefully when the anime catches up to the manga, it'll be better. I'm not a huge Attack on Titan person either. I wouldn't say it's overrated, but I just haven't cared enough to catch up. I really haven't. Especially with them playing games, delaying seasons, I really don't care. But I do like Jujutsu Kaisen. I love the potential of it. So far, what's happened hasn't been that crazy. We've had a couple of good fight scenes, some memorable moments, but I agree. So far, what we've seen in Jujutsu Kaisen hasn't been great. I'm I'm just really excited about the future of it. One Piece, yeah, man, One Piece, I'm all the way up. Manga, spoilers, I got everything you need. Anime, all the way up. I just haven't read the most recent scans of what came out yesterday yet. Matter of fact, where is that right now? Any downtime I got, I need to read these scans because I've been hearing some things about Buggy. I've been hearing some crazy things about Buggy. Wait a minute. One Piece chapter. Where are we at? 1082? We at 1082? Jack got released in March. Wait, really? Wait. One Piece, the best anime manga ever. I agree. It's my number one, but I mean, you know, I'm not going to sit here and debate people whether it is or not, but it's my number one. You can't tell me different. Scans is crazy. All right, I got to catch up. I like more dumb shonen like Fairy Tail, Eden's Hero. I love Black Clover. I haven't watched Eden. I started Fairy Tail, but it was just going too slow. All right, let's get it. Come on, what y'all doing? What are y'all doing, Steelers? Go ahead and draft another Georgia Bulldog that's not Darnell Wright. Go ahead and get Keely Ringo. Get Keely Ringo so I can have all my Georgia Bulldogs on the Packers, on the Eagles, and the Steelers. So I know where to focus, who to watch on Sundays outside of my Commanders. Forbes is 180 according to John Com. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. You said Boruto and Naruto over One Piece? Whoa, I ain't never heard that one before. Black Clover is crazy. I love Black Clover. Atlanta is trying to trade up to the top of the second. Everybody is. Eagles trying to trade up to get Keely. I would be sick. Oh, okay. The Falcons finally picked up AJ Terrell's fifth-year option. Shouts out to my Westlake boy over there, man. Shouts out to my Westlake dog. Yes, sir. Westlake High School, my boy AJ Terrell getting that big bag. Free my boy Cam Newton. Free my boy Adam Pac-Man Jones. But we gonna be all right. And get my boy Malik Willis over to the Commanders. I haven't been able to get into Dragon Ball at all, so I can't even speak on that. Not been reading OP messed up big. Rico, you have not been reading OP messed up big. Wait, what you mean? What you mean One Piece messed up big? How One Piece mess up? How One Piece mess up? I'm behind on my hero. I'm gonna get that though. All right, what we doing, Steelers? There we go. They finally took Joey Porter. Joey Porter Sr. is a coach on the Steelers. What took them so long to get Joey Porter Jr., but at the same time, getting Broderick Jones in the first round was a huge get. Broderick Jones is my second favorite tackle, only behind Darnell Wright. So, hey, man, great get. That's a great draft so far for the Steelers. Broderick Jones and Joey Porter is a good pick. I don't love Joey Porter, especially Commanders-wise, but I think he is a good corner. I just don't think he fits what we want to do personally. I don't think he's a great fit for the Commanders, but for the Steelers, I think it can work out very well. And, I mean, what they thought they were getting in the trade for William Jackson from us, they could be getting that in Joey Porter, so I can see that. Keep getting better while Naruto keep kind of ending badly. I didn't know that down anime and manga. I don't watch a lot of your live streams just due to time difference, but I'll be getting more. Appreciate that, y'all. Appreciate that. Rico, I cannot spoil. I'm about to pull up the scans. I ain't gonna lie. When we have time, we have downtime, kind of like now, unless somebody's asking me a specific question. I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to check out this One Piece chapter 1082. I ain't gonna lie. I should have checked it out last night, but I was just so busy. But I've been hearing some things. I heard some things about somebody at the end, too. I heard some things about somebody popping up at the end. I'm hearing some things. I've heard spoilers. I just haven't read it myself. But I ain't gonna say too much. I ain't gonna say too much for people that care. Watching your stream while watching the draft. Appreciate that, man. Can you believe Faneka was a 300-pound guard? Hey, man, I can't believe that man David Sanders, that high school player. What is this? What is this? What is that I just got sent? Yeah, Joey Porter to Pittsburgh makes a lot of sense. I just wish people who were Shonen fans would diversify. I mean, I watch everything. Like, I can watch Isekai, I can watch Shonen, I can watch comedy romances like Toradora and what's it called? What's my banger? What's the banger? The one with the two people that are smartest of their class, and it's like 3 seasons of it. I can watch everything, bro. Where's Forbes from? He's from Mississippi, I think. I mean, he played for Mississippi State, and he sounds like it. I didn't bother to go look at where he played high school. Have an anime podcast. I've been thinking about it. Yeah, we have London Fletcher announcing our pick. I talked about that earlier. Chapter 82 was fire. Chapter 1082. I'm gonna get to it. Where's Forbes from? I'm assuming Mississippi though. I'm assuming Mississippi. I think. I don't know. Is there anyone you want to trade up for? The only people I'm willing to trade up for is Darnell Washington, maybe Brian Branch. That's it. Darnell Washington is my favorite player left in this draft. My family from Mississippi. We don't talk like that. Where is he from then, man? I mean, he just went to Mississippi State and he's talked like that. I assume Mississippi, because he definitely doesn't have an Atlanta accent. He definitely doesn't have a Louisiana accent. He doesn't have a Florida accent. He doesn't have a Texas, specifically Houston accent. I can hear all of those. Me being from Atlanta, I can hear all the individual accents. Memphis, I can hear it. He don't have none of them, so I just assume he was from Mississippi. Forbes is from, how do you pronounce that? Grenada, Mississippi? Oh, Grenada. Okay. Isn't that like a Caribbean country? Hey, what do you want, Aja? I can't mess with you right now. I'm live streaming. Hi though. Hi, cute fluff. Where we at, man? What we doing? What's the next pick? Let's move on. What we doing? What we doing, Cardinals? Talk to me. Talk to me, Cardinals. What we doing? Grenada, Mississippi. I can't help but say it the way that, you know, the Caribbean way. Cardinals are taking trade requests, so are they listening to us? Are they trying to tax us too? Let's get it, man. That's really cool, though, that Joey Porter's going to go play under his dad as a coach. That's really cool, man. I like that story. Never heard somebody from Mississippi sound like that. I mean, I'm just doing process of elimination because, again, he doesn't sound like he's from Memphis. Doesn't sound like he's from Texas, Atlanta, Florida, Louisiana. So, I don't know what it is, but it ain't one of them. I know that. Part of Mississippi where receivers go to die. Titans. Okay, Titans trading up. Okay, so what we doing? What we doing, Titans? Is it Hendon Hooker? Is it Will Levis? What we doing? Will Levis to learn behind Ryan Tannehill? He said, where's Brody's sleep somewhere. Yeah, Brody's over there asleep behind the camera. They should go O-line second and third. I can see the argument for that easily. O-line is easily our biggest need. I just think Darnell Washington is such a unique generational talent that you got to take him. We built different in Mississippi. You know, your boy Fred Smoot representing well, man. So who are the Titans trading up to get? Talk to me. Anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody on with the I think it could be Will Levis or Hendon Hooker. If you're gonna trade up, it's got to be for a reason, right? Because they were pick 41. They traded up, what, like 9 picks to get that pick? 8, 9 picks? That's pretty far. Sounding quarterback-like. And then the fact that everybody knows that everybody's trying to trade up, like us, we're included in the sweepstakes, maybe trying to trade up for Hendon Hooker. Maybe the Titans were like, well, the Steelers want to be petty. They want to be stingy. And they're not allowing us to trade up for anything that makes sense, which is why the Commanders wanted to trade up to the Steelers pick. It's reported that the Commanders didn't end up doing it because the Commanders were asking for too much, and the Commanders were probably asking for too much from everybody. So maybe the Titans were like, all right, Steelers, cool. You be stingy all you want. We'll just go do business with the Cardinals. And maybe they're trading up for a quarterback as well. It sounds like everybody's trying to trade up to the early second to get a quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Will Levis or Hendon Hooker. I would assume if you're trading up 9 picks, it's more than likely one of those guys, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's get it, man. I'm excited to see what's about to happen. Again, if you haven't liked up the stream yet, please do. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me, and it's free for y'all. So if you haven't left a like on the stream, please do it. There it goes. The Titans are getting Will Levis. There it goes. All right. Trade us Malik Willis for a 6th round pick, please. Trade us Malik Willis for a 6th round pick, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Will Levis to the Titans to learn behind Ryan Tannehill. Give us Malik Willis for a 6th round pick, please. Titans, you're not using them anyway. Go ahead and give us him for a 6th round pick. Will Levis is off the board. Commanders fans, we can rest easy. We will not be selecting Will Levis. I was really hoping we wouldn't, and now it's confirmed that we can't, and I'm happy about that. But I am scared. I do want to point out the fact that the Commanders were trying their hardest to trade up to get that Steelers 32nd pick. Was it for Will Levis or was it for Hendon Hooker? I don't know, but we were really wanted him, and maybe it was Will Levis. Who knows? Ryan Tannehill entering the final year of his deal. Will Levis will learn behind him. So maybe by 2024, he will be ready to start as the Titans quarterback. I don't like Will Levis. As a Georgia Bulldogs fan, I'm going to tell you now. I don't think Will Levis is good. If I had to pick between the two freak athlete, high potential, high ceiling, low floor quarterbacks, Anthony Richardson and Will Levis, I think it's Anthony Richardson easily, as you can easily tell by the fact that he went 4th overall compared to Will Levis going 33rd. I mean, I think everything is in the pudding right there. And I just, as a Georgia Bulldog fan, I can tell you, and I'm gonna let you know if people are good or bad. As a Georgia Bulldog fan, whether they play for Georgia, if they play in the SEC, I'm higher on Hendon Hooker than I am Will Levis. Like, I don't see it, but hey, man, shouts out to the Titans. Hopefully they trade us Malik Willis for a 6th round pick. I would love that. Please do. Please go ahead and let him go. You're not using him anyway. Just go ahead and do that. Bo Callahan. Please get pieces for Howell. Man, Darnell Washington, keep falling, please. Please keep falling, Darnell Washington. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Darnell Washington, just go ahead and keep sliding, my boy. Go ahead and keep sliding, my boy. Will Levis to the Titans. We got the Lions up next, man. What the Lions thinking about doing, man? What the Lions on? Don't play games, Lions. Don't scare me. Don't take Darnell. Leave Darnell to us at 47, man. People are tweeting there's going to be a camp battle between Will Levis and Malik Willis. When you take Will Levis 32nd, you're assuming he's the guy. I would not be surprised if Malik Willis gets traded for 2 packs of Lay's and some crumbs in a bagel at this point. Like, I don't think Malik Willis is going to be in competition with Will Levis. They may make it seem like it, but you trade up 9 picks. I don't know what they gave up, but you trade up 9 picks to get Will Levis 33rd overall. He's the guy. He's your franchise quarterback, potentially. You're hoping, at least. Malik Willis is just a guy. Oh, there we go. 33rd overall pick, 3rd round pick, 41st, 3rd round, and a 2024 3rd round. Okay, so they threw in an extra 3rd round, basically. I'm really hoping for Darnell Washington right now. But yeah, Malik Willis is not competing with Will Levis. Yeah, Tannehill is the starter for 2023. Will Levis is probably the backup, and then Will Levis is the franchise quarterback moving forward. Let's go ahead and get Malik Willis for some pennies real quick. I'll give you a half chewed on piece of fried chicken, a rubber band ball, some hand sanitizer, and an almost dead pen for Malik Willis at this point, please. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. Let's see how this goes, though, man. There's a lot of talent still falling. Is Sam Laporta to the Lions? Okay, we can move on. Sam Laporta to the Titans. Cool. I'm not mad at that. You can argue him and Darnell Washington have the highest ceilings out of any tight ends in this class easily. I think Dalton Kincaid is going to be the next Zach Ertz, maybe even like a Travis Kelce type of guy. But if we're talking about athletic freak and traits, it's Darnell Washington and Sam Laporta in this draft class. So I'm really interested in seeing how this goes. 18 squares of toilet paper on top. I'm telling you. And the O-line help. Lions took tight end. Told you Sam Laporta. I love Sam Laporta's ceiling. I prefer Darnell Washington overall, but I love Sam Laporta's ceiling. And now I'm hoping somebody takes Hendon Hooker before we have a chance to take him, because I would prefer to get Darnell Washington, but we'll see how that goes. My boy Jaden with the donation, man. Appreciate that. Hey, I got 13 in replica Super Bowl trophies when we beat the Bills. Trust me, your belated birthday. Okay. My boy Jaden L with the donation and the promise, man. Appreciate that big time, man. My boy Jaden L always pushing up to donate. All right, the Raiders traded up to that Colts pick. That's interesting. Okay, what's going on? Who do the Raiders want? Are they taking Hendon Hooker to learn behind Jimmy Garoppolo? Teams trading up. Look like they're taking quarterbacks. We'll see what happens. From JPA, I think we're going... Interior offensive line makes the most sense because it's our biggest need easily. But Darnell Washington, I feel like, is the best player available in this draft still. So we'll see how it goes, man. I'm excited. Darnell Washington, Brian Branch, 47th overall. We killed the draft, in my opinion. Up, there we go. Tight ends go. It's on a run. Tight ends going. Michael Mayer to the Raiders. Sam Laporta. And then Michael Mayer right afterwards. There's a run. There's a run. Here we go. Them tight ends getting scarce. Leave my boy Darnell Washington out there for the Commanders to get. Please. Please, Commanders, take Darnell Washington. Whatever you got to do. I'm willing to trade up for Darnell Washington. That's how bad I want him. I'm willing to trade up for my guy. Keep letting Brian Branch and Darnell Washington fall, man. Hey, Gus, I would trade up to get him. I would. What's good, Yam? I'm 28. When I'm at this point, I was there for our Super Bowl years. No, I wasn't allowed to see anything Commanders greatness. I didn't see any Super Bowls. Like I said, the reason why I'm struggling with this whole Eagles Georgia Bulldogs situation is because the only championships I've ever seen a team I really care about win is my Georgia Bulldogs back-to-back. We about to go for a third. I'm warning y'all now. So that's why it's so difficult. And that Raiders pick makes so much sense because they got to replace Darren Waller. We should have known they were going to go tight end. And I'm glad it wasn't Darnell Washington. The Georgia Bulldogs are the only teams that I really care about, that I care about enough to shed a tear after they win a championship, that have won championships since I've been alive. That's why it's going to be like Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith, the faces of those championships that my Georgia Bulldogs won, and I got to root against them twice a year. I don't think y'all understand how torn I am inside right now. I'm struggling. I like the Emmanuel Forbes pick a lot. I think we're going to end up making some more really good picks this draft. But that Eagles thing is scaring me. First of all, they got way better. Ignoring the Georgia Bulldog part of it, they got way better. They got the best player in the draft, in my opinion, in Jalen Carter, and that's not even me being a Georgia Bulldog fan. He just is. I think he's the next Aaron Donald. And then all the Georgia Bulldogs, man. I mean, I try not to talk about it because it makes me sad every time thinking about it. I'm trying to forget the Eagles even exist at this point. My boy Jaden L with another donation. Going crazy, man. Need you to address it via sitting again. All right, man. We gonna talk, Jaden L. Appreciate the donation. Big time, man. We gonna talk. Yeah, this Lions draft is pretty crazy, man. They having themselves a draft. There's a few teams having some really good drafts. I feel like so far, the only real reaches in this draft have been the Jets taking Will McDonald and the Cowboys taking that defensive tackle that I can't remember his name right now. And then, I mean, I don't think Will Levis is a good quarterback, so you can kind of be mad at the Tennessee Titans for that, but I haven't really seen a lot of, like, terrible picks this draft. How are you even a Commanders fan at this point? I can't go nowhere. Commanders can go 0-17 for years straight. I'm still going to be a Commanders fan. I don't care. But I am sick of seeing my Georgia Bulldogs go to the Eagles when the Commanders want to keep bringing in Alabama guys. And, you know, Alabama, even though Alabama isn't technically our rivalry, it's just like we're the best two teams in the SEC, so it's kind of become one. But I don't have any ill feelings towards the Alabama Crimson Tide, honestly. Like, I shout them out. I want them to be great. The only time I'm really competing against them is recruiting. Like, that's it. Other than that, if anything, I hate Florida the most. If you're a real Georgia Bulldog fan, you hate Florida more than anybody else, or other SEC teams, other SEC East teams. Alabama, shouts out to Alabama. I mean, we're like competitive rivals, but we're not deep rivals like that. You know what I'm saying? So, shouts out to Alabama. I don't really hate them, but it's still crazy to see my Georgia Bulldogs go to the Eagles over and over again. My boy Todd with the donation, man. Appreciate that big time. I'm struggling with the Georgia players going to the Eagles too, Rico. Held to the Commanders since 2001. Yes, sir. Appreciate the donation. And yeah, I'm sick. The faces of the only championships I've ever cared about my teams ever winning in any sport are on a division rival Eagles team. I'm a Big Ten guy. I hate Florida too. Yeah, man. Forget Florida, man. I mean, you're from, yeah, I'm from Atlanta, but I was born in Maryland. And my whole family, Commanders fans, so Redskins fans, whatever. So my mom is heavy. She was the one buying me the fat heads. I got like an Xbox original controller, not 360 original. That's Redskins. I got a PlayStation 2 controller, Redskins. I got everything Redskins. We got Redskin dog toys that Brody and Aja played with. Like, it was in me. Even if I wasn't born in Maryland, I'd probably still be a Redskins fan. Just because of my mom and them. Georgia fan since 2001. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Would you rather Schmitz or Avila? I'm more of a Schmitz guy, but I wouldn't mind Avila. Avila, however you pronounce it. Would you get hyped if we went back to being the Redskins? I don't really care that much. I really don't. I don't really care about the name. I just want to win. I'm just one of those people. I don't care what you call me, as long as you call me a winner. I'm in that box. I don't really care that much. I'm one of the Red Wolves people, but at the end of the day, I really don't care. As long as we're winning, I prefer to be winning as the Commanders than losing as the Red Wolves. Up, the Rams took Avila. Okay, there we go. There's quite a bit of picks before we go, man. Good players are leaving, but Darnell Washington and Brian Branch are still out there. We'll see. My boy Anthony Robinson with the donation as well, man. Appreciate that big time. All you had to say was thank you, man. Big appreciate that, man. Really, really do, man. Y'all don't understand. I'm working on saving up to get a better camera. So, man, I really appreciate these donations big time, man. Really, really appreciate it. I appreciate y'all even being here just watching this draft with me, man. I really do. Yeah, I'm from Virginia. Always been Virginia, D.C. homer, but my dad is from India, and I grew up watching Notre Dame football, but I went to IU. Okay. I don't really have a favorite college program outside of IU, but I have a school 100% root against. Okay. 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 I feel that. I feel that. Again, really the only team I hate in college football, if we're talking about on the field, is Florida. Right now, recruiting-wise, who's getting on my nerves the most is Alabama, USC, and Ohio State. Right now, like if we're talking about recruiting, like getting high school players, getting them in college, right now the teams that are getting on my nerves the most are Alabama, Ohio State, and USC right now. Making me mad. Florida State looks like they're trying to sneak up. They took Landon Thomas from us, even though, I mean, you know, we breed tight ends. I ain't too worried about that, but Colorado about to take over. Hey, man, as long as he doesn't step on Georgia's toes, do your thing, Dion. DC, and I'm a Michigan fan. That's what's up. Shouts out to Michigan, man. Michigan would have been a way better game in that championship than TCU, man. Nah, I'll tell you. My boy Anthony Robinson with another donation, man. Just to send a moving emoji, man. Appreciate that big time, man. Didn't even have nothing to say. Just want to donate. Man, much love for that, man. Trucker, thank you for keeping me updated with the team. Appreciate you pulling up, Marcus, man, while you on the road and everything, man. Really appreciate that. Y'all don't understand, man. I'm literally just here because I love football, and y'all joining me, you know, I just really appreciate it. There's so many kids could go to IU, keep getting robbed to OS, man. I'm telling you, Ohio State's making me mad. Ohio State, Alabama, and USC are making me mad right now. USC already took, forgot the tight end from Arizona that I really wanted. And then now they're trying to take Dylan Raiola, even though I do think Georgia will end up with them, but it's whatever. And then Ohio State and Alabama just love taking all the best recruits, period. So they're just getting on my nerves. But yeah, FSU is starting to come up too. They took Landon Thomas from us. We'll see how that goes. Okay, yeah, Steve Avila's gone. Wait, the Seahawks got Derek Hall? Is that true? Is that real? Yep, Derek Hall to the Seahawks. That's a pretty good draft. Devon Witherspoon, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Derek Hall is crazy. That's pretty good, man. And they got Bobby Wagner back this offseason. Do not sleep on the Seahawks. If Geno Smith plays how he played last year, and you add Jackson Smith and Jigba to DK Metcalf and what's his name? That's insane, bro. That's a crazy wide receiver trio right there. That's crazy. My boy Jaden with another donation, man. Going crazy, man. Appreciate that big time. Who have we picked up that's good? So far, we got Emmanuel Forbes again. The best way to describe him, Tyler Lockett. Thank you. I couldn't think of his name. I knew it started with a T, but I couldn't think of it. And I can see people's faces, but I'm terrible with names. I'm way better with faces than names. That's just how I've always been with everything. Football, real life, all of that. Appreciate that. Thank you for helping me out. I was struggling. I was drowning out here. But yeah, man, we got Emmanuel Forbes again. I compare him to the Bryce Young of corners. I've said it like a million times, so you know I don't want to dive too deep into it for another 10 minutes. But he had basically, to put it simply, he has everything you want in the corner. He's just undersized, and he's not even undersized like Bryce Young, where he's short and skinny. He's just skinny. Emmanuel Forbes is 6'1" with extremely long arms and wingspan. So, and he's elite at everything else. So, wait, the Falcons got Brian Branch, really? No way, man. No way they did not do that. No way did they give my boy AJ Harris his 5th-year option and then trade up to get Brian Branch. Did they really do that? Please tell me they didn't. Oh, you're just saying that they might. Okay. Don't do that, man. Don't scare me like that. Because for me right now, it's Darnell Washington and Brian Branch at the 47th pick. Or if we trade up. I want both of them to be available right there so the Commanders don't mess it up. I need the site to see the picks early. Oh, it's Twitter. Everybody's on Twitter. Everybody that's saying the picks early is Twitter. You just got to go on Twitter, and if you don't follow the right people, just type in the team name that's up next. Like, right now, you could type in maybe the Saints. Maybe we already know the Panthers. Maybe. I can see the argument for Quan Martin being a better nickel. I can see that. I think it's between Brian Branch and Quan Martin, who's the best 2 slot corners in this draft. Brian Branch or Quan Martin, I'm really happy with either. So I see the argument. I can see both ways. I want Darnell Washington, though. That's my #1 player right now, point blank, period. How would you feel if we traded back and took Tippmann? That would be a great choice, actually. I'm not going to lie. Especially if Darnell Washington is already off the board and we have no choice. We can't take him. Trading back and getting Joe Tippmann is a crazy move. That's a great move. But if Darnell Washington is available at 47, you better take him, in my opinion. That's just me, though. I believe in this. Tight end isn't that big of a need. I think it's a slight need. But interior offensive lineman is obviously a bigger need. But Darnell Washington is a freak of nature that only comes around once every maybe 15 years. And you got to take him. I literally see him being the next Gronk. Nah, it's not just Georgia. It's not just Georgia. Because I'm not over here rooting for Keely Ringo. It's not Georgia. I had Darnell Wright as my favorite tackle in the draft class over Broderick Jones. It's not Georgia. Trust me. I just know what Darnell Wright does. I don't think people have seen enough. I mean, Darnell Washington. I don't think people have watched enough Darnell Washington to get it. We literally ran the offense through him. Like, all of the credit that everybody gets in that Georgia offense and the offensive coordinator, my boy, that just went to the Ravens, and all the credit they get, the offense ran around Darnell Washington. He was the nucleus. We ran his way whenever we ran the ball outside. He was always open underneath. Imagine what Eric Bieniemy can do with a third tackle on the field that can also catch. Come on now, like, there's just no way people don't see it. There's no way people don't see it. But interior offensive lineman is easily the bigger need. It's obviously the bigger need. We don't have a true starting left guard yet. We have some decent tight ends, at least. I love Baby Grunt, but Washington is a monster. That's my boy, man. Who are the Falcons taking? Do we know? Ron like them flex linemen. I'm telling you, a third tackle on the field, bro. I don't see how Ron Rivera wouldn't want that as much as he wants to run the ball. It just makes too much sense. We would take Hooker if he's available. That's what I'm seeing, too. I'm hearing reports that we tried to trade up to 32 to get him. So if he's there at 47, we'll definitely take him. That's why I'm hoping somebody else takes Hendon Hooker before 1 o'clock. Because I'm scared that we will take him. And I mean, Hendon Hooker's cool, but I want Darnell Washington or Brian Branch more. I would prefer to get a starter over a backup quarterback right now, a developmental quarterback. That's what I'm saying. We need starters, man. The Falcons took our guy. I don't like Matthew Burgess, whatever, how you pronounce it. I don't like him that much. As much as the Commanders do. But that was a Commanders guy. Like, Commanders, it's been a lot of reports that that's the guy we wanted. Now that he's gone, things get interesting. But I didn't like him that much, so I'm not upset. I think we're more than likely going interior offensive lineman, but if Darnell Washington is there at 47, you got to take him, please. Guy won it all draft. Yes, even in the draft, even in the first was DeJuan Jones, but he'll be gone before 47. You never know. DeJuan Jones might be there, man. He's sliding. DeJuan Jones could very possibly be there. There are a lot of people out there that do like DeJuan Jones more than Paris Johnson. What's your take on Blake Freeland? You're talking about the BYU tackle, right? I'm not very high on him. Like, at that point, I would prefer DeJuan Jones. I'm looking at interior offensive lineman, tight end. Well, Darnell Washington specifically, not even just tight end in general. I like a lot of linebackers that are still left, but I wouldn't take them in the second. Maybe Dayon Henley in the second, maybe. But I mean, I like Blake Freeland, but I wouldn't personally take him at 47 is basically my main answer. Cool, but I wouldn't take him at 47. All right, so the Panthers just drafted Jonathan Mingo. Okay, so we're not far away, y'all. We're not far away, man. We got some guys sliding. Brian Branch, Darnell Washington, and a bunch of guards are still out there. Yes, sir. Let them know, Johnny Boat. Make sure you like up the stream if you haven't already, man. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we're at pick 39 right now. Thank you, everybody. Well, technically, we're on pick 40 because the Panthers just took Jonathan Mingo, so. I said Jonathan. My fault. Oh, no, his name is Jonathan Mingo. My fault. I keep getting him mixed up with the five-star wide receiver out of St. Louis that Georgia's trying to get in the 2024 recruiting class. That's my fault. I'm sorry, bro. I'm mixed up. Like, I'm recruiting and draft right now. I'm struggling. Y'all just joined. I'm at work. Appreciate it, Will. What's good, Will? Appreciate everybody pulling up. Make sure y'all like the stream if you haven't already. Thank you, Viscount. Thank you, Johnny Boat. Thank you for letting everybody know, man. Appreciate that. Predicting Bergeron. Bruh, the Commanders, apparently, there were a lot of reports that we liked Matthew Bergeron, but he's gone, so. All right, Saints, what we doing? When you look back at it, who would you rather have, JOK or Jamin Davis? I mean, JOK. I wanted JOK over Jamin Davis in the draft in general. But we'll see. I can't believe Darnell Washington is making it this far, bruh. I can't believe my boy Darnell Washington is making it this far. Please get him. Bro, he's literally too perfect at 47, man. Like, it makes way too much sense, bro. You can't fold the bag. Cut commercial for our pick. Just to leave us hanging in suspense. Drew Sanders or Brian Branch? I would personally go Brian Branch, but I wouldn't be mad at Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders is a great linebacker for us, especially with his size. Yeah, height earlier. How tall are you? Yeah, I think everybody thinks I'm like 5'5" or 5'8" or something. But I'm like 6 foot flat. But I don't know, people, I guess the way I have my camera angled or something. We've gone through this before too. We talked about this in another video like a while ago. Yeah, taller than most think. Yeah, everybody think I'm like 5'8". I'm like 6 foot 210, 215. Everybody thinks I'm like 5'8", 160. I don't know why. You 6 foot. I was getting at it. People were saying that to me in person too. When I went to the Commanders-Falcons game that was in Atlanta, not the 2022 season, but the 2021 season, everybody was surprised by how tall I was. I don't know what he says because we only see your head. Yeah, I don't know. What's good, everybody that's pulling up to the stream? Leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Saints, what y'all doing, man? What y'all doing, Saints? Six two 290, okay. Yeah, I'm like 6 foot flat, 215 basically. Rico, have any of the edge rushers fallen? Don't remember many being drafted. I don't know. I've not been keeping up with edge rushers. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I haven't even watched a lot of tape on a lot of edge rushers. I think my boy Thule, who's kind of like a late riser for USC, that's kind of a tweener, edge rusher, defensive tackle, whatever you need. Basically like just a way better version of James Smith-Williams. I think that's a guy maybe. I expect the unexpected with our pick. Accept the unaccepted. Okay. You look short on screen. I get that all the time. Watch the Saints do us dirty like when they took Trautman. Oh my God, don't do that. They did take Adam Trautman from me. Nah, they can't go tight end again. They can't go tight end again. They just did us dirty like that. They can't do us dirty like that again, right? Or am I tripping? Yeah, the Carolina Panthers are replacing DJ Moore with potentially the next DJ Moore. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. 6'2", what? 220? Fast? Maybe they got their DJ Moore replacement. DJ Moore is an extremely underrated wide receiver, so I'm not gonna say that he's automatically gonna be DJ Moore, because that's disrespectful to DJ Moore, because people will sleep on how good DJ Moore is. But Jonathan Mingo could be that guy if we're talking about potential. Lou Ja Tall. Golly, man. Y'all super DMV in the chat. I know I'm a Commander streamer. Golly. I don't be expecting to see the word Ja. The only time I see that word or hear that word is when I'm streaming with y'all in life. Ja Tall to an Ed Rio. Only one look is hype for real. Yeah, Mayor gone. We might snatch up Henley. I love Dayon Henley. I prefer Darnell Washington or Brian Branch, but I love Dayon Henley. Oh, the Saints took Isaiah Foskey. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, yeah. That doesn't mess up my big board. Cool. Cool with me. That boy Captain is way ahead, though. I'm over here eating. I'm talking to the chat, so I'm not able to see the picks as early like I normally do. Eventually, I'm going to get there. You indeed look smaller. I got the opposite. Everyone says to me, you look taller in camera. I'm like 5'5". Yeah, man. I'm like 6 foot flat, 210, 215. Like, I used to be really skinny, but I'm not really skinny anymore though. Foskey is fine. That's not a bad pick. I'm just glad that I told you last night I got you. Appreciate that, Captain. Well, I forgot what I was saying, man. Oh, yeah, Foskey's a good pick. I'm just glad it doesn't take a player off my big board that I wanted. I didn't want Foskey, so I'm happy. That's a good pick for both of us. Yeah, my internet stream is full pick behind anywhere else. It's ugly out here, man. But that boy Captain on it, so. You said, how tall are you? I'm 6 foot flat. This is good, camera. Schmitz at center. Problem staying healthy at the position. We're taking offensive linemen today. Whether it's second round or third round, we'll see. We're taking offensive linemen today. I think guard is the most likely pick, but I'm hoping that the pick is Darnell Washington if he's available, because he's my best player available in this draft by far. Easily. He said both preferably. Said we need to go offensive lineman second and third round. Both picks. But yeah, there's a lot of guys still left. My boy Osiris Torrance is still left. My boy Joe Tipman. My boy John Michael Schmitz. We got options. Do you think we still get Hendon Hooker? I hope not. I do not want to take Hendon Hooker at 47. Please give me Darnell Washington or Brian Branch, please. I can even see an argument for DeJuan Jones over Hendon Hooker. I want a starter with the second round pick, not a backup developmental quarterback, just fresh off a torn ACL. That comes from a gimmicky offense. And I like Hendon Hooker, but not second round, man, not 47. Especially since our third round pick is technically an early fourth round pick, because it's a compensatory third round pick. So we have 32 picks in the third round, and then we pick after that. It's technically an early fourth, so I don't want Hendon Hooker at 47, man. I really don't. Please no. All right, Cardinals, Packers, Jets, Colts, Packers, and Patriots do not sell. I said Packers twice, but that's just the order of the draft. But don't do the Commanders like that, man. Don't do the Commanders like that, man. But there's still 3 offensive linemen I really like Joe Tippmann, John Michael Schmitz, and Osiris Torrance. I really like. So if we end up one of those 3, I'm happy. Even though I prefer Darnell Washington the most because I feel like he's best player available in this draft period. I feel like he was a first round talent. I wouldn't even been mad if we got him at 16. All right, we're only about, what, 6 picks away? We getting there. We're getting there, y'all. Wait, does anybody know why Antonio Brown went to the Ravens? Does anybody understand that one? Does anybody understand that Antonio Brown to the Ravens thing? I thought it was fake when I saw it. I just literally assumed it was Butt Crack Sports or somebody that did that. I did not know that was real. Okay, the Cardinals got Bijan Jalari. That's cool. Oh, so it is fake, right? It's got to be fake. It doesn't even make sense. It can't be. It can't be real, right? My boy Bloodshot with another donation, man. Appreciate that big time. I hear something is wrong with Darnell Washington medical report. I don't care. Hey, that hasn't stopped the Commanders before. I mean, Ron Rivera is different, but Jonathan Allen and Montez Sweat slid really far in the draft, way further than they should have because of medical reports. Hey, man, Commanders, we'll take you. We'll take you. We'll turn you into a Pro Bowler. You have the talent. We'll figure it out after that. And I don't even know what medical issue he could have because I didn't hear anything about it. And you know, I'm everything Georgia. I'm everything Georgia. I didn't hear anything. But if there's something out there, I'll take it. I'll take it. If it makes him fall to us at 47 and we take him, whatever the issue is, I'll take it. Bro, I'm feeling the same way. Somebody please take Hendon Hooker before we have a chance to get him. Because I have a good feeling that we will, and I really don't want to. Not 47, man. Please, no, man. Please, no. Appreciate the donation again, Bloodshot. Doesn't AB have a warrant? I really don't know what he got going on, man. I stopped paying attention to Buddy. I've been stopped paying attention to Buddy. Cards are going to take Darnell. Please, no, man. Don't they still have Zach Ertz? Didn't they take somebody else too, bro? Leave us alone, bro. Leave Darnell alone. Don't touch him, bro. Don't touch him, man. Y'all don't need him. I know Zach Ertz is probably on his last leg, but come on, bro. Chill out, bro. Chill out, bro. Commanders need Darnell Washington, man. Chill out. I want Dewan's like a junkie. Boy, Dewan like a J. Darnell or Dewan, and I'll be happy. Prefer Darnell, but I'm happy either way. Even though I think we're more likely going to go interior offensive lineman because this is a direct need. Because if we draft tackle, we got to move some things around and release somebody. Interior offensive line, especially in the interior. Wait, the Packers got Luke Musgrave. Okay, Darnell Washington's still out there, right? Yes, sir. Go crazy, Packers. Go crazy. Go crazy, Packers. Go crazy. Luke Musgrave is gone. Good tight end. I like him, but whatever it takes for us to get Darnell Washington, please. Darnell Washington and Cole Turner will be a 6 set. Don't sleep with my boy Armani Rogers, too, my boy. If we draft the quarterback, I don't want to ever have a second-round pick again. That's a great point. Our second-round picks have been underperforming. That's the best way. That's the best way to put it. That's the nicest way to put it. We take Hendon Hooker fresh off a torn ACL with Sam Howell in the second. Sam Howell is our potential franchise quarterback. I'm good. I'm not mad at us getting Hendon Hooker, period. But in the second round, you need a starter. You need a starter in 2023 with that second round pick. No reason. No reason. You said Darnell Washington and Amari Rodgers. Bro, I'm telling you, Darnell Washington and Amari Rodgers might be the most athletic tight end pairing in the entire NFL. Now I'm 2 bigs behind on Twitter now. Yeah, I would easily take Dorian Thompson-Robinson in the 6th over Hendon Hooker in the 2nd. Easily. Not even a question. But I would trade a 6 for Malik Willis any day as well. Please give me Malik Willis. I can't believe Darnell Washington has fallen like this. Please give us Darnell Washington. Somebody said that the Falcons offense is perfectly built for ... Lamar Jackson. And that's a good point. That Falcons offense is literally perfect if Lamar Jackson was running it, but he ain't, so. That's crazy. All right, Jess, what y'all doing? Don't mess us up, man. What's good, Jose? Would you rather get DTR in the 6th or 5th? Either way. Anything over Hendon Hooker in the 2nd. Yeah, Fromm can go do whatever he wants. Anything besides being a Commanders quarterback. I don't even want Fromm on the team because I don't want there being a chance of how and Brissett getting hurt and he got to go out there. Unless we're trying to get the number 1 overall pick and get Caleb Williams. That's the only reason we would want Fromm on the field. Only reason. You got to remember, Fromm is the one that had Bobby McCain out here looking like Ed Reed with 2 interceptions. That should tell you everything you need to know, man. Bro, give me Darnell Washington. Even though I don't think we'll do it, even if he's there, he's by far my favorite player left. Him and Brian Branch. But I can see it being DeJuan Jones or Osiris Torrance, though, for sure. Which are both good picks. I'm not mad at those picks, but I'm not going to be as passionate and extremely happy about those picks. We got to get Torrance or Jones if they make it. That's literally what I was just talking about, too. DeJuan Jones or Osiris Torrance make a lot of sense. I wouldn't be extremely happy about that. Those are solid picks that make a lot of sense, but they're not my favorite picks. Darnell Washington and Brian Branch are who I really want. The only reason I will argue against Brian Branch is because you can get Quan Alexander probably in the third. I mean, Quan Martin in the 3rd round, and you could argue they're about just the same as far as slot corners go and safety hybrids and stuff like that. So, I'm cool either way. I really prefer Darnell Washington though, but I think at this point, I don't really see a scenario of us messing up the pick. You know what I'm saying? Osiris Torrance and DeJuan Jones are good picks. Between the two, I probably prefer Osiris Torrance just to fill in an immediate need at guard. But I prefer Darnell Washington and Brian Branch right now for sure. I don't even care if it's not as big of a need. They're best players available, period. Man, hey, I'm not going to lie. Patriots, go ahead and get Hendon Hooker, man. Go ahead, Patriots. Yeah, my boy Joe Tippmann's on the board, too. Oh, never mind. Joe Tippmann is off the board, apparently. Never mind. My boy Captain is saying that they already took Joe Tippmann, and he's been ahead at no point so far. I'm sad to hear it, but it is what it is, man. We do need to protect Sam Howell, though. We do. But I just want Darnell Washington so bad, I don't care. He got legs. He can run around. Jets are having a great draft. To get Joe Tippmann in the 2nd is crazy. That's a great pick. I love Joe Tippmann. Y'all seen me mock him to us. Out of like my 6 mock drafts I did within the past few months, I had Joe Tippmann coming to us like 3 or 4 times. Like, y'all know if anybody loves him, it's me. That's a great pick. Joe Tippmann was too tall at center for Sam anyway. That's an interesting point. I never thought of that. My boy Blake with the donation, man. Appreciate that. Love your content. Do you think Forbes could do pick, punt return, kick return? I think he could. I think he could actually be really good at it, but I don't think they're going to ask him to do that because they value him too much on defense. They value him way too much on defense. He's going to change the field positioning off of his ability to get interceptions. That's how he's going to change field positioning. They'll bring in somebody else to do that. I think he could be a good returner, but I don't think we're going to do that with him. He's too valuable as a corner. Yeah, Cody Martin's still out there. There's a lot of guys out there that's like decent to good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be happy with quite a few picks. I'd be happy with Darnell Washington and Brian Branch, but out of all of the offensive linemen that are available, Osiris Torrance would probably be my favorite pick, though. Even though I do prefer Darnell Washington and Brian Branch. If I had to pick between DeJuan Jones, Osiris Torrance, and all those guys, Cody March, whatever, I want Osiris Torrance, please. That's why I love the video. He was only 6'3", so when he bent, blocking, easy for Sam to see over. That's a great point. That's great analysis. That's great analysis. I didn't even think of that. Appreciate the donation, Nadia Holloway. Appreciate that big time. Thank you for the thank you. You know what I'm saying? Much love, man. Appreciate the donation big time, man. I'm just sitting here having fun. I'm eating my crack salt wings. I don't know about other cities, but Atlanta got this crack salt thing going on, and boy, it's beautiful. Crack seasoning. Literally, it's like white powder. Still, no, I don't know what's in it, but it's really good, and that's all I care about. And then, you know I'm from Atlanta, so I gotta have a honey lemon pepper. That's what we do. That's literally what we do. That's what we're known for. I mean, Atlanta's known for wings, period, but the honey lemon pepper especially. So I had to, you know, I'm over here eating good right now. I'm chilling, enjoying the draft. Darnell Washington sliding. Hopefully my Commanders can get him. I am what I am. I mean, I'm telling you, move one of the tackles inside. DeJuan at tackle. Let him block out the sun. Will be good. Think Jones because he has higher potential. Okay. Lemon pepper overrated. Oh, that's crazy. You must not have had it in Atlanta, because I can admit, just as uncomfortable as DMV people are with having mumbo sauce outside of the DMV, I feel the exact same. I feel the exact same about honey lemon pepper outside of Atlanta. I'm scared to even try it. And so, man, hey, you must not have had Atlanta honey lemon pepper, man. I'm not talking just lemon pepper. I'm talking about honey lemon pepper. As a huge difference. Oh yeah, JJ's is in Chicago. Do they got the crack salt in Chicago? Honey Old Bay wings. That's the most DMV thing I've ever heard. How y'all gonna put Old Bay on the wings too? Golly, man, y'all DMV in this chat for real. Y'all gonna put Old Bay on the wings, man? Golly, man. Darnell Washington is an offensive lineman as well. I agree. Oh, somebody took Julian Brents? Who took Julian Brents? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, the Colts got him? Wow. He was my pick for corner in the second round if we went offensive lineman in the first round. So it's kind of sad to see that we wouldn't have gotten him anyway. Old Bay wings and fries are gas. Don't sleep on honey Old Bay. That sounds so DMV. That sounds crazy DMV. That sounds insanely DMV. That's levels of DMV I don't even know how to reach. Hey, Rico, have you at least once come to Mexico? Not yet. My brother and sister, Mexican, well, half. You know, we got the same dad and everything. And so I do want to go out there eventually. I love my brother and sister and everything, man. I really, really want Ricky Stromberg later. 97. I think we picking him. Salt, pepper, Old Bay. All this Old Bay stuff is just entire. This stream just became entirely too DMV. How do we start talking about Old Bay? Even though I'm with y'all on the fish seasoning, my granddad has to go back to Maryland to get it. We put fish seasoning in the grits, the eggs, everything. So I'm with y'all. I haven't gotten on the Old Bay thing yet, but fish seasoning, when my granddad goes up there, Atlanta just got Utz like recently. Like since I went to college, Utz finally made it down to Atlanta. Old Bay and mumbo sauce. Boy, this stream just turned extremely DMV. Can we chill out? We got a wing spot in Orlando, Florida called ATL Deli. The honey lemon pepper is the truth. I believe it. If it got the name Atlanta on it, they better step up and make it taste like it's from Atlanta. Yeah, you had honey lemon pepper wings till you came to Atlanta, because that's literally what we do. We do wings, and we specifically do honey lemon pepper. Jasper's Layover makes tiger shrimp and wings and honey lemon pepper, just like ATL. Too many people have vouched. Okay, hey, noted. Hey, noted. When I'm in Landover for any reason, if I'm visiting my grandparents over there, and I keep Old Bay, and we have Old Bay. What do we use Old Bay on? Heavily with pepper slaps. Lions trade up. Oh, Lord. What's going on? Not tight end. They already took tight end, though, didn't they? I had to get my mom mail me some Kool-Aid package. Jasper's legit. I'm about to check out Jasper's. If you saying there's a place in Maryland that makes honey lemon pepper like Atlanta, I'm writing that one down. I ain't gonna lie. Like, that's getting written down. Where's my tab at? Jasper's. What'd you say? Jasper's and Landover? Okay. Next time I'm in Maryland, because y'all know I'm like from Mitchellville and Landover, the Bowie area. That's where I was before I moved into Atlanta. So next time I'm up there, I'm gonna have to make a move, man. Lions took Sam Laporte. Okay, so thank you. I don't have to worry about them taking Darnell Washington, right? Jasper's, Landover, Maryland, wings, honey, lemon, pepper. Let me write that down. I'm gonna have to take y'all up on that. I can vouch for Jasper's, PG County. Okay, bet. Next time I'm in Landover, I have to do it. You from ATI? I was born in Maryland. I went to Burnwing Heights Elementary School. Was it Mitchellville Elementary School? And then I moved to Atlanta. I went to elementary school in Maryland. I was born in Maryland, went to elementary school, then I moved to Atlanta. Going to Forestville, Jasper, Spank. I'm about to try it. Jasper's drinks better than their food. Don't get disappointed. Make sure you check out the wings too, Mo. Okay. Golly, this. I've seen Tyrone say Ja and Mo already in one stream, and now we talking about Old Bay. Golly, man. I know it's a Commander stream, but golly, man. Honey Old Bay, okay. Hip Hop Chicken got the bomb crack seasoning. All right, where are we at? Where are we talking about? Where's Hip Hop Chicken? Because I got to find the crack seasoning in every city I go to. I can vouch for the crack seasoning. Crack seasoning. Wait, who took Brian Branch? Who took Brian Branch? Wait a minute. Oh, Woodmore Elementary. My fault. It wasn't Mitchell. So it was Burnwing Heights. I went to Burnwing Heights and Woodmore Elementary. The Lions got Brian Branch. That's a steal. I think that's a steal. Great pick by the Lions. Hey, Patriots, do not touch Darnell Washington. All right, so if the Patriots don't do anything funky and don't do anything crazy, Waldorf. I've heard about Waldorf. I think y'all treat Waldorf just like how Atlanta treats Gwinnett. I think that's how y'all treat them. Because I seen somebody do like the author theme song and was like all the way at Waldorf or whatever, something like that. Something stupid. Y'all always make fun of it like how we make fun of Gwinnett. Lions cheated. They traded up to get Brian Branch. They must have known. They must have knew that we wanted him. Wingstop garlic promise. Killer, let's trade for Washington. Waldorf is a different country. Waldorf is the suburbs in the country. Yeah, so it's like our Gwinnett. It's like Atlanta's Gwinnett. You have NFL Sunday ticket? I have to go to the bar to watch. Yeah, I always have Sunday ticket. I got to. Just even for content. The Patriots took Keon White. Okay. So if the Patriots took Keon White, we are on the board. Sadly, Hendon Hooker is there. Super Maryland. Not Maryland, but Super Maryland. Waldorf is like Smyrna. Okay. I guess that's a better fit then. Waldorf is like Smyrna. That put. Well, what? Smyrna still. I would say Gwinnett, I guess. Nah, but not Super Maryland, though. Somebody's saying it's Super Maryland. Okay, so don't panic. Hopefully we do not take Hendon Hooker. Ignoring Hendon Hooker, there's Darnell Washington. There's Osiris Torrance. There's John Michael Schmitz. We got some guys available. Darnell Washington, please, Commanders. If you know what's good for you. I love Utz chips. Yeah, we just got Utz since I've been like an adult, like going to college. Like, I moved to New York, and then Utz passed me. When I'm going from Atlanta to New York, Utz somewhere in me passing by Maryland went down to Atlanta finally. Because I remember when I first moved to Atlanta, I was like, where's the Utz? All we got is Lay's, that's it. I was disappointed. But then we finally got Utz as soon as I left. Has Rivera ever had a meeting with Darnell? We had something with him, right? I can pull it up. Darnell Washington, we had a formal combine. And we went to Georgia's Pro Day. I'm pretty sure we went for Broderick Jones probably the most, but I'm pretty sure Darnell Washington was second. Yeah, we have DeJuan Jones. That's a good pick for me. Like, from my opinion, DeJuan Jones is a good pick. John Michael Schmitz is probably a slightly better pick. Osiris Torrance is probably a slightly better pick, but my favorite pick right now is Darnell Washington, plain and simple, no questions asked. But if we get DeJuan Jones, John Michael Schmitz, Osiris Torrance, I'm cool. I'd be happy. I'm not elated, but I'm happy. But Darnell Washington, you can't tell me nothing. We get Darnell Washington, you can't tell me nothing. I just doubt it happens, though. And please not Hendon Hooker. I don't see anybody in the chat that's rooting for Hendon Hooker. How come I don't see no Hendon Hookers? How come I don't see no hitting the hookers? Where the hitting the hookers at in the chat? Yeah, now the Lions getting Brian Branch in the second round is arguably one of the biggest steals in the draft. If somebody called it, wasn't it Yam that called it earlier? That as soon as it's our pick, we're going to go to commercial break. I like Dayon Henley a lot, but we may be able to get him in the third round. He's my favorite linebacker in the draft, but we may be able to get him in the third round. Like I said, I prefer Ricky Stoneberger over John Smith-Williams. Better value, more upside. Okay, I can see that argument. All right, man, let's get it, man. Come on. Darnell Washington, man. Darnell Washington, please, man. I beg you, man. Darnell Washington. We could take Jatavius Quan Martin, who I really want. One of my favorite players available. But I think he'll be there at 97, potentially. He could be our starting slot. Buffalo nickel, star position. Again, Georgia calls it the star. The Commanders call it the Buffalo nickel. Either way, man, please. Darnell Washington, man. Darnell Washington right now. Quan Martin in the third. It's an A+ draft for me. You can't. Darnell fixed 2 positions, too. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If we draft Quan as Fuller cut, not yet. But we probably go ahead and let him walk. Maybe he is cut, but maybe he plays out the final season. We let him walk after his contract up after this next season. We'll see. Man, that's crazy that the Lions were able to get Brian Branch in the second. They traded up to get him, too. They probably knew we were looking at him. Oh, we got my boy. We got Quan Martin. We got my boy. That's our starting slot, guys. I would have waited. To the third round to get him. But the Commanders don't care about that. If they really like a guy, they're going to take him. So now our DB group should be elite. There's like no excuse. We still need interior offensive linemen real bad. And I really, really wanted Darnell Washington. But Quan Martin is a good pick. At second round, you can argue. But if we would have gotten Quan Martin in the third, it would have been a steal. Second round is a little questionable. I really like him, though. I love Quan Martin. I've been big on him the whole time. I like Quan Martin a lot. You can argue him and Devon Witherspoon were the best players on that entire team. I like Quan Martin way more than the other safety that was there. I think our secondary has no excuses but to be elite. But we got to figure out offensive line now. If you don't take Darnell Washington or offensive line, when we going to do it? I'm assuming maybe we trade up from 97. I wouldn't be surprised if we trade up from 97. I would not be surprised if we trade up from 97 to get an offensive lineman. Where's my boy Darnell Washington going to go? All I know is he better not end up on the Eagles, man. Please, no. Not the Eagles, the Cowboys, or the Giants, man. Please, 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 please. Did you see where I had to correct you about Forbes covering? Yeah, I saw it. I liked it. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I said my boy said it. I didn't watch it. That's why I said my boy said that he did. I wanted to make sure I made that clear. I didn't see it with my own eyes. My boy said. And then, yeah, I favorited the comment on the YouTube video. I gave it the heart, the Street Scores heart. But, yeah, Ron Rivera, I'm assuming we're trading up soon because right now interior offensive line is definitely a problem. And I really wanted Darnell Washington. But I do, yeah, he probably goes to the Eagles. I hope not, man. But Quan Martin is a really good player. I would have waited maybe to the third round to try to get him. But he is a really, really good player. Explosive player. Arguably the best slot corner in the draft between him and Brian Branch, in my opinion. And he's literally a better Bobby McCain. Now, does that show that they don't have faith in Percy Butler? That's interesting. Do they not have faith in Percy Butler to step up? Do they see Percy Butler as more of a free safety and see Quan Martin as more of a slot corner? Maybe that's what it is. My boy Joe with the donation, typical of him, always pulling up to support, man. What up? Checking in from the 210, man. Appreciate that big time. My boy Joe with the donation, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What about drafting an O-tackle or moving Charles Leno to guard? Well, we wouldn't move Charles Leno to guard. If anything, we would move Andrew Wiley to left guard, but we'll see. But I love Quan Martin as a player. It's just a little funky second round. But the Commanders have shown that they don't care how people have their big board. If they love a player, they're going to take it, and it's that, plain and simple, end of the day. They're taking the guys that they love. Emmanuel Forbes and Quan Martin. We should have an elite secondary. We still got to figure out what's going on with this offensive line situation, but our secondary should be elite. I don't know where my boy Darnell Washington is going to slide, but this is really interesting. This is very, very interesting. This is actually pretty interesting. This is crazy right now. I don't know what's going on. It's a lot going on, but we'll see. But they are not playing about this defense. Our defense was ranked top 10. Our offense was bottom 10, and we keep drafting defense. But, again, I like the Emmanuel Forbes pick a lot, and I love Quan Martin as a player. I feel like second round may be a little rich, but I love him as a player. And, again, Rivera and company do not care about, well, we can maybe get him in the third. No, we're going to take him right now because we love him that much. And, I mean, you got to remember, Quan Martin may be the most athletic safety in this draft class. So on top of that, it's a lot of reasons why we just took that man. He's kind of different. I like him a lot. I like Quan Martin a lot. Second, I'm just really happy that we didn't take Hendon Hooker. I mean, apparently there were reports that we were going to trade up for Hendon Hooker. He falls to us at 47. Why didn't we take him? Which lets me know that if we were truly trying to trade up to 32, we weren't going for Hendon Hooker. We were going for Will Levis. Apparently. And I'm really happy we dodged that one. I'm really happy we dodged the Will Levis situation. Trading up for Will Levis is crazy. That's insane. I'm scared. Let's still go out there and trade a 6 for Malik Willis, though. But Quan Martin is that guy, bro. Do not sleep on Quan Martin. Please don't sleep on Quan Martin. Do not sleep on my boy Quan Martin. Second round pick, but Quan Martin is that guy. You can argue. I mean, Chris Sims has him as his number one safety, and I have him as my second best slot corner between him and Brian Branch. He's a really good player. I just thought we'd be able to sneak him in the third round. But again, technically our third round pick is an early fourth because it's a compensatory pick after everybody already picks. But, hey, man, I'm happy to have him. I just wish we would have taken Darnell Washington because I still feel like he's best player available. I feel like Darnell Washington was best player available on the board since late in the first. But it is what it is, man. Let's get it, man. I'm excited about Quan Martin. I'm glad to have him. Took him a little bit sooner than I expected, but I'm glad to have him at the end of the day. My boy Quan Martin, man. Y'all seen me. I mocked him to us. Oh, I got one right. I got one person in my mock draft right. Now, I took him in the third round instead of the second, but at least I got one player correctly in my final mock, and that's all I needed. I guessed one guy. You know how hard it is to guess anybody, so I am happy, man. I am definitely happy. But just to let you know, Quan Martin ran a 4.46 at the combine. He had a 44-inch vertical jump and an 11 foot 1 inch broad jump, man. That man is different with a 1.417 yard split. And this does scream Kendall Fuller getting cut or contract getting redid or something, restructured something. It screams that for sure. Let me look up his RAS as a matter of fact while we're at it, because I'm pretty sure that's what people care the most about right now. Oh, I already did it. Jartavius Quan Martin RAS. That's how you know I like that guy, because I've already done that several times. Oh boy, the RAS site is down. Shouts out to Twitter for saving us. But yeah, man, I've been trying to tell y'all about Quan Martin for a minute, bro. I love Quan Martin. Where's the RAS, man? Give me the RAS. Where we at? I've literally mocked him to us just a couple of days ago. I had him in the third round, but I saw us taking him. Oh, look at my video. Type in Jartavius Quan Martin, see what comes up. My video. You know what I'm saying, man? Something light. You know what I'm saying? It's just what I do, man. Google rocking with me. Them SEOs going crazy. Search engine optimization. Stop playing with me. I'm on all that. All right, give me the RAS, man, though, for real. Give me the RAS. Stop playing with me, RAS. Come on. He said, yes, sir, my boy. Well, yeah, okay, here we go. I had to take out the Quan. All right, so Great speed, elite explosion, and that's what you want from your safety. Elite explosion is what you want. Now, he's small, but he's a great tackler. I think he had a 90-something run defense grade and a 90-something tackling grade. So, yeah, I had him mocked to us. I just saw it in the 3rd round. But, hey, man, this man, explosive, man. Elite explosion, not... His vert is in the 9.99 percentile, like crazy. Appreciate that, TJ. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate that, Tyrone. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate that, Will. Yeah, SEO Rico. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Boy, TJ, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, nah. I mean, if you see 9.99 percentile, that's elite of elite. That's elite of elite. One of the most explosive guys doing it, and it's going to show. I mean, honestly, if you want to see him as like a Justin Simmons, maybe, I can see that. Hurts my heart to know we had to take my guy Branch if he made it. Yeah, we were definitely going Brian Branch. That's why the Lions traded in front of us. We were definitely looking at Brian Branch. Brian Branch gone. We went Quan Martin. I truly believe that. That's what it looks like to me. I could be tripping, but that's what it looks like to me. That man, Brian Branch, was almost a commander, but I love Quan Martin. Jartavius Quan Martin. Chris Sims had him as his #1 safety. I had him as my #2 slot corner. So I love the pick. I'm a big fan of the pick in general. I'm a big fan of the pick. Around sooner than I expected, but I like him a lot. And I think he's going to be our starting slot corner. And I can see, yeah, I see a lot of people saying they like Quan Martin more than they like Brian Branch. He's more athletic, I can tell you that. We'll see what happens with Kendall Fuller, though. This is really interesting. Kendall Fuller gone? Is Kendall Fuller gone? And shouts out to London Fletcher for announcing the pick, too. I almost forgot to say that. I mean, we said it was going to happen like an hour ago. But now that he's officially doing it, I want to shout him out again because he should be a Hall of Famer, point blank, period. Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah just said he's the 2nd best nickel, but I can see the debate between Quan Alexander and Brian Branch as the best nickel in the draft. Quan has a great change of direction too. It's not on his RES though. I had him at slot #3. I can see that. I can see that. Great. He's a really good player. 47, you can argue reach or not, but at the end of the day, when you get a really good player, that's all that matters, man. So I'm gonna shout him out, man. I'm gonna clap it up. Our secondary has no excuse but to be elite. None. No excuse. He's your starting slot corner. Emmanuel Forbes is your starting outside corner. I already told y'all Emmanuel Forbes was the Bryce Young of corners. Quan Martin, you can see him as a safety, but I see him more so as a starting slot corner. He's literally your direct replacement for Bobby McCain, but way better, more explosive, more instinctual, literally just better Bobby McCain. And y'all remember, a lot of us are lower on Bobby McCain than the Commanders were, but Bobby McCain played a lot of snaps for a reason. A lot of people were acting like after we released Bobby McCain, we didn't have a hole in our secondary. We did. They liked Bobby McCain. He played an important role on this defense. He was our starting slot until Danny Johnson was ready to step up. I believe Bobby McCain may have got hurt, whatever. But now we have a certified slot. Danny Johnson is your backup slot for sure. Emmanuel Forbes is your starting outside corner opposite of Benjamin St-Juste. Then you got Quan Martin starting in the slot. We'll see what we do with Kendall Fuller, but it sounds like he's probably either going to have to restructure his contract or we're going to let him ride out this last year or whatever. But my immediate thought, even before Kendall Fuller, is like, what does that say about Percy Butler? Because I thought he looked really good in that final game against the Cowboys, but I guess the Commanders were like, we're not going to take a chance. If Percy Butler is going to explode, then he's just going to have to be part of the rotation because we're not taking a chance. Quan Martin, we love him that much. We love Emmanuel Forbes that much. Yeah, maybe we could have gotten them later, but those are our guys. We believe in them. We know exactly how they'll fit into our system. Let's get it. And they had the same logic with Jahan Dotson last year, and look how it worked out. So, Emmanuel Forbes and Quan Martin, let's get it. Hopefully he breaks the 2nd-round pick curse. Hopefully my boy Quan Martin breaks the 2nd-round pick curse, man. He might be able to do it. I mean, if Adarian Mathis is healthy, if Samuel Cosme played guard as soon as we drafted him, just like Brandon Sheriff, moving him from tackle to guard immediately, maybe our 2nd-round picks wouldn't look as bad. Quan Martin might be the first one to break the curse immediately, though, like without having needing more than a year to do it. But let's see, man. We still need interior offensive lineman, in my opinion. I'm interested in seeing how far Darnell Washington slides. I would trade back up into the second round to get him, but that's just me. That's just me, man. That is just me. Cody Moss just finally went to the Buccaneers. I thought they traded up to get Hendon Hooker potentially, but we'll see. All right, let's see. Okay, I got my title ready for the video I'm gonna do. Let's get it, man. Yeah, I love him though. I love Quan Alexander. I keep wanting to call him Quan Alexander. You know, I'm not mad about this, but I really want Darnell Washington still if we could somehow find a way. I really do. I don't trade back up and get him. Do what you got to do. Include a third-round pick from next year if you have to. Package to this year's third and next year's third to move up to get Darnell Washington. I don't care. Make it happen. But yeah, man, I like Quan Alexander a lot. I mean, Quan Martin. I'm going to keep doing that. I love Quan Martin a lot. Yeah, Trenton Simpson is still out there, but I already knew he was going to slide. A lot of people don't love this linebacker class, so I'm not surprised. I like a lot of guys. I like Trenton Simpson some. I prefer Dayon Henley. I'm not surprised that they're sliding. Maybe we'll get one of them in the third. But I like Quan Martin again. I mocked him to us in my final mock draft. You can go look it up. But I had us getting them in the third. So you can argue maybe this is a reach, but I really love the player. Do I love the pick? I'll take some time to think about that. But do I love the player? Am I really happy that we have Quan Martin on the Commanders? Of course. I've been trying to talk to y'all about Quan Martin for weeks now, for months now. And remember, let me go ahead and show y'all. Again, it's the pinned comment at the top. If you haven't been here long enough, the pinned comment at the top is this list right here with all of the evidence of all of the prospects we're interested in, all 125. And this is going to get really crucial when we get to this third round, fourth round, all the way through the seventh, the guys that we're more than likely taking. This is all of the guys we're interested in and how and why. It's the pinned comment at the top. It's free for you to access. It's a free PDF. All you got to do is click that link. Quan Martin. Now, the Draft Network has him as their 101st best player. Again, Chris Sims has him as his #1 safety. This is the second year in a row that the Commanders have taken Chris Sims #1 safety in the draft class. I'm just now thinking about that. That's really interesting. Second year in a row. Let me write that down. Second year in a row, Commanders took Chris Sims #1 safety in class. I see him as more of a slot corner, and that's literally what he's coming here to do, to be a starting slot corner, kind of like a Bobby McCain. You can ask him to play some safety if you want to as well, but he's coming here to start in the slot, point blank, period. And again, Draft Network had him as their 101st player, but I had us getting him in the third round. I didn't see him making it all the way to the fourth. Definitely not at this point. We took him in the second, obviously, so that's how high we are on him. We had a private meeting with him all the way in Ashburn, private top 30 visit April 18th, and we went to the Illinois Pro Day. We more than likely went for Quan Martin because we had to have known Devon Witherspoon was out of reach. So we should have known that Quan Martin was on the way to be a Commander. We heard reports that we were interested in him and everything. It only makes sense. Here's his RES score if you want to see it. But hey, man, do what you got to do. Package in. Yeah, he had Percy Butler as his #1 safety last year. I trust you on this one, Mr. Rico. I mean, again, I had us take him in the third round, so you can argue it was a reach. Do I love the pick? I'm not sure yet. Do I love the player? Absolutely. I love Quan Martin. Again, it was between him and Brian Branch as my favorite slot corner in this draft. And to be able to potentially get arguably the best slot corner in an entire draft at the 47th pick, you did well. And now our secondary should be elite. And we should be Benjamin St-Juste injury safe. Now we should be Benjamin St-Juste injury safe now. When in doubt, Benjamin St-Juste healthy. I don't know how Kendall Fuller gets on the field. This is just too athletic of a secondary. Kendall Fuller just is going to be I can't really see a scenario where he touches the field often because we prefer to have 3 safeties out there more than 3 corners. So at this point, I don't know where Kendall Fuller fits in unless Benjamin St-Juste gets hurt. But again, we are now Benjamin St-Juste injury proof. Benjamin St-Juste can get hurt. We still have Kendall Fuller, Quan Martin, and Emmanuel Forbes as our corners, and we're good to go still. So we should be straight. What the heck? Darnell Washington sitting there, Sam Howell's security blanket, and extra tackle when you grab another DV. Yeah, take our guy when you think it's right to take our guy. I can't argue against it. I'm upset about not getting Darnell Wright. I'm gonna be point blank period about that. I am upset that we didn't get Darnell Washington. My fault. And Darnell Wright. I wanted Darnell Wright too, but I already knew he was out of our reach. But now at 40, why is Keanu Benton smiling like that? Did y'all see the Pittsburgh Steelers take that defensive tackle and the way he was smiling to the camera? That disturbed me a little bit. That messed up my train of thought. But yeah, I'm upset that we didn't get Darnell Washington. I am. But I love Quan Martin as a pick, and both can be true. I love Quan Martin as a player, but I prefer Darnell Washington. I think we may have been able to get Quan Martin in the 3rd round, but there's no telling. And again, Ron Rivera and company will take their guy early if they have to, if they really like him that much. I can't be mad at it. We got to almost give him, it's hard to say give him the benefit of the doubt at this point, but the way that we got Jahan Dotson last year and everybody was upset and questioning it, and now look at him. Arguably the best rookie receiver last year, period. Him and Stephon Diggs were leading the entire NFL, not just rookies, the entire NFL, receiver, tight end, running back, everybody, for receiving touchdowns until he got hurt. That was the pick that everybody was questioning, just like the Emmanuel Forbes pick, just like the Quan Martin pick that people are questioning right now. So we'll see how it works out. You got to give him somewhat the benefit of the doubt. Don't give him the full benefit of the doubt, but at least keep it in the back of your mind. But this guy is definitely the next Bobby McCain. He's definitely going to start day one. That's obvious. He's starting day one. Day one, more than likely snap one. He's on the field. Kendall Fuller, you just got to move over. We just got more athletic. Benjamin St. Juste is covering A.J. Brown. Emmanuel Forbes is covering Devonta Smith. And then Quan Martin is running around there picking up whoever's left. And let's get it. Let's go. Emmanuel Forbes is covering Brandon Cooks. Quan Martin or Benjamin St. Juste are covering CeeDee Lamb. And let's get to work. And this defensive line should be able to get to work. Messed up my train of thought. Y'all didn't see the way that Steelers pick was smiling at the camera? He didn't mess y'all up too? I can't be the only one, man. I cannot be the only one. I can't wait to do a video breaking down Quan Martin because I already know some people don't know about him. Some people don't like the pick. I'm about to come out of nowhere with a video killing it. I'm telling y'all. I'm thinking about it. Nah, I'm not gonna end the stream. We got 400. First of all, speaking of it, we have 465 people in here. I'm gonna need y'all to like up the stream, please. Please leave a like on the stream. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. Rich, I'm right with you. I love Quan Martin. I love the player. The pick, I'm still a little iffy on it, especially with Darnell Washington out there. But for us to have Emmanuel Forbes and Darnell Washington, this secondary is potentially elite. There's literally no excuse. Like, if this secondary isn't elite, if it isn't arguably the best in the NFC East at the very least, then we have a problem. It's that much talent. They need to go to YouTube and watch this tape. Hey, man, no-fly. It should be a no-fly zone. It's hard to predict a no-fly zone. It's hard to call it. But it feels like it should be. But, yeah, make sure you like up the stream if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, man, I like the pick, man. That's my dog. That's my dog. Well, I love the player. I'm praying that Pro Football Focus Stock Exchange is right about DeJuan Jones sliding almost out of day 2. Hey, man, okay, that might be a thing. We might be able to steal DeJuan Jones late. Man, I love me some Quan Martin. Do I love him 2nd round? Kinda. But I love me some Quan Martin, bro. That man's a dog, bro. Plain and simple. Yeah, the defense does feel complete. I mean, it would be nice if we got a slight upgraded linebacker, but I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. This man played 493 snaps last year in the slot, 177 at safety, and 75 out wide. He played out wide some as well. Illinois was using their DBs everywhere. Quan Martin played 493 snaps in the slot, 75 wide, and 177 at safety, just to let you know last year. This man is a slot corner, point blank, period. But if you need him to play some safety, just like Bobby McCain, he can do that. He's literally just way better Bobby McCain. That's the best way to put it. He's literally the McCain replacement. But we need to go ahead and package this 97th pick, maybe our next year's 3rd, and go ahead and move up for offensive line. Interior offensive lineman or Darnell Washington, please. Preferably Darnell Washington. We gonna show the official RAS. You out here showing the unofficial. Just go. The site crashed, Rich. The site is crashed, bro. I'm sorry I want to, but the site is crashed. Unless it's up now. Last time I tried it, it was crashed. Okay, thank you. Okay, it was crashed at first. Thank you. So I had to show that stupid one first, but thank you, Rich. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you, letting me know. All right, bet. Now that we got the official RAS, yep, elite explosion, elite speed. Let's get to work, Quan. Let's get to work, Quan. What they got him as a free safety right now? He's gonna be a slot corner for us, but either way, elite athleticism. Kind of small, but elite athleticism. Ain't nothing flying over here. Ain't nothing flying over here, man. But I'm assuming with how we're picking in this draft that they really like the offensive lineman that we picked up in free agency. And they must be really high on Chris Paul starting at left guard. They must be really high. Because at this point, to go secondary this much, I thought we should improve the secondary. But first and second round, they must love this they must love this offensive line. They must love this offensive line. They must be higher on Chris Paul than any of us are. They must think Andrew Wiley's ready at right tackle, Samuel Cosme's right guard, Chase Roulier can stay healthy, and Charles Leno at left tackle, and we're good. Change position to strong safety. Can you do that here? Oh, run his different position? Okay, let's see. How do you press enter? Like, now what? What do I... After you do that, now what? Am I tripping? Hold on. Go back to regular view. All right, put it this. Oh, there we go. Change position. Yeah, it goes down a little bit, but his vertical is the best of all time. His overall thing goes down because I guess maybe he's too. Yeah, it's the size. The size makes the grade go down, but then his vertical becomes the best vertical by a strong safety of all time. So that's funny. Can I put him at slot corner? Or they just got cornerback? I'm curious what he looks like as a corner. Let me see what they got him as. Oh, see, corner, which he's actually gonna play. That's where he's killing it even more. I'm not gonna lie, I'm leaving it at corner. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm leaving it because he's going to play in the slot. That's what he's here for. He's going to play in the slot. He's elite as a corner, like elite. That's where I'm keeping him. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and fix that right now on my other computer. This is a slot corner, point blank, period. Yeah, he's straight up playing a slot corner, man. I ain't gonna lie. That man is a starting slot corner for us right now. Emmanuel Forbes and Jartavius Martin make this secondary potentially elite. And behind the dominant defensive line, we got to figure out what's going on with offensive line, especially the interior, but we'll see. But yeah, Kendall Fuller, I don't know what we're about to do with him. Would you trade Kendall for some picks? I mean, I would, but what would we get out of it? Yeah, Andrew Wiley's a right tackle for me. Man, if we get DeJuan kick Wiley to left guard, he's better there anyway. Training camp about to be a movie. Hey, man, iron sharpens iron, man. This elite secondary versus this arguably the most underrated receiving group in the NFL. They're going to be going against each other. It's going to be a camp battle, bro. Big camp battle. Big camp battle. Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, and Curtis Samuel versus Emmanuel Forbes, Benjamin St. Juste, and Quan Martin and Kendall Fuller, along with Cam Curl and Derek Forrest. Come on, bro. No way that's not going to be fun. Iron sharpens iron, man. Oh, I know the people in Baltimore. I forgot. It was an earn, whatever. Earn. Let's get it, man. I'm excited, man. I love the player. Talking about the pick is a different story slightly, but I love the player a lot, man. I absolutely love the player. But yeah, iron sharpens iron, man, for sure. For sure. If anything, Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, and Jahan Dotson are going to make these guys even better than they are. Iron sharpens iron, man. It's about to get real wicked out here. It's about to get real wicked out here. It's about to get real wicked out here. Torrance might drop, man. If we somehow find a way to steal Darnell Washington or Osiris Torrance, I don't care what you got to do. If you got to trade up, whatever. If we somehow find a way to come away with Osiris Torrance or Darnell Washington at this point, it's an A+ draft for me. I would absolutely love Osiris Torrance at this point. I'm actually begging for Osiris Torrance at this point, but we'll see how it goes. We have a beast line in secondary. That's why they feel like linebacker doesn't matter that much, because if your secondary is potentially elite like it's going to be, and our defensive line is arguably, if not the best in football, you know, the linebackers just got to be able to cover sideline to sideline and plug in when they need to. We'll see. I still think we're probably going to end up going linebacker maybe 4th round, maybe 3rd. Maybe we take Deion Henley or something. But, I mean, at times we only have one linebacker on the field. At times, we only have one linebacker on the field, literally. Like, Jamin Davis was the only linebacker out there at times, some snaps. Quite a bit of snaps. And, like, 90-something% of the time, it's, like, literally 2. We're almost never out there with 3. There's no way. Especially after you already have Cameron Curl, Derek Forrest, Kendall Fuller, Benjamin St. Juste, Quan Martin, and Emmanuel Forbes. We're never going to have a 3rd linebacker out there. If anything, this year, we're going to play linebackers even less now with all of them really good elite secondary players. Keep 97, but package next year's 2nd. Okay, hey, man, whatever you got to do to walk away with Osiris Torrance or Darnell Washington at this point, it's an A+ draft. Devin Hester looked like he got the same. He looks like Usher. It's not the face, but it's the head and the hairline. Devin Hester look just like Usher up there. Don't worry, EB will have his time. We gonna get it. We gonna get some offensive line. It is crazy though that Eric Bieniemy is your big hire, and then you go DBs back to back. That's actually kind of crazy when you think about it. DeJuan Jones is really good too. I'm higher on Osiris Torrance and Darnell Washington than DeJuan Jones. But DeJuan Jones will be a good pick at this point as well. DeJuan Jones would most certainly be a good pick at this point as well. Shouts out to London Fletcher for announcing the pick as well. Let me go ahead and put that out there again. Neglecting the offense. We'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, so far since Ron Rivera's here, we haven't spent many picks on an offensive lineman high up, like much at all. I can't wait to do a video breaking down this Quan Martin pick, man. Y'all don't understand. When Dorian Williams or Yasir Abdullah at linebacker later, Ricky Stromberg for sure. We need center depth at least. Rico, could you imagine if we had DB coach from last year with our Chris Harris? Yeah, man. But I think the guys that we have in his place are gonna do a good job. I think who we have in this place is gonna do a good job. Wait, does Quan Martin look like Desi? Because he has a picture up where you can't really see his face, and it literally look like Desi Banks up there. Man, my boy John. Oh, is John Michael Schmidt still out there too? I would love John Michael Schmidt at this point. Maybe even more than Osiris. I'm torn between Osiris and John Michael Schmidt, so who I want more. And then, of course, Darnell Washington is the person I want the most right now. I don't care what's going on. But I'm just afraid that somebody, a really good Super Bowl contender, is about to steal Darnell Washington, and they're going to win a Super Bowl with them because he's going to make them that much better. Let's see, can we trade up to get Washington? I would love to trade up to get Washington right now. This looks by far the worst draft. Let's see how it goes, man. Let's see how we do, man. Trade back up into the 2nd. Trade back up into the 2nd. Trade back up into the 2nd, please. I would really appreciate it. But yeah, I don't know about Kendall Fuller surviving. I don't know about Kendall Fuller surviving this roster. How much money will we get back for cutting Kendall Fuller? How much money will we get back for cutting Kendall Fuller? Let's see. Commanders. I know it's like 10 million, but I want an exact answer. Commanders contracts. Kendall Fuller. How much will we get back for cutting him? And I told y'all all the way back in like October that he was a cut candidate, but then he balled out towards the end of the season. I gotta look at the cap space. I think I'm looking at this wrong. Give me the salary cap layer. Let me do this. All right, Kendall Fuller, where you at? Yeah, we cut him. We save a little over $8 million. You know, and that's a lot of money to make some moves, man. Hey, Kendall Fuller, man. Writing might be on the wall, my boy. Writing might be on the wall, my boy. What's going on, Kendall Fuller? You think you safe, my boy? My boy OBX Skins became a Pro Bowl member this morning and went and donated in the stream later on, man. Real talk, man. My boy OBX Skins with the donation, man. Appreciate that big time. Appreciate everybody that's donating. I'm saving up for a better camera, so I really, really appreciate it. Also, make sure you leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. We got 456 people in here and only 200 likes. Make sure you leave a like if you haven't already. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. So if you could just move your fingers real quick to do it, I'd really appreciate it. But yeah, man, I like Quan Martin a lot, bro. Y'all can go look at my mock draft right now. I can go pull it up, as a matter of fact, if y'all want me to. I can show you exactly where I had us taking them. Matter of fact, we're going to do it together. Where we at? Where Quan Martin at? I had Deontay Banks in the second. Quan Martin, 97th overall, third round. Just 2 days ago. So I love the player. Maybe a little early for my taste, but I love the player. I love Quan Martin. I swear by him. That's my guy. And again, like up the stream if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. But yeah, that's my boy. Round 3, 97th overall. Slot cornerback Quan Martin. Again, he's Chris Sims's #1 safety. The Commanders have now taken Chris Sims's #1 safety of his draft, of the draft class, according to him, 2 years in a row. Percy Butler last year, and now Quan Martin this year. While the reach thin, I mean, the Commanders, if they have a guy, they're going to take him. They're not even going to chance getting them later. They're taking the guy that they want. They are taking them straight up. They're not like, we can maybe get them later. No, they're taking them right now. I'm more of a risk taker. I would have chanced it to see if he would be there in the third, but they probably panicked because Brian Branch was probably their guy, and after Brian Branch went, they knew that Quan Martin would not be there in the third round because there was probably going to be a run on slot corners. That's how it always goes. Just like yesterday in the first round, receiver got taken. It was like 3 or 4 in a row. Today, tight end got taken. It was like 3 or 4 in a row. There's always a run on certain positions, especially. And one slot cornerback got taken. Brian Branch. Lions traded up to get him. Traded up. Not just took him, traded up to get him. We already knew there was going to be a run, and they probably were like, nah, we're not even going to chance him being there still. Ooh, the Bears got Tyreek Stevenson. So they got Justin Fields and Tyreek Stevenson. 2 Bulldogs. I mean, I know Tyreek Stevenson's technically coming from Miami. But that's a Georgia Bulldog still to me. That's my dog right there. I like Tyreek Stevenson. He's one of the very few guys that have transferred out of Georgia that I respect, and I salute their decision. I salute it. My boy A.D. Mitchell and Tyreek Stevenson. Everybody else, I don't really respect it as much. Up, the Giants got John Michael Schmitz. Well, there that goes. So no John Michael Schmitz. We still got Osiris Torrance, DeJuan Jones, and my boy Darnell Washington out there. Oh, Thule got taken by the Chargers. Interesting. Thule got taken by the Chargers. That's really interesting. Cam Smith went to the Dolphins. Okay, they traded for Jalen Ramsey and got Cam Smith. They have too many corners. Leave some corners for the rest of us, man. Golly, man. Leave some corners for the rest of us, man. But yeah, John Michael Schmitz is officially gone, so he's off the board. So right now, Darnell Washington is by far my favorite player left, but I would love Osiris Torrance. I would like DeJuan Jones. Dr. Ice, I love the Ron Reach Rivera. Wait to grab him when we did. Yeah, Ron Rivera don't play. I'm personally a risk taker. I would have waited to see if we could maybe trade back and still get him. But Ron Rivera and company do not play. If they love a guy, they're getting them, and they're not taking no chance. You can see that by Emmanuel Forbes, and you can see that by Quan Martin. And again, I'm going to tell y'all again, Emmanuel Forbes is the Bryce Young of the cornerback group. And if he was 190, he wouldn't even made it out of the top 10 because he has everything else you want. He's even tall. He's not short. He's tall, really long wingspan, elite ball skills, great instincts, elite speed, explosion, agility, hips, all of that. He has literally everything you want for a top corner. Literally everything. But it's just that weight. But we're lucky that he weighs 166, or some people saying he weighs 180 right now, whatever. We're lucky that he's underweight because he would have never made it to the 16th overall pick anyway. And regardless of his weight, I think he's going to ball out and play better than the 16th overall pick. So I'm happy. And then Quan Martin, told y'all I really wanted him no matter what we had to do. I may have tried to trade back and still get him, me personally. But I'm really happy to have Quan Martin in the building because I think he's that different. I think he's that different. That's my boy. But yeah, the Giants got John Michael Schmitz, sadly. Okay, the Cowboys just took Luke Schoonmaker, so thank goodness. One less team that needs a tight end. So no Darnell Washington to the NFC East, even though you never know. The Eagles are funky. They're weird. They might try to take them. Except right now, I'm packaging futures to get back into the second. I would too. I'm doing whatever it takes to trade up right now as well. I don't care. I would trade up for Darnell Washington right now. I would trade up for Osiris Torrance. And I'm not as passionate about DeJuan Jones like a lot of y'all, but I would like him. I wouldn't love him. I wouldn't do a backflip for him like I would Darnell Washington, but I do like... I'm right now Darnell Washington, Osiris Torrance, and DeJuan Jones right under them. Those are my top three, but there's gaps. Y'all know Darnell Washington is my favorite option right now by far. But Osiris Torrance is second. Cowboys keep reaching on Michigan players. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know what the Cowboys are doing exactly. Hey, keep drafting the way you are. Keep drafting the way that you are. But I'm sad to see John Michael Schmitz go to the Giants. I'm not going to lie. That one hurt a little bit. I love John Michael Schmitz. I think he's going to be a great player. But it is what it is, man. Yeah, maybe like my boy Command Center said, Ricky Stromberger, maybe later, maybe in the 4th round. But Osiris Torrance, DeJuan Jones, and Darnell Washington are the 3 players available right now, in my opinion, that we need to find a way to go get. Trade back up and get them if we got to. Trade back up and get them if we got to. Okay, so the Chicago Bears traded up. Oh, that been happened. Tyreek Stevenson, okay. Yeah, Cable is way behind the picks. Golly, man. Golly. Can we trade back up into the late second to get Darnell Washington, please? Or Osiris Torrance or DeJuan Jones? I'm cool with either 3. But in that order, though. I want Darnell Washington the most, Osiris Torrance second. All right, man, let's get, bro. We got to fix this. We got to improve and block in some way, whether it's Darnell Washington at tight end, Osiris Torrance at guard, or, interior offensive lineman. Maybe he could eventually be a starting center for you if you want. If you could try to convert him to that. Or DeJuan Jones at tackle. Either way, we need to improve in blocking. I'm not exactly saying do it through offensive line. It could be through Darnell Washington at tight end. Either way, we need to be a better blocking team leaving this draft. Point blank, period. We got to find some way. In whatever way it is, Darnell Washington somebody. But I don't know, man. If they didn't take Darnell Washington in the second, then... Yeah, you could definitely argue the Cowboys are having the worst draft right now, though. Because the Jets, with that reach on Will McDonald in the first round, was crazy. Then the Cowboys tried to top it by reaching on that kid from Michigan in the first round. And now they just reached on Luke Schoonmaker, who some people thought you might be able to get in the 5th round or later. So, hey, man, salute to the Cowboys for doing them reaches. Yeah, so as I'm seeing again, like somebody said in the chat, Walter Football said that Darnell Washington is falling because of some major injury concerns. So some team is about to get a huge difference maker late in the draft because of injury concerns. Please don't end up in the Eagles, man. Wait, the Bills took Osiris Torrance? Nah, man. Nah, man. Nah, man. That's a great pick, bro. The Lions saved their draft with Branch, I agree. Wait, so for real? Osiris Torrance to the Jets for real, man? Hey, the Jets about to be the truth, y'all. I'm trying. Their first round pick was extremely questionable, but they about to be the truth just based off of, they were literally a quarterback. Oh man, my fault, the Bills. My fault. Okay. My fault. Take back everything I said. But still, the Bills got Dalton Kincaid and Osiris Torrance. You can argue Osiris Torrance was the best interior offensive lineman in the draft. I wouldn't say he was, but you can argue it. And you could definitely argue Dalton Kincaid was the best tight end in the draft. They're doing everything they can to give Josh Allen a team to work with. So that's crazy. Bills are doing a great job of building around Josh Allen. Unlike us, who haven't taken an offensive player yet. We hired Eric Bieniemy as not only our offensive coordinator, but our assistant head coach. Ron Rivera said that he was going to have a heavy input on the draft, and so far we've taken 2 corners in the draft. And that's it. No tight end, no offensive line, no guard, no tackle, no nothing. We have taken 2 corners back-to-back, first and second round, after hiring Eric Bieniemy as our offensive head coach. And that's a good point, too. We technically don't have an offensive lines coach. Yeah, Eric Bieniemy has no say. Ron Rivera tried to make it seem like he did. He doesn't. He clearly doesn't. Man, this is a crazy draft, man. Drafts are always crazy. I'm having fun, though. Shouts out to the Cowboys for the big reach. Big reach. I told you all run love 7-8 winning seasons. Rest of the picks of the draft is offensive. You mean offensive like offense, or it's about to be more offensive like it's about to make us mad? I know you mean offense, but, you know, that's kind of a double entendre. It's about to be real offensive. Wait, who got DJ Turner? Wait a minute. The Bengals got DJ Turner. That's a great pick because they got my boy from Michigan last year. Now they got DJ Turner this year. That's 2 Michigan DBs back-to-back years. A lot of Michigan players are getting taken. I mean, a lot of them are getting reached on, but they're getting taken. DJ Turner, you could argue, should have gone before both of the Cowboys Michigan player picks. You can easily argue, but, you know, Cowboys want to reach. It is what it is. EB might not be cocky. Oh, Leno, oh, we good. I can make that work. Oh, okay. He just might be cocky. Like, I got it. I can make something shake with this. Yeah, Darnell Washington is reportedly very injury prone. People are reporting around the league that he is dropping because of some major injury concerns. Draft Campbell reported that earlier. So it's a real thing. Shouts out to Michigan for getting some draft picks out there, man. Again, 2 of them were reaches, but at the end of the day, you can't argue against the fact that Michigan players are getting picked. You can argue, hey, they get picked. That's a good point, though. Eric Bieniemy, maybe he is just being arrogant right now. Like, give me whatever offensive line you got. I'll make it work. I'm gonna put up 30 points a game with this offensive line. I don't care. You go ahead and take your 2 corners. Whatever, man. I can make it shake. Let's go. We out here. What's good, Tyrone? They're saying in defense with the next pick as well. I'm surprised Hendon Hooker is falling as far. Again, this is really interesting because it was reported by Ian Rappaport, I believe, Adam Schefter, that we were trying to trade up to that 32nd pick, the first pick of the second round from the Steelers. And it was reported that it was for Hendon Hooker. But if Hendon Hooker was there at 47 when we picked him, we didn't take him, maybe it was Will Levis. And I'm really glad we dodged the Will Levis bullet, boy, I'm telling you. He give me 2 rubber bands and a bottle cap. We good. Yeah, I guess Eric Bieniemy, you're right. Eric Bieniemy probably thinks he's hooping. Eric Bieniemy probably think he can hoop with this line right here, man. And a stick of gum. That boy Eric Bieniemy probably think, man, this O-line, I can make it shake. That's probably what he told him in the interview. Oh, you said we out here as far as Michigan. Oh, okay, my fault. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place, man. I can't keep track. My fault. Appreciate you correcting me, though. I don't like for people to let me think I'm I'm right when I'm not. Oh, man. But now that trade up thing is crazy. Because, I mean, it sounds like that was an accurate report that everybody was saying. And it wasn't just Ian Rappaport. And it was reported by a random source that it might have been Hendon Hooker. Maybe it was just people guessing, just spitballing. It looks like it was probably Will Levis. Because the trade up from 47 to 32, it had to be for quarterback. And then Hendon Hooker was there at 47 and we didn't take him. Had to be for Will Levis. We dodged a Will Levis bullet. Hooker, if we get him, will be 5th. Yeah, I wouldn't take Hendon Hooker before the 5th round. Let's rock and roll. Find a middle linebacker, please. We may do that 3rd. We may do that 4th round. Jaguars got Britton Strange. Okay. Yeah, now these Darnell Washington injury concerns must be big time. And I'm really afraid of what the Eagles are about to pick. Because Darnell Washington is sitting there, and I wouldn't be surprised if they took him. And that's just another Georgia Bulldog I got to root against to hurt my heart. And at this point, I'm going to have no heart left. At this point, I'm going to have no heart left. I got to root against Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, and Nolan Smith every week. Every week. 2 times a year. And if they somehow find a way to get Darnell Washington, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be absolutely sick to my stomach. Philly loves Georgia. They should. Back-to-back champs. We about to go for a 3rd. Why not? Jalen Carter was the best player in this draft, I feel like. I feel like he was the best player in this draft. Nolan Smith, you can question. You can even argue maybe Nolan Smith when they got him might have been a reach slightly, but I love Nolan Smith as a Georgia Bulldog fan. I think you move him to off-ball linebacker along with Nakobe Dean and let him ball out. I wouldn't keep him on edge rusher. He tested really well in the combine, but he's never been a great edge rusher. He was the #1 recruit of his class and never lived up to that potential as an edge rusher. But with that elite athleticism, you move him to off-ball linebacker, you might have something going. But even as a Georgia Bulldog fan, I'm not one of those people that's hyping up Nolan Smith to be the next Khalil Mack. I don't see it. I haven't seen it yet at Georgia. But you never know. What's the analysis of pick just got off? Wait, what you talking about? Oh, Quan Martin? I mean, look at the athleticism right there. Again, I had us taking Quan Martin in the 3rd round in my most recent mock of 2 days ago where I was trying to get as many right as possible. And I love him as a player, but got him in the 2nd. The Rivera and those guys do not play about guys that they love. Apparently, it's a foot injury. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care whatever injury it is. If he's alive, if he can walk, get Darnell Washington. But that's interesting. If it's a foot injury, that's really interesting. Appreciate the update. I hope we're not bringing in Quan Martin to potentially... Oh, no, I'm seeing it's a knee issue. I'm seeing Darnell Washington, unclear how far he falls from original grades, which were high. So it's a knee issue, not a foot issue. Quan, best safety. I can see the argument for that. I mean, again, Chris Sims has him as #1 safety, but I see him as top 2 slot corner in the draft, and that's where he's going to be, starting in the slot. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, my boy Darnell Washington apparently has some knee injury, which is crazy because he looked great at the combine. He was killing it at the combine. Absolute freak of nature at the combine. Once in a every 15-year type of generational athleticism at the combine. When did this knee injury come out of nowhere like this? Where did this come from? I'm still taking him. I don't care. I'm taking him in the 3rd. I do not care. I'm taking Darnell Washington. I will trade up for Darnell Washington still. What are the Eagles doing, man? Somebody go ahead and tell me what the Eagles are doing so I can calm down. As long as it's not Darnell Washington, I'm scared. I'm good. Oh, the Texans traded up to the Eagles pick? Okay. I can breathe easy. As long as Darnell Washington doesn't end up in the NFC East, I really want him. But as long as he doesn't end up in the NFC East, I'm happy. And again, just to remind y'all, please leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. It's free for y'all, and it means the world to me. So if you haven't liked the stream yet, please hit that like button on the stream. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I like Kuntz as well, man. What round did I have us taking him? Hold on. I had us taking him in what round in my draft? Hold on. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Jake Bobosa before that. Kyle Soley. I would love Kyle Soley in the 6th. There we go. Alva's taking Zach Kuntz in the 5th round. Old Dominion tight end, 6'8", 245. Loads of potential. A better blocker than he gets credit for. He's working on it. I'm seeing Zach Kuntz maybe in the 5th, but I wouldn't see it. If we don't take Darnell Washington, I can see that happening. But so far, the only pick I have right in my mock draft was Quan Martin. But, hey, I'll take it because most people don't have any right, so I'm happy. Even though I had him in the 3rd round, I'll take it. My only tight end scenario for the draft, because I don't think it's a need, was if Washington made it to the 3rd, we could trade up. Hey, please. What's good, Fred, man? Appreciate you pulling up, man. Of course, man. Appreciate that. Great draft. The more DBs, the better. Hey, we're not playing. We are not playing about DBs. We're going to have the best defensive line in football and a top 5, potentially secondary. We're going to make it work. Just get Sam Howell the ball back all of the time. Emmanuel Forbes is going to flip field positioning. Quan Martin is going to shut down whoever's in the slot. Benjamin St. Juste is going to cover the bigger, stronger receiver. We're going to shut that down. Cameron Curl, Derek Forrest everywhere flying around. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. We still need to figure out what we're going to do with interior offensive line. But like my boy Washington Commander Center said, maybe Eric Bieniemy feels like this is a good enough O-line. Broncos trade up. Wait, for real? Would y'all take back RG3 or Donovan McNabb? RG3 easily for the year that we had him, easily. I mean, as a Commanders fan, that has never seen the Commanders be great. I was not alive to see any of the Super Bowls. That 2012 season is very important to me. I cherish that season because it's the only time I really had a real right to brag on my Commanders. Because that time we made the playoffs a couple of years ago, we tripped, fell, and accidentally made the playoffs that year. Going into the playoffs 7-9 was nothing to brag about. I personally didn't brag about it. I never did. The NFC East division was just that bad. And now look how everything turned around because everybody else got better draft picks instead of winning the division. And now it's completely reversed. We went from 1st to 4th, and everybody else moved up ahead of us with those draft picks they got. So I tried to tell y'all. But the only real success I've seen as a Commanders fan is a couple of Kirk Cousins seasons. But by far the best season I've seen as being a Commanders fan since I've been alive is 2012. Not even close. So RG3 easily for me. It's not even a question. Donovan McNabb didn't even do anything here. All he did was come over here and complain. All he did was come over here and complain and moan, and it's RG3 easily. Even though RG3 was weird acting and talking about writing a book and stuff, 2012 season isolated is the best season of my Commanders fandom. That's it. I wasn't alive for 1991. I wish I was. I wish I was alive for any of the moments that the Commanders were the best team in the NFL. But I wasn't. I didn't get to see any of it in my lifetime. I wasn't even born. I wasn't even thought of yet. So I missed all of that. So hopefully, yeah, good point, Tommy. With Dan Snyder gone, maybe it will finally be the next best season, but we'll see. I wish I was there, but I wasn't. All I have is 2012, and you can kind of say some Kirk Cousins and Deshaun Jackson, Pierre Garçon seasons. That's all I got. That's all I got. I was a high scorer during that 1991, 1992 run. That's crazy. That sounds so fun. The RG3 season happened while I was in college. Like I didn't see nothing. High school was pointless. Middle school was pointless. Elementary school was fun. At least we had like the Clinton Portis, Santana Moss stuff going on, but London Fletcher. But I have nothing to really bank on. That's why I lean towards my Georgia Bulldogs as my support animal right now, because that's the only greatness I watch consistently. About to go for a 3rd ring in a row, you know what I'm saying? That's why I cling to my Georgia Bulldogs, because they're my emotional support animal right now. They're the only thing keeping me sane in the sports world. My Commanders just want to keep playing around with me. I have never seen the Commanders even be close to the best team in the NFL. Not even close. The RG3 season is the closest I've ever gotten. The closest I've ever gotten, ever. That's all I got as a Commanders fan. That's all I know. I've had to go back and watch highlights of other stuff, so that's why it's so easy for me to cling to my Georgia Bulldogs, because they're the only thing I can brag off of, honestly. My Georgia Bulldogs are the only thing brag-worthy. And it's nice being elite at something, finally, man. All right, Denver Broncos. Who'd the Broncos take? What we doing? What's going on with the Jaguars pick? I got to see a Super Bowl. I didn't see none of it. I'm sorry, Rico. Georgia excellent team. I lived in Georgia in Gainesville. I lived wearing Georgia in Gainesville, Florida. All right, Broncos got Marvin Mims. Okay, cool. Bet. That's cool. Comes to the Eagles, Bulldogs. We will take you, bruh. Man, I'm sick of this Eagles stuff, man. I'm really sick inside. Like, I mean, maybe if we get Darnell Washington, it'll make me feel better. And I love the Emmanuel Forbes pick. I really like the Quan Martin pick. But, man, the way that the Eagles are drafting all my Georgia Bulldogs, man, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to feel. You know how hard it is for me to root against the only players in my lifetime that have ever won a championship for me for any team that I've ever cared about? Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, and Nolan Smith are literally the faces of the only championships I've ever seen any team I care about win in my lifetime. And now I got to root against them in the NFL? What am I supposed to do? What's good, Asim? What am I supposed to do? I just went ahead and threw on the Cowboys Commander stuff. Because, I mean, unless y'all want me to go back to the RAS, let me know if you want me to go to the RAS. This franchise will have a Super Bowl. I hope so. Come to Howard Bison's, the real HU. Dale Green is my dog, man. Top 5 players. I used to love Steven Davis when I used to play NFL 2K. I used to turn the sliders all the way up and play on rookie and score 80 points a game with Steven Davis back when I was a little youngin'. And then I used to love Clem Portis because of the Southeast Jerome and all of that type of stuff. I used to love that. Of course, Sean Taylor, my boy Darryl Green, and London Fletcher. But I used to love Pierre Garçon's attitude, too. That Pierre Garçon-Deshaun Jackson combo was really fun, too. I used to love that. I used to have a lot of fun with that. Let me see. The Steelers got George Pickens and Broderick Jones. Godly. Speaking of Georgia, what's up with Ringo dropping? I mean, he has a lot of weaknesses. As a Georgia Bulldog fan, I'll be the first to tell you that man gets cooked by any receiver. He'll lock down Jalen Hyatt in the Tennessee game, and we'll play against a random Sanford State wide receiver. He'll be getting cooked all day. Like, he's too unpredictable. And you would have to hide them with the scheme. Whoever ends up getting them in the fourth round is getting a steal, but you're gonna have to scheme him up. You're gonna have to like hide his weaknesses with a scheme. You're gonna have to ask him to always keep his face towards the ball, zone coverage, cover 3. Don't worry about changing directions and following receivers because his hips are bad. He's really fast, he's really long, but his hips are terrible. So he's gonna have to just be a pure zone cover corner that keeps everything in front of him, or maybe even move to safety, whatever. So you're gonna have to hide him with the scheme or whatever. That's why he's sliding. He can't double moves, kill him. Anybody changing directions, any shifty guy, he's dead. He's cooked. Love him. Love everything he did for us. That pick 6 against Alabama is my favorite play of my lifetime of watching any football ever. That's my favorite play regardless of team. Commanders, Georgia. That pick 6 is the best thing I've ever watched. It's between that and that RG3 Cowboys game at the end of the season for us to win the division and go into the playoffs. That 2012 season before we played the Seahawks. Those are my 2 best football memories, period. So I forever cherish Ringo, but he's not a great player. He has elite potential if you can hide his weaknesses with a great scheme, but he's not scheme. He's very scheme dependent, extremely scheme dependent. I love Ringo, love him, just like Stetson Bennett. Love Stetson Bennett, but he's not a first round quarterback, obviously. I can love guys, but I don't have to act like they're really good. I don't have to, just because I love them, just because they're Georgia Bulldogs, I don't have to assume or act like they're gonna be great at the NFL level. But do I really love Stetson Bennett and Keely Ringo? I do. They can always get a free meal here, but as far as my Commanders, nah, not really. I mean, if Keely Ringo is there in the 5th round, why not? I comped Ringo to Jamel Dean, said he'd go 3rd. Okay. Hey, well, if you think, I didn't even think Jamel Dean. If he could be Jamel Dean, we need to take him with our next pick. You don't remember the 3 touchdown Santana Moss playoff berth? I remember us being down 13-0 against the Cowboys with like, what, 5-6 minutes left, and then we came back. I remember that, but I was so little. Santana Moss, all of that, I was too little. I can't remember it vividly. I could go back and watch highlights, but I was probably walking around like 4 years old when Santana Moss was going crazy. 5 years old. Like, I'm not that old. Like, I was little when Santana Moss was balling. Like, I wasn't really old enough to exactly know what's going on. I've watched highlights, but all I got is I got RG3 season. That's really it. That's Kyle Commanders wise. He is a perfect physical copy of Dean. Well, give me Keely Ringo next pick then. I wasn't even that high on him. You might be a little higher on Keely Ringo than I am. And you know I love my Georgia Bulldogs, but man. That Monday night Santana. I remember 13-0 and then we won. I don't remember it vividly. I had to go back and watch the highlights of it as I got older. I kind of remember watching it as a little kid, like a really tiny kid. But then when I went back and watched the highlights and like from beginning to end, down 13-0, Mark Brunell to Santana Moss, that was crazy. I can appreciate your maturity, bro. I thought you were a little bit older. Nah, I was little, man. I don't vividly remember Santana Moss. I mean, I was definitely like a little elementary school kid when Clinton Portis was doing Southeast Jerome stuff too. Like, I was really little. I was little for all of that. So, I wish I was there to see all of that, man. Those were the best times. But hopefully, we got the best times ahead of us now that Dan Snyder's gone. Eric Bieniemy in the building. Carlos Rogers. I remember him, but I was so little. I was so little. I kind of remember him, but not vividly. Like even Fred Smoot, I was too little. Like I remember it kinda, but not all the way. Carlos Rogers was poo. I do remember being heard about trading Champ Bailey for Clinton Portis. And then it's crazy too because I wasn't even like all the way that much of a Georgia Bulldog fan yet back then. So, but I was just sad because I just knew, like, even when I was a tiny little kid walking around, not even knowing my times tables yet, I don't think. I just knew that Champ Bailey was that guy. But then when we traded for Clinton Portis, of course, me being a kid, seeing him dress up as Southeast Jerome, I thought Clinton Portis was the best Redskin of all time because he was just so fun to watch interviews. I was like, oh, this guy is as a little 6-year-old watching Southeast Jerome, that was like the best thing ever. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do remember being slightly upset about it, or at least people around me being sad. So that's why I was sad. Like the fact that we traded away a future Hall of Famer, but I mean, Clinton Portis' first run was like a 70-yard touchdown. So, and it worked out very well. I feel like it mutually benefited everybody. But Champ Bailey was different, though. Champ Bailey was a better corner than Clinton Portis was a running back. But it worked out very well for both of us because, again, people like me, a tiny little kid, watching Clinton Portis, he made me want to watch football more because he was just like, what is this? Why does he have this clown outfit on with the nose and the wig and stuff? So even better was Portis taking Gibbs into talking Gibbs. Oh, Portis talked Gibbs in the draft and Sean Taylor. I heard that rumor before. Is that true? Said Ringo is on the phone with the Eagles right now. Nah, chill out, bro. Not that. Let's not do that. Please don't do that. Zach Pickens. Wait, who are the Eagles takers? Rodgers was locked down corner, but we won an interception, so we undervalued what he was actually doing. What do we do? What are the Eagles doing right now? I'm really afraid of what the Eagles are gonna take. I'm very afraid of what the Eagles are about to do. Like, very afraid. Frightened. It's true that. Got it on tape. Oh, okay, bet. That's crazy. It's true. Okay, that's crazy. Eagles, chill out. Oh, they took Tyler Steen. I know some people wanted Tyler Steen for the Commanders. The Eagles got him. The Eagles got Tyler Steen, man. Who are they taking 66? How did they? I hate the fact they ended up with 2 back-to-back picks at a region like this. This is scary, bro. We don't pick for a while, y'all, man. I almost want to stop the stream and go record my Quan Martin video and then come back. But I'll wait. I'll wait. As long as y'all promise to watch my video after the live stream, I'll wait. I'll wait. Live stream is jumping. Live stream is jumping. Eagles got Georgia tight end. What? Chill out. I remember Brandon Banks a little bit. You talking about the extremely tiny punt returner that we had that was really fun and electric, but he was so tiny. He was like 140 something, 150 something. I remember Brandon Banks a little bit. Oh yeah, I remember Haynesworth. I remember getting laughed at for Haynesworth. Haynesworth was a little bit later. I remember getting hysterically laughed at by all my friends. Packers next year, 3rd and 4th for DeJuan Jones. I can see that. I saw you win all 3 Super Bowls. I wish I saw one of them, please. But my Commanders are gonna get to it. My Georgia Bulldogs are right now in the highest point of Georgia Bulldog history, winning back-to-backs, and we probably gonna win a 3rd. So I got my Bulldogs as my emotional support animal. That when in doubt, if my Commanders are making me sad, I can just cry on the shoulder of my Bulldogs. But at the end of the day, even if Georgia never won a national championship, if I had to pick between Commanders and Georgia Bulldogs, and I've said this before, I said this years ago, if I had to pick between a Commanders Super Bowl and a Georgia Bulldogs championship, even before Georgia started winning championships, I would have picked the Commanders Super Bowl. It's always been Commanders first, Georgia second. It's just way easier to talk about and brag about the Georgia Bulldogs because they keep winning. Back-to-back championships is insane. It's insane. But I just really want my Commanders to be great. Is that hard to ask for, man? Can we at least win? Can we at least win some Super Bowls? Can we win some playoff games? Can we win some playoff games? Can we be contenders in a very weak NFC? All of the best quarterbacks are in the AFC right now. Can we at least compete in this weak NFC? The NFC has some really good defenses, but quarterback-wise, the AFC got like 10 of the top 12. Like, it's bad over there. It's ugly. Can we compete? Can we compete? In this Invisalign commercial, that guy looked like 600 Breezy. But like sad. It's just like a sad 600 Breezy. The Eagles are taking safety Sidney Brown. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, Darnell Washington's still falling. Darnell Washington's still falling. We don't pick anytime soon. We're still at 67. We don't pick till 97. But Darnell Washington's still falling. Let that knee issue keep letting them fall. Let that knee issue keep letting them fall. Brandon Banks was a super fan, really good kick returner. Then he got shanked at the club. Wait, really? Is that what happened to Brandon Banks? I don't remember that. Wow, is that really what happened? I was too little. I just remember a little tiny guy returning kicks and making them. You know, when you're a little kid, who makes NFL more fun to watch? You don't really think offensive linemen. You're looking at skill positions, returners, receivers, and stuff like that. Clinton Portis acting the fool with the Southeast Jerome stuff. Brandon Banks was really fun to watch when I was younger. And when I got older, I started to get into defensive line. Now defensive line is my favorite part of football. But when I was younger, I mean, as a little kid, you're not like, oh, let me go watch this defensive line. Who remember when she got ran over by Brandon Jacobs? Ricky Irwins was my old bae. Yo and the BB. Poor Brandon Banks, man. Westbrook punching Steven Davis. Wait, really? I told y'all Steven Davis was my guy on NFL 2K. I don't remember watching him in real life, like on football, because I was too tiny. But back when I was really little and I had a PlayStation 2 or PS1, I can't remember which one it was. And I was running NFL 2K, and I used to turn the sliders all the way up, play it on rookie, and go crazy. Running the score up 80-something to 0. Steven Davis, 8 touchdowns a game. Not playing with you. That's crazy. I did not remember Brandon Banks getting stabbed. That's crazy. I missed that one. Well, we still got some guys out there. DeJuan Jones, some people thought that maybe he'll go late first even, maybe early second. Somebody might take him, but he's still out there right now. Westbrook teed off on. Hey, saw a video? Golly, man, that's crazy. The posse, yeah, I wish I was alive to see that. I really wish I was alive to see the posse. Those were great days, I hear. I've seen highlights. All right, so right now, Darnell Washington and DeJuan Jones are my favorite potential picks left. But the Broncos got Drew Sanders. Well, there that goes. I see the Eagles won straight chance. They got Alabama and Georgia players. Yeah, they're not playing. I mean, it's more Georgia than anything else because Georgia's more champion than Alabama right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, back-to-back champs. So, you know, Alabama's a nice little second place. But, yeah. They want ex-champions. But they got a couple of current champions on there as well in my Georgia Bulldog. You know I'm going to talk trash. Again, I don't really hate Alabama. Georgia fans, we only hate Florida. Ohio State, Alabama, USC, Michigan, a couple other schools get on my nerves recruiting-wise. And then Alabama is like, we see eye to eye. We're like, it's like a mutual respect between Georgia and Alabama. We're like competition rivals. Just like the Patriots and the Colts were only rivals because Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. Now they don't really acknowledge each other. So it's kind of like that with Alabama and Georgia. We're not really rivals like that. But Florida, I hate them. I want Florida to lose every game for the remainder of our lives. I absolutely hate Florida. Just like how Commanders fans hate Cowboys, I hate Florida. That's just how it goes, though. That's how it goes, though, man. That's how it is. Everybody else in the SEC is cool. Tennessee, whatever. South Carolina, whatever. You know, they cool. They cool. It's whatever. But Florida, even though Florida produces a lot of great players, man, like Kyle Hamilton, not Kyle Hamilton, my boy, Kyle, whatever his name is, tight end on the Falcons. My boy, Anthony Richardson, I'm a big believer in Anthony Richardson. Shouts out to the Colts for taking him. I always end up really liking Kyle Pitts, my fault. I always end up really liking a Florida player in the draft. It always happens. The corner, CJ Henderson a few years ago. It's always some Florida player I end up really liking. But I'm rooting against them while they're in college. But when they go to the NFL level, shouts out to them. Yeah, shouts out to the Denver Broncos for getting Drew Sanders this late. That's a good pick. That's a quality pick. The Lions got Hendon Hooker, y'all. He's gone. Hendon Hooker is gone. Yeah, shouts out to Percy Harvin. I mean, Cam Newton kind of tried to betray Atlanta. Again, we went to the same high school. I went to the same high school as Cam Newton, Adam Pac-Man-Jones, A.J. Terrell, Malik Willis, all of them. He tried to switch it up and go to Florida. He should have gone to Georgia while he was playing. Then he tried to steal that laptop. Ended up at a no-name school. Had to go to Auburn to get back on track. Still love Cam Newton, but like you went to Florida growing up in Atlanta. That's crazy. We got to look at you a little sideways. My boy Selman with the donation. And then he got the wicks in his hair like he's from Florida. That's always going to irritate me. Cam Newton, my boy. I was rooting against him, against Ciabatta. I still feel like he is better than at least somebody who's a starting quarterback in the NFL. That's my guy. He was my favorite football player in the NFL for forever. But going to Florida was a big no-no, my boy. My boy Selman with the donation, big time. Thank you for saying thank you, man. Really, really appreciate the donations. Again, I'm saving up for a better camera, so I really, really, really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. So Drew would be first. I said he was going in Chanel's range. Mark Tyler. Oh, you were debating with Mark Tyler. You're welcome. Appreciate that, Selman, man. Really appreciate that big time, man. I appreciate all the support, man. Appreciate all of the likes in the chat. If you haven't liked up the stream yet, please leave a like. I really, really appreciate it. I'm itching to just go ahead and end the stream and start a video, but we're having fun. The stream is going crazy, so I'm going to keep it going. But I really do want to talk about Quan Martin, man. I really do, because I like the pick. I probably like the Quan Martin pick probably more than any other Commanders reporter, YouTuber, anybody. I love Quan Martin. I literally mocked him to us in my mock draft. Again, I can show y'all again. So I'm itching to talk about my boy, man. I really, really wanted Quan Martin, man. I got him literally. I had us taking him I had us taking him maybe a round later, but I said it in my mock draft. I said I don't think he's making it to the 3rd round. If anything, we would trade up to the late 2nd to get him, maybe sooner in the 3rd to get him. I literally said that in my mock draft. If you go look at this video, literally talked about that. He's not making it to the 97th pick. I said that. And I was just like, maybe we got to trade up to get him. But I went ahead and threw his name in there because I just thought it was so likely that we got him. But then, man, that's my boy. That's my boy right there. We got him around earlier. Yeah, Louis T mocked him to us too. I don't know if y'all checked that out, but me and Louis T did a stream, I think Tuesday night. If you didn't go check that out, that was a great stream, man. We killed it that day. Shouts out my boy Louis T. Louis T was on it as well. I know Rich loves Quan Martin too. So quite a few people out there that love Quan Martin. I'm not sure if anybody likes him more than me though. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm the only one that likes him, but I don't know if anybody likes him more than me. That's my boy. I really, really wanted him. And so I'm just sad that I'm not talking about him yet because I'm itching, man. I'm itching to talk about my boy. But the live stream is going crazy right now, so I can't end it. I can't. But please leave a like on the live stream if you haven't yet because I really appreciate it. I mocked him to us, but with the 103 after the trade back. Okay, yeah, okay. The Texans are drafting Tank Dell. Okay. I say Landon Collins is comp. I could kind of see that a little bit. I can kind of see that. I mean, I would just say way better Bobby McCain in every way. That's really the best way I could describe him. I still have my Chet Bailey Redskins jersey. Y'all know I got my Sean Taylor oversized one. It's built for somebody 3 inches taller and 40 pounds heavier, but I still love that jersey. That's how we was wearing stuff back then when I got it. That was back in the Soulja Boy crank that days when Atlanta first started really popping. I had my jersey extra big, boy. Extra big. Still too big. Never grew into that jersey. But I love that jersey, man. CJ Gardner, I can see that comp. I can see that. I'm seeing Emmanuel Forbes compared to Rogers Cromartie. I like that. I like that comp. And then I can definitely see a CJ Gardner comp for Quan Martin. I can see that for sure. Those are good comps, man. I can't believe my man Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M is still on the board. I like Jalen Hyatt. Thought he would have gone in the 2nd. I mean, if you want to compare, I like Jalen Hyatt as well. But if you think about all the people that got cooked, that cooked Keely Ringo, Jalen Hyatt wasn't one of them. That was one of Keely Ringo's best games ever. So you got to kind of look at him a little strange. Like all these other guys is cooking Keely Ringo and you didn't. You got to kind of give him a side eye. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You got to kind of look at him a little strange, like, you know what I'm saying? Raiders take Byron Young. Okay. So waiting for next pick. All right, Young, I'll be back. We do anything crazy late 2nd. I'm back. Nah, not yet. I'm hoping we trade back and up and get Darnell Washington or DeJuan Jones. Those are my favorite people left. I love Dayon Henley a lot as well, but I just don't think we would take him this soon, but we'll see. But yeah, somebody compared Emmanuel Forbes to Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. I think he might even have a higher ceiling, so I'm really excited. So if we got Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie in the 1st and CJ Gardner-Johnson in the 2nd, that's pretty crazy. That's good. Darnell got some med problems. Yeah, they're saying it's something with his knee, but I don't care. I'm still taking him. I'm still taking him. That man, I felt like that man, ignoring knee injury, was best player available once we got to the 20s in the draft, and we're now in the 70s. I don't care, bro. I'm taking him, and we'll figure it out, bro. No way Darnell Washington keeps sliding this far, man. Hopefully he does, though. Hopefully we can trade up to get him, or maybe he slides to 97 and we take him. I'm hoping we just end up with him no matter what. Kendra Miller's already gone. He's gone to the Saints, even though they traded for Jamal Williams. They ended up getting Kendra Miller as well. What if he has arthritis in his knee? I mean, they told us that Jonathan Allen had arthritis in his shoulders and it hasn't mattered, so. But maybe it's serious this time. I don't know. I mean, it looked really good to me. All the times he was playing in Georgia, it looked really good to me at the Combine. I'm assuming it must be some recent injury that we don't know about. So the Detroit Lions got Hendon Hooker as their next quarterback to learn behind Jared Goff. That's pretty solid. Pac-Man Jones comp Forbes to be like him on the PM show. Okay. Okay, so my boy Adam Pac-Man Jones, y'all know he's one of my favorite players of all time, but I'm biased. It's not just his personality, and it's not just because he represents the Atlanta area so well. Like, it's a lot of Pac-Man Joneses around where I live, where I'm from and where I live at. But just the fact that we all went to the same high school. Cam Newton, Adam Pac-Man Jones, AJ Harris. So I'm always rooting for all of those guys. And if Pac-Man Jones says that he's he's like him, I'll take it. And yeah, Pac-Man Jones did go to WVU, but that's Atlanta all day, my boy. That's like, he is the embodiment of Atlanta. That's why I love him so much, man. It's not a lot of people that perfectly embody the spirit of Atlanta. He's one of them guys. That's me. I knew a lot of Pac-Man Joneses growing up, so he just seems so relatable. Him and Anthony Edwards, man. I feel like I already know that man, and I never met him. Anthony Edwards in the NBA, man. He's just too relatable. I've never seen a sports player, period, that relatable to me, man. Like, he's literally like several of my friends in one person, bro. It's crazy. Like, I know I enunciate and I'm all polite on my stream, but trust me, I'm more like Anthony Edwards than y'all think in real life. Y'all just gotta hang out with me. Anthony Edwards is the most relatable sports player I've ever seen, man. That's my dog, man. Quan Martin, the second best on the best secondary in college football last year. Hey, good point. Ain't nobody talk trash like Memphis and ATL. If we talk about Jonan, it is the funniest. For me personally, my personal taste, the funniest comes from Memphis, Atlanta, and Chicago. But even though DMV is underrated, DMV, you just don't really see them that much. But every person I know from DMV is always hilarious. They're just not as viral, I would say. Like, you just don't really see clips of it all the time. You see Memphis, Chicago, and Atlanta all the time just going viral. DMV just needs more recognition. I've always said DMV is a sleeper for funniest people. I mean, even just my family, like my mom and them are hilarious. But like, as far as like, whenever I just see a random clip of people joning on the internet, boy, it's always Atlanta and Memphis that's the funniest. Especially Memphis, man. The way they talk makes it funnier. Memphis, the way they talk, boy, that is hilarious. But yeah, man, Pac-Man Jones says he's him, then he's him. Point blank, period. Pac-Man Jones endorsement on Quan Martin. That's all I needed. I mean, I already won it. I already had him. I already had my boy Quan Martin coming to us anyway in my mock draft. But if Pac-Man Jones signs off on him, that's all I need. I don't think people realize how different Pac-Man Jones was. Not to just be a homer right now. Yeah, be more. I've never just heard Be More People Joan, though. I just hear them talking about regular stuff in life, and it sounds crazy. It's called Dog Doug, and you're gonna be out real soon. I can't even copy it. It is the craziest accent in America, though. And they have the nerve to act like they don't have an accent when you ask them. But not even to be a homer. I don't think people understand that Pac-Man Jones never called a fair catch his entire career. Has that ever been done? Has that ever been done? With 9-10 years in the NFL and never called a fair catch? You know how different you gotta be? Yeah, if I had to pick, I would pick Atlanta, Memphis, and Chicago, but that's me personally from my experiences in life. But yeah, 9-10 years, elite punt returner never called a fair catch? Like, come on now. Come on, bro. Like, I don't think people understand how different Pac-Man is, bro. He represents the area. Yeah, he's the embodiment of the area, bro. Him and Anthony Edwards represent the area so well. Cam Newton is like a distant third. Because, I mean, he got the Florida hair. I love Cam, but he got the Florida hair and stuff. Like, I think Pac-Man Jones and Adam Pac-Man Jones and Anthony Edwards are our best representation in sports that I've ever seen. And Anthony Edwards is the most relatable sports player I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen Desi Banks clips, I've seen Drewski clips and stuff. All of that stuff is extremely Atlanta-based, but you can't get more relatable than Anthony Edwards for me personally. I'm just asking, did Michael Big Brother destroy his career? Luke Weipler, Stromberg, McClendon Curtis, Anthony Branford, sleeper picks for me. I'm willing to slightly throw in Nola. Louisiana people are probably the funniest angry people. No, Louisiana people mad are hilarious. Like mad, not Jonan, mad. They easily top 5 mad. Pac-Man Jones, let me type that in. Quant Jartavius. New York top 3. I love New York too. It just depends on what type of comedy we're talking. Cause not Jonan. New Yorkers are hilarious, but I wouldn't say Jonan wise. Like direct Jonan, I wouldn't even include New York in my top 10. And I love New York. It's the city I love being in. I love being in New York more than I love being in Atlanta. Love my New York friends and everything, but I wouldn't put them top Joners. Nah, I don't even think they're close. Funny, like just everyday life funny, just walking around for no reason talking trash, yeah. But New Yorkers Jonan ain't nah. DMV got them. Memphis, Chicago, Atlanta, Cali got New York easily in my opinion, from my experiences. Really, really funny people, period. But Jonan, nah. I don't really know anybody. I can't speak on Philly because I don't know anybody from Philly personally. Even as long as I've lived in New York, I don't think I've really run into people from Philly, but I've seen funny people from Philly on the internet like Gilly and them, but I've never met one, so I can't. My boy Adam Pac-Man Jones. So he said something about Quan Martin. I'm still trying to find that so I can pull it up. Compare Forbes to him, my first round pick yesterday during a live stream. Oh, so he said Forbes, not Quan Martin. So not Quan Martin, but Emmanuel Forbes. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's where I was messing up. Devon A. Chain, a big running back sleeper. Spears. But I'm just so ready for it to be our pick, bro. I still haven't been able to find it, but oh, Warriors are down 58-51. Should I pull that up? Should I pull that up right now just to have that up? Giants select Jalen Hyatt. Oh wow, the Giants got faster. We got Emmanuel Forbes for that too, and Quan Martin. We got elite speed for those guys. If we didn't have Emmanuel Forbes and or Quan Martin, I would have been worried, but because Benjamin St. Juste love him, but he's not fast. Kendall Fuller, one of the smartest corners in the NFL, not fast. But we have elite speed for Jalen Hyatt now. If he's really gone to the Giants, we got Emmanuel Forbes and Quan Martin for that one. Touche. We'll see you on the other side, Giants. We'll see you on the other side. Touche, my boy. Devon Etchen is fast and can return. Hey, I'm down for that. Please give me a returner. Wait, I pulled up to the... Oh, I was about to say, it looked like the Warriors were winning, but they're not. Okay, cool. I was about to be mad after I saw that notification the Warriors were losing. I pull up, they winning. I was about to be incredibly disappointed. Like, Bleacher Report lied. So the Giants traded up to get Jalen Hyatt. Oh, they love him. Who you got winning it all? Well, are you asking for a prediction or who I prefer? Because that's two completely different things. That's two completely different things. I think whoever wins is going to be out of the West. Whoever wins the West, I think, might end up getting it. Even though the Celtics look crazy. Even though I didn't think they would allow the Hawks to win 2 games, though, so I don't know. I think it's going to be somebody out the West. I mean, you want to believe in the Nuggets as a first seed, but, you know, stuff get weird with them. So we'll see. I mean, the Lakers are a sleeper as long as they can stay healthy. I don't know, but I don't know. It's up for grabs, honestly. But who do I prefer? Jimmy. I just found out like a week ago Jimmy Butler is a diehard Georgia Bulldog fan. So now I'm officially going for playoff Jimmy. At first, I had no attachment to Jimmy Butler at all. I respected him. I highly respected him for the playoff Jimmy stuff and the fact that he plays offense and defense. Unlike most of these top scorers only play offense. They take a break on defense. This man Jimmy Butler is shutting down the best scorer on the other team and going for 40 and hitting game winners. So I already respected him a lot, but I didn't know he was a diehard Georgia Bulldog fan like he was. I had no idea until like a week or two ago. So now I'm rooting for the Heat to win it all. And an 8th seed to win everything. That just sounds fun in itself. But who I think will win, I think it's going to be somebody out of the West as long as nobody else gets hurt. As long as there's no more crazy injuries. Did Pac-Man Jones play for the Cowboys? Did he? I don't remember. Maybe he did for a little while, but I know him as a straight-up Bengal. West Virginia and Cincinnati Bengals, but I know he did travel around for a little bit at the end of his career. But yeah, Adam Pac-Man Jones is my dog, bro. Him and Anthony Edwards feel like represent Atlanta. The Atlanta I know. The Atlanta that I'm from and that my friends and all of that, I feel like they represented the best, so those are my dogs. It's RIP for the fallen soldier we scout and love. We won't see again because of the random teams. Hey, man, it is what it is. Yeah, Pac-Man did play for the Cowboys. I know he started to linger around for a little bit. Thank you for that, random. Thank you. Yeah, RIP to the fallen, man. All these players that we've watched countless hours of tape on just for us not to take them. It's a rough life, but I have fun. Rough life, but I had fun, man. I love the tape that I watched this year. There's still some guys out there that I watched taped on that I want that we can still get. Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones still out there. I like Kyle Soley, the linebacker. I'm intrigued by him. There's some guys out there still, man. But most notably, Darnell Washington and DeJuan Jones. We end up getting one of them with this technically early 4th round pick because it's technically after the 3rd round. It's a compensatory pick. Then we got something going. And I'm just assuming we're going offense this next pick. Offensive line. A guy that can block. Whether it's Darnell Washington, a tight end, or an offensive lineman, we're going a blocker. A guy that can block really well at this next pick. Even though I like Trenton Simpson, Deion Henley is my favorite linebacker in this class, and he's still out there available in the 3rd round, so I'm happy to see that, but we probably won't take him, even though I have heard we're interested. We'll see if he makes it to 97 and if we take him. I like Deion Henley a lot. I would say Darnell Washington. And even though I like Deion Henley more as a linebacker than I like DeJuan Jones as a tackle, DeJuan Jones I feel like is a bigger need technically. So right now, Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, and Deion Henley are my 3rd favorite players that are available right now. But I have to watch that. Allegedly he talked about the sell and name change. Yeah, hey man, that boy Jason Wright was up there talking his talk. Can't see Ron passing him. Simpson makes it. That makes sense. A lot of people did think Simpson was going to be #1 guy coming with. Can't F with Pac-Man. He played for the enemy. Only for a little while, though. He's too Atlanta for me to care that he played for the Cowboys. He ain't played there long enough for me to care. Rico, last night Ron said he would choose both offense and defense in each round. Wait, what's that mean? Because we definitely just went defense 2 in a row. We got to get a blocker. But yeah, right now, Darnell Washington #1, DeJuan Jones, Deion Henley kind of neck and neck for the next pick. Even though I just feel like it makes too much sense to go offense with this next pick after you went cornerback 2 times in a row. Some people have Jartavius Quan Martin as a safety. No, he's our starting slot corner. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that now. I don't know where Kendall Fuller is going to play because we already going to have 3 safeties on the field. Or even if we don't, if we have 2 safeties on the field, Quan Martin's going to be on the field for some reason, whether it's slot corner or as an additional safety, whatever. Benjamin St. Juste starting on one side on the outside. He can lock up the CeeDee Lambs, the taller guys, the DK Metcalfs, the AJ Browns. And then you got Emmanuel Forbes for the Devonta Smiths and the Brandon Cooks who just came over to the Cowboys this offseason. That's the way our secondary shapes out. Where does Kendall Fuller fit into that? Somewhere in the rotation, but I just don't see him starting. And at this point, we could cut him to save $8.5 million worth of cap space. I wouldn't be surprised. Do not be surprised if Kendall Fuller gets cut. What time is the Lakers game? I think it starts at 10:30. So this Warriors-Kings game is probably going to be like 8 minutes left in the 4th when that game starts. But the Lakers game will start while the Kings and Warriors game is still going. Yeah, Keely Ringo's falling way down. I'll take Keely Ringo at this point, too. I didn't plan on taking Keely Ringo, and I didn't really want him. But he's falling, and, hey, shoot. Darnell Washington, Keely Ringo, Deion Henley, and DeJuan Jones. Definitely my 4 favorite players. Keely Ringo is easily 4th out of those 4, though. Like, easily 4th. Don't get me wrong. I'm a Georgia Bulldog fan, die hard. Die hard, just as much as I'm a Commanders fan. But Keely Ringo, I'll only take him because he's just best player available at this point. But we already got 2 corners, so it doesn't make much sense. But if you just literally want to go best player available, potentially he's there. But I prefer Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, and Deion Henley. And I'll take Trenton Simpson too. I'll take Trenton Simpson, but I prefer Deion Henley over Trenton Simpson, just to let you know. I would definitely take Warren McClendon if he's still there in like the 5th or 6th round. But at this point, nah. That would be Georgia Bulldog fan, I'm gonna tell you, but Warren McClendon in the 3rd round is a little crazy. That's kind of a reach. That's kind of a reach in my opinion. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would like to get him maybe the 5th, 6th round, but this is too early. If Darnell Washington is gone, I like Kuntz from Old Dominion. I like him. But maybe like 4th round. I wouldn't take him 3rd. I wouldn't take him right now. And we have not gotten our linebacker yet, just the vibe. We're working on it. We're working on it. Maybe Deion Henley, man. Maybe Deion Henley. We'll see. Maybe Deion Henley. We will see. Mapu was my guy. Oh, man. Okay. I think 3rd pick is O-line. D. Jones, guard, or linebacker. You can't say that word on YouTube. Wait, what'd I say? Wait, what did I say? I don't remember what I said. The live stream from yesterday is still trying to upload itself all the way. Like, it's still incomplete or something. It's weird. Video still processing. That's weird, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, his last name. Oh. I didn't even think about that. I'm so used to seeing it now. I thought that when I first saw it, like a year ago, but now I don't even think about it no more. That's funny though. I completely thank y'all for letting me know. I would have been sitting here like, what did I say for real? I would have been sitting here looking stupid. Andrew Voorhees is a great pick, even though he's injured. He's OG guard 3 for me if he wasn't hurt. Yeah, Andrew Voorhees is literally only falling this far because he's hurt, just like Darnell Washington. So Andrew Voorhees would be a really good pick as well. Andrew Voorhees, Darnell Washington are only falling this far because of injuries. Both worthy of going in the 1st round, in my opinion. But, hey, man, injuries will do it to you, bro. I would love to get Darnell Washington at 97. I might shed a tear. I ain't going to lie. I may shed a tear if we get Darnell Washington at any point in this draft, even if it's with this upcoming 3rd round pick, whatever you got to do. The Patriots just took a safety, I believe. And then the Rams took edge Byron Young. So we're on to the Green Bay Packers, 78th. We're getting there. We're about 13 picks away. Oh, no. I did maths all the way wrong. Like, maths terribly wrong. We're like 19 away. My fault. 20 away. 19. So there were no sweeps in the NBA in the 1st round. Interesting. Who is on the clock? Technically the Packers, if we're talking about what picks do we not know yet. But technically the Rams are on the clock. But we already know the Rams took Byron Young. So we're on to the Packers right now. Yeah, the Patriots took Mapu, captain's guy. Oh, the Sixers did sweep the Nets. Boy, I didn't watch any of that series. Not a lick of it. Thank y'all for letting me know, though. Thank you for correcting me, but I'm not even gonna say and lie to you and say I didn't watch a single game. I didn't watch one highlight. I do not care. And I like Joel Embiid, but I've been busy with football stuff, so the only stuff I've been catching was, of course, Ant. I watched every Ant game. Every Timberwolves game I had to be there, even though it was hopeless. I'm just glad they were able to win one, and Ant was able to put the team on his back every game of the series, even though losing most of them. I watched the Lakers because I like watching the Lakers. That was fun. The Lakers is just really fun. I mean, I'm still watching. I'm going to watch them when they play tonight because that Grizzlies-Lakers series is really fun. What else? Who else have I been watching at least a little bit? I was watching the Heat Bucks because the Heat always get, it's been like multiple years in a row now that when the Bucks play the Heat, it get ugly for the Bucks. Even though they're supposed to be the better team and they usually win, it gets ugly for them. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Quan Martin looked like Desi Banks a little bit and it's distracting. Definitely looks like he's related to Desi Banks. Ant caught a bogus charge for throwing a chair. Yeah, they're being petty. His lawyer already said that it's baseless and it's nothing to worry about, so I don't really care. The only thing I'm worried about with Ant is that he do not, I repeat, Ant, do not take that extension with the Timberwolves. Please escape. I feel like it feels like get out with him, man. Go anywhere. I prefer for him to go to the Hawks, go to a contender. You deserve better, bro. You deserve a bigger market because Anthony Edwards, I feel like, is easily the most entertaining player in the NBA. At the very least off the court, but on the court we can debate. We can debate on the court. Off the court, easily the most entertaining. The funniest interviews, funniest player, period. And the fact that he isn't as widely known and marketed as Ja Morant or a lot of these other guys is insane. It's literally only because he plays for Minnesota. It literally is. If he played for the Knicks, he'd be on Bleacher Report every day for no reason. Just as random Instagram lives for nothing. Have y'all seen Anthony Edwards go against Shabata the first time they played? Yeah, he got to leave Minnesota, man. Don't take that contract, bro. I don't care how much more they're offering you. Leave, bro. You deserve better. You're only 21. You got plenty of years to make a lot more money. This man is only 21 years old. You can leave, go somewhere else, get the Supermax later, but not with Timberwolves, man. Please dip out. Watch Green Bay take Washington and double up on tight end. They better not. They better not. But I think they already picked, though. Hold on. They're taking Tucker Kraft. Yep, there they go. They're taking shots out the captain. They're taking Tucker Kraft. The Green Bay Packers are taking tight end Tucker Kraft. Darnell Washington continues to slide because whatever this knee injury is, it must be serious, but it's crazy because like what's going on? At the combine, he looked perfectly healthy. He killed the combine. What happened since the combine and now to where he has this injury to where he's fallen this far? It's crazy. Yeah, you could definitely argue Darnell Washington and Keely Ringo are the best players available easily at this point. And of course they're both Georgia because that's what we do. Georgia and best are synonymous at this point. They're synonyms. Anything Georgia Bulldog and best just go hand to hand. You know what I'm saying? We proved that twice in a row, about to prove it a third. You know I'm going to talk my trash. I wish I could do this with my... I would be just this obnoxious with my Commanders if I could. If I could be this obnoxious with my Commanders to my Falcons fans, friends, my Bears, 49ers, Colts, Steelers, Rams. You know, I'm in Atlanta, so it's a fair weather sports city. So I got friends that are fans of all kinds of teams. If I could be this obnoxious with the Commanders like I am with the Georgia Bulldogs, I would love to be. I just can't. The Eagles are up right now. And it's hard to argue they're not going to continue to be up because the draft that they're having is insane. So I want to talk crazy but with my Commanders, but I'm going to talk. I'm not going to be quiet, but as obnoxious as I am with my Georgia Bulldogs, I would love to be that obnoxious with my Commanders. I can't wait. I'm waiting for the day, and I can see it. With Eric Bieniemy as offensive coordinator, this elite secondary, potentially this elite defensive line. I feel like it might be on the way. Dan Snyder gone. I think it's on the way. I'm going to be an obnoxious Commanders fan soon enough. But right now, all I got is Georgia. Man, who we at now? Oh, the Colts got Josh Downs. That's a great pick, man. That's a great pick. That's very underrated. And this, hey, the way the board is falling is great for us because Keely Ringo, Trenton Simpson, Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, all of those guys I just named, except for, I guess, Keely Ringo would be great fits for us right now. And Deion Henley. I know some people are higher on Trenton Simpson. I love Deion Henley. He's my favorite linebacker in the class. If we can get him in the 3rd round, that's an A-plus pick for me. DeJuan Jones, Darnell Washington, or Deion Henley in the 3rd round, 97 is a steal of the draft. Steal of the draft. One of, at least. Are y'all going to the Commanders draft party tomorrow though, at National Harbor? I didn't even know it was going down, and of course I'm not going to be there. I'm still in Atlanta right now, but the Colts are having a good draft, man. Anthony Richardson and Josh Downs is insane. I don't even remember who they picked in between, but that's good enough. Mapu going to be great, and I stand on that. I see a lot of people standing on Mapu. A lot of people like Mapu. Seeing that in the chat. So the Colts, the Colts used the pick they got from the Carson Wentz trade to get Josh Downs, who was one of Sam Howell's favorite receivers. That's crazy how that comes full circle. The Carson Wentz trade is the pick that we should have been picking right there where the Colts are picking right now. But because we traded for Carson Wentz, we have to wait till 97. Isn't that crazy how everything comes full circle? And then the Colts got Josh Downs because of it. That's insane. I have a feeling we are losing DeJuan in the next 2 picks. I hope not, man. I would love to get him. Darnell Washington is my favorite pick right now, of course. But DeJuan Jones and Deion Henley, I would be extremely happy about that. Elated. Ecstatic. All right, how many picks are we away, man? We're about 17. DeJuan Jones, Darnell Washington. We'll see. Need to holler at Julie D for an official job. Hey, man, I do need to, man. I do need to, man. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Sacramento Kings up 11, man. Step up, Warriors. Step up. Get a hand up. There ain't enough defense. I mean, I'm not a Kings fan. I'm not even necessarily rooting for them, but it's just funny to talk trash to the Warriors. I don't even hate the Warriors. The only teams in the playoffs that disgust me are the Grizzlies because of like the whole Dylan Brooks, Ja Morant situation. They disgust me, even though I feel sorry for Steven Adams. Steven Adams is such a real one. I hate the fact that he has to be on that that team full of weirdos like that. And then the Suns, because Chris Paul is annoying. KD gets on my nerves. Even though I've started to dislike KD less and less over the years, but still, there's no reason to root for that team for me. So Suns and Grizzlies, as long as they don't win, I'm happy. But I'm rooting for Jimmy Butler now, though. My boy Jimmy Butler, Georgia Bulldog Jimmy Butler. I didn't know that until a week or two ago, so now I'm rooting for the Heat. Playoff Jimmy, man. Playoff Jimmy, man. DJ Johnson to who? To the Panthers, maybe? The price got to be super low now. Come on. This year's 6 plus next year's 2. Next 2 years of force for Tennessee pick. Hey, I'll take it. I would do that for DeJuan Jones, Darnell Washington. I would definitely do that. We got 315 people in the chat. If you haven't liked up the stream yet, please leave a like on the stream. I'd really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Could you please like the stream up if you haven't yet? Please, man. It's free for y'all and it means the world to me. So please leave a like on the stream if you haven't yet. Wait, did Stetson Bennett get chosen? I'm seeing Georgia Twitter talking about Stetson. Did he get picked? Is Stetson Bennett getting picked somewhere? Or am I people trolling me? Are people trolling me with Stetson Bennett right now? My Georgia Bulldogs brethren trolling me right now because I don't even see who would pick them. The Titans? Maybe the Buccaneers? I did guess Stetson Bennett to the Buccaneers a few days ago, and then somebody asked me yesterday, and I said it again yesterday on the call-in show. I think it was Merle. I guessed him to the Buccaneers, so maybe that's where it happened, but I don't see anything yet. Did my boy Stetson Bennett end up going in the 3rd round? I would never take him in the 3rd round, but I'm really happy to see him go in the 3rd round if he really did, though. Go get that money, man. Moyes ride with KD. He ain't a snake. He just did what he felt when it shows. I'll do it for some wing. Yeah, I can't get with it, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I can't be mad at people for rooting for KD. I just personally can't in my heart. I can't. I'm just too Kobe. I'm too Kobe to root for what KD been doing, man. I can't function like that. Westbrook has been my favorite player too, and not even just because of KD versus Westbrook, but just personality-wise. I was AI, I was Kobe's. Even though I would never say I'm the biggest Kobe fan, but I've always been AI, Westbrook, Kobe. Now I got Ant. It's just like a certain personality and mentality I have when it comes to sports. Adam Pac-Man Jones in football for several reasons. It's just like KD just doesn't fit that personality thread. You know what I'm saying? He just don't fit it. He just doesn't fit that, man. Great player. Arguably the best scorer of all time, but I watch basketball based on personalities. Football, I got my Commanders, my Georgia Bulldogs. Basketball is completely who's my favorite personality at the time. I had AI, I had Westbrook, and now I got Ant. But Ant, even without the personality, Ant's from Atlanta, so I would have been rooting for him. But just the fact that he's the most relatable sports player I've ever watched in my lifetime, football, basketball, whatever. So I super root for him. But it's mostly because of personalities. Making good investment decisions for his future. I mean, I can see the argument why some people like him. I just can't do it. I can't. Again, just based on the players that you heard me list that I like, Adam Pac-Man Jones, Anthony Edwards, Kobe, Westbrook, AI, it just ain't. KD just don't fit it, man. I got a certain personality build that it's just not my. He's just not me. But shouts out to KD. I know he's a DMV guy, so I know y'all rock with him. I understand. If KD was from Atlanta, maybe I would overlook the personality stuff I don't like. Maybe if he was from Atlanta, maybe I'd be able to overlook it, but, I can't overlook it. And he cool, though. He cool. He's got, like I said, the dislike for him has definitely severely died down. By now, KD is like, he's grown on me over the years, but I got high school football next year as a freshman. Okay, G-Man, I'm rooting for you, my boy. Yes, sir. Go ahead and get recruited by Georgia. Go be a 4-star, 5-star out there. Get recruited by Georgia. Go crazy. Speaking of Atlanta, did anybody's aren't going to Freaknik? Wait, you mean like aunt or something? Or I'm too young. Again, I wasn't alive to see any Commander Super Bowl, so you should already know my age just from based on that. I was too young to even try to go. Even though there technically isn't a Freaknik anymore, but what they do in Savannah for St. Patrick's Day is probably the closest thing you can get to it, or maybe the Labor Day parade, kinda, in New York on Labor Day in Brooklyn, in the Jewish Caribbean area. You also got, of course, you got Mardi Gras, I guess, in New Orleans. There's some things almost like it, but nothing's Freaknik though. Nothing is close. But if you're trying to get something similar, you got Savannah on St. Patrick's Day. You got Labor Day parade in New York. We're rooting for you. Go G-Man. We rooting for you, man. I'm super rooting for you, man. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go be a 4-star, 5-star for us, man. Please. What position are you playing? Go crazy, man. Or what positions? Because high school get a little weird. Panthers traded up for DJ Johnson. Hey, man, as long as Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, and Deion Henley are still on the board, I'm happy. Ooh, I'm happy, yeah. Malik Monk over here having fun, huh? That man's having fun. G-Man, Brock Bowers. Oh, yes, let's get it. You trying tight end, Brock Bowers? Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to be a Georgia homer real quick, but go out there and be Brock Bowers, Darnell Washington, Oscar Delp. You know what I'm saying? Go out there and be all three of them guys, man. I'm really rooting for you, though, for real. Like, for real. For real. Go out there and go crazy, man. Like, dead serious. We rooting for you over here, man. Definitely keep us updated on your games. Just like how Kai Jones keeps us updated during the season. Let us know what's going on. Wait, it said something was delivered. What was delivered? What was delivered? Ooh. Spears is a beast too. Oh, the Titans got Spears. That's a great pickup. I like Tajay Spears a lot to us later in the draft. But to see him go in the 3rd round, I'm not necessarily surprised. I thought we may be able to get him in the 4th or 5th, but to see him go in the 3rd round, I'm not necessarily surprised because he is really good. Slower than some people would like, but that doesn't bother me. I think he's really good. Oh, my aunt was at Freak. Oh, you said your aunt. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. I couldn't even imagine what Atlanta was like during Freaknik. I don't think I was born yet. When was the last year of that? Or maybe I was 1, I think my mom said. Thanks, my favorite tight end is Mike Gesicki, and I want to be like him. Okay, so you're gonna be more like a slot receiver. Okay, like a Brock Bowers. Go out there and be a better Mike Gesicki, Brock Bowers. But yeah, Mike Gesicki too, that's great. Dalton Kincaid type of guy. Okay, go crazy. I miss RFK's bouncing bleachers. I've never been to RFK. I was too young. It was already demolished. Chain still out there. Would be trade up for DeJuan, then get a Kane at 97 would be awesome. Good points. Good points. Bike Weath in South Carolina. Let's go, Yaya. Oh, Yaya Diab. Oh, he went. Okay, that's Rich's Louisville boy. I just got it. Went to the Buccaneers, huh? First Louisville player off the board. You know your Louisville players, and I'm not just saying this because you my boy, but based on the way I'm seeing Louisville recruiting lately, these upcoming drafts in the next couple of years, guys are going to be going way before 82nd. Y'all are definitely about to be having some people go before 82nd. Shouts out to Louisville, man. Y'all out here getting 5 stars left and right lately, huh? I see it. I see y'all, man. And I'm not saying that just because you my boy, but you can see it. Louisville is recruiting right now, man. What's good, Shauna? What's good, man? Welcome to the stream, bit up. Let's get it. Again, I'm still Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, Dayon Henley right now. Trenton Simpson as like a, you know, I take him too. That's cool. Our recruiting is going crazy right now. We got crazy commitments and transfers this week alone. Hey, go crazy, Louisville, man. Like I said, as long as it's not the people that's making me mad in recruiting, like USC, Alabama, and Ohio State, Michigan, kinda. And then I hate Florida for everything they do. I don't care what. If Florida blinks, I'm mad. Florida breathe wrong, I'm mad. So, of course, I'm rooting against Florida. But outside of these guys that's trying to take the players we're interested in, everybody else goes stupid. I hope Maryland recruits well. I hope Louisville recruits well. I'm rooting for y'all. I'm a Georgia Bulldog fan, but go crazy, man. I hope Washington hey, man, Darnell Washington, they're saying there's some knee injuries. But give me my boy, man. Give me my Georgia Bulldog, man. What is Draymond Green over here trying to do karate, man, in the playoffs? Facing elimination out here trying to do splits in the air? Freaky, man. How the heck is Trenton Simpson still available? It's just because, I don't know, maybe undersized linebackers. I don't know. And he's not that undersized. I think he's basically like JOK, kind of. But we'll see. I prefer Dayon Henley, but I like Trenton Simpson a lot as well. And if we get there at 97, DeJuan Jones, Darnell Washington, Dayon Henley, and Trenton Simpson are available, we're sitting pretty. Because I feel like I can bet that it's one of them that we take. I feel like I can bank on it being at least one of them 4. But we still got a few more picks to go, you know what I mean? We got like 15 more of them guys. Could not watch the game tonight. I can't miss the draft. Hey, man, that's real football right there. That's real football right there. I got it up on the side, but I'm mostly paying attention to the football, so I understand. My mind is blown that there's a 4.4 speed defensive tackle that only weighs 3 pounds less than Allen that plays still on the board. Wait, who is that? Who is that guy? Put us on, my boy. Put us on to the real sauce, man. Somebody said Tulane turns out running back. Shouts out to Fat Rob. I forgot about Fat Rob. That was such a weird experiment. I'll never forgive him. Was that him that fumbled when we played somebody in the UK? Was that him? Or was that Matt? Was that Fat Rob when he fumbled in the UK? Was that him? Oh, yeah. Adebawari. Yeah, I could have guessed that just based off his name. I could have just guessed that. It's the Northwestern guy. Yeah, I should have guessed that. We're interested in him, too. We met with him in the... I can show you right now. We met with him. Where was he? Adebawari. I still don't exactly know how to pronounce his name. I'm probably killing it. If he heard me pronounce his name, he'd probably be like, what's going on? Otto Bawarier, that's my best guess. That's the smoothest I can say it at this point. He was expected, he was projected, he's a top 40 player, according to the Draft Network. We met with him at the Senior Bowl and gave him some individual coaching. So you never know. There may be some interest there if he slides. Let me go back. Would y'all prefer to look at this Cowboys Commanders? How y'all feel? Just let me know how y'all feel, what y'all prefer on the screen. I got the Quan Martin RAS. I got the Commanders depth chart. I got all of this, man. Whatever you want, man. It's on the screen. Whatever it is. So, do you think we could trade up or we good? I want to trade up, but I don't feel like we will. And I'm hoping that we're good. But if it were me, I would trade up. How you feel about our draft so far? I like it. I mean, I really want Darnell Washington. I really wanted Darnell Wright. But Emmanuel Forbes and Quan Martin are great picks. They are. They're great players at the very least. When we took them, maybe you can argue. Maybe you could have traded back and still got Emmanuel Forbes. Maybe you could have traded back and still got Quan Martin. But either way, we got two really good players. Oh, Riley Ross to the Broncos. Okay. Yeah, Ringo's still chilling. I'm sad for my Georgia Bulldog, man. I honestly am. I'm sad for my boy. My boy King Saw the donation. You know my boy King Saw gonna pull up and donate, man. Appreciate that. Like I said, I'm trying to save up for a better camera, so I really appreciate the donations. Really, really, really do. Who do you think starts at DB next year? I'm trying to do lineups in my head, but someone's always left out. Again, that just to warn you, that's a barber joke. Be careful if you ever join my party chat and say something about a lineup, they gonna get on you for it. But I'm not gonna do that here. I'm just giving you a good warning. What's good? Jamonta was good. Again, appreciate it, King Saw. Right now, like I was talking about earlier, I see Emmanuel Forbes starting opposite of Benjamin St-Juste. Cameron Curl is going to be a pure, strong safety. John Com said the Rivera and company are a little worried about asking him to play the Buffalo nickel anymore because he was a little banged up last year and they want him on the field more. So Cam Curl's probably going to move to a pure, strong safety role. None of that moving into the slot, being the Buffalo nickel. That is Quan Martin's job now. Quan Martin is our starting slot corner. You can maybe ask him to play a little Buffalo nickel because he has a lot of strong safety experience as well. And he has like a 90-something grade against the run and a 90-something tackling grade from Pro Football Focus. He's great against the run. You can argue he's better against the run than in coverage, but I feel like he's a great slot corner. You can argue him and Brian Branch were the best slot corners in this draft class. So I'm seeing Juice, Forbes on the outside, Quan in the slot, you feel me? Quan in the slot, and then you got Forrest and my boy Derek and my boy Cam Curl as the two safeties. And I think we're moving. Yeah, he fits Miami's run game. So T. What y'all think our draft grade is? I'm tripping bad on shrooms. So I don't know what's going on. Boy, my boy Brian, man. Chill out, my boy. Don't leave the house, man. Your room probably spinning. That man can smell colors right now. Chill out, man. Make sure you sit down and drink some water, my boy. I take Ringo if he's still there in the 5th. Hey, man. Keely Ringo, I just want to see him go to a good team. Rico. Any more Bama players left? I don't even know, man. I know it's a lot of Georgia players left, and it's making me sad, but it is what it is. I want to get Darnell Washington. Let's see what happens. So far, I give it a B+. That's a solid grade. What's good, Scott? My boy Scott, man. I pulled up to their podcast, man. Make sure y'all shouts out all your podcasts and all your stuff, Scott. You got to, man. Please shout out everything. I was on their podcast and we were talking about the draft before the draft and everything. It was really good. You can follow them on the podcast app and everything. Like, they're official. They got the podcast, they got the YouTube, everything. So shouts out my boy Scott Hartley, man, all the way in the UK. Nice meeting Scouts, man. I really like both of y'all and y'all content, man. Shouts out to y'all. Whenever y'all want me on again, just let me know. Those are my boys over there in the UK, man. Real official. I stamp it. I said that. I stamped that. Big U son gone. No, the Chargers got my dog Dayon. No. Oh, he gets to stay in Los Angeles, though. Hey, if we didn't get Dayon Henley, Dayon staying in LA, in Big U's territory, I'm rocking with it. I ain't gonna lie. For those of y'all who may not know, don't worry about it. But Dayon Henley staying in LA, I love that. If he wasn't coming to Washington, I love the fact that he's staying in LA. And I think the Chargers are getting a baller. Oh my, yeah. Dayon Henley staying in LA is great news. Big U's son get to stay in Get to stay in LA. I love that. I ain't gonna lie. Staying at the crib, man. Born and raised. He gonna be living in Compton. He better not. He got too much money. Him and Big U got. Well, then again, ain't nobody gonna touch Big U's son, and that's point blank period. So he can really stay wherever he want. And that's probably stamped too. Do you think we would pay Cam Curl? We better. We better. I heard it was reported months ago that we're waiting for new ownership to go ahead and give Cameron Curl his new money. So it sounds like quietly as kept that we could be a little optimistic about Cameron Curl getting his money this year. And if you think about it, now that we have Quan Martin as our starting slot, I don't know where Kendall Fuller's going to play. He could be part of the rotation, but I don't see how Kendall Fuller starts in this secondary right now. You cut him, save $8.5 million, put that $8.5 million to Cameron Curl's contract extension, give him a long-term extension. Hey, man, big money moves, big plays. Thank you for the question, because now I'm thinking. Now that's crazy that Dayon Henley gonna be in LA. Big U's son is staying in LA. That's insane, man. I love that. I love a story like that. If you know, you know. That's crazy though. Why nobody took Trent Simpson? I thought he'd go early second. I mean, again, I personally like Dayon Henley more than Trenton Simpson. Now that Dayon Henley is gone, it makes Trenton Simpson a little bit more interesting, but I like Dayon Henley more than Trenton Simpson. I wasn't saying that he would go before him, but I really like Dayon Henley. He's my favorite linebacker in the class. Simpson played much better at overhang. So, I mean, if you want to play him at Buffalo nickel, or, again, my Georgia Bulldogs call it the star position, I can see it. Man, I have such an itch to talk about my boy Quan Martin in a video. We got to hurry up with this 97 pick, man. We got to hurry up with this 97 pick, man. I'm trying to talk about my dog, man. I told y'all we was getting Quan Martin. Projected him on my mock draft. Now I thought it was going to be in the third round. I got to keep putting that asterisk there. Wait, did the Ravens get Trenton Simpson? Oh, Roquan, another Georgia Bulldog. Roquan Smith and Trenton Simpson is insane as a linebacker group, bro. They still got Patrick Queen, don't it, too? Patrick Queen still over there. Nah, that's insane. Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen, and Trenton Simpson. Ravens are cooking, man. They paid Lamar. They drafted what's his name, the receiver. They brought over Odell. They got Zay Jones, Kyle Hamilton, an Atlanta guy. Let me go ahead and throw that out there. Born and raised Atlanta, Kyle Hamilton. I mean, with as much of an athletic freak as he was, you should have assumed he was from Atlanta. Kyle Hamilton, though, but hey, this Ravens team is serious. They not playing in this NFC North. Stop playing. And they said he bound to get traded. Who's bound to get traded? Wait, who's bound to get traded? Who you talking about? Patrick Queen? Yeah, Zay Flowers, man. Shouts out to Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers, my boy, man. I like Zay Flowers. I like Jackson Smith and Jigba more, obviously. I feel like most people do, but I like Zay Flowers a lot, too, though. I feel like he's fairly underrated. Good pickup by them. We'll see how Rashad Bateman works out. Zay Flowers in the slot. Rashad Bateman as your ex. Odell as your third option, maybe. It's a good problem to have. Lamar Jackson got paid. Still got the crazy tight end group going, you know what I'm saying? Mark Andrews balling out. Ravens gonna be tough, man. 49ers about to get DeJuan Jones. I hope not, man. Let's chill out. So, the Chargers went ahead and pulled the trigger on Dayon Henley. Trenton Simpson goes next. Let's get it, man. Really came back to practice without knee brace. Good to see. But the problem isn't him getting healthy, is him staying healthy. That's always been a problem. Glad I came to your stream. Love your content. Appreciate that big time. Do you think Kendall stays? We can cut him and save $8.5 million. I'm just saying. I like Kendall Fuller a lot, but I did say back in September when we were losing games, we were like 1-4, 1-5 going into October. I was like, Kendall Fuller is a really good trade or cut candidate. And then he started balling out towards the end of the season. So I was like, my bad, never mind. But now that we just went corner twice in a row and Kendall Fuller's on the last year of his contract, you can cut him and save $8.5 million. Cutting Kendall Fuller looks very realistic right now. And you can take that money and put it in a Cameron Curls extension. It looks quite possible. Come on, trade up. We need DeJuan Jones. I agree. Darnell Washington and DeJuan Jones are my favorite players left by far now. I really wanted Deion Henley and I like Trenton Simpson, but they're both gone. I'm straight up DeJuan Jones and Darnell Washington at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if we traded back, and at that point, I'm out. I'm going in the live stream and go ahead and talk about Quan Martin. I'm itching, man. I'm itching to talk about my boy. I've been telling y'all we was gonna get him. Yeah, Demarion Overshown. I like him as well. 6'3", what, 230? That would be an interesting linebacker. A linebacker with a different build than what we currently have in our linebacker group. Potentially maybe like a Mike. I like Kyle Soley maybe in like the 5th, 6th round as well. As a linebacker. We'll see. Niners trade up. I'm scared. I'm so afraid the Niners traded up ahead of everybody. What's going on? What's going on, Niners? Quit playing, man. Don't play about it, man. Chill out. 49ers, chill out. I'm about to be mad at the 49ers get the one. Chill out, 49ers, chill out. Chill out, man. Cool it, cool it, cool it, man. Pete, 49ers, chill out, man. We'll leave y'all alone if you leave us alone, man. Was that not a double dribble by De'Aaron Fox? Golly, that looked like a double dribble, but I guess it wasn't, man. He killed somebody that was covering him, though. What position? DeJuan Jones at tackle. Darnell Washington at tight end, please. Jones apparently has character issues. Oh, I never heard that. That's interesting. Oh, the 49ers got a safety? All right, we're in the clear. We're in the clear. He quit on the Senior Bowl team, too. He quit. Oh, he quit on the Senior Bowl team. I heard, but at this point, we gotta. Who cares about the one dude was supposed to be an early second rounder? There's something wrong there. Huh? Interesting point. And he declined our interview. I don't know what he did for others. Wait, he declined our interview for real? Oh, then we're definitely not drafting him. DeJuan Jones is off the board if he declined our interview. And yeah, Darnell Washington has knee issues, but I don't care. 3rd round pick, potentially all-star, Pro Bowl, all-pro level player. It's in him. You got to coach it. He's not just going to automatically become that. It's not automatic. But it's in him for sure. The potential is there. You can get that in the 3rd round. I don't care what knee injuries he's got. Or leaving after the Senior Bowl and not testing. Oh, so he had an attitude. Okay. I'll still take him, though. I'll still take Darnell Washington or DeJuan Jones. I don't care about tight end, but I'll take Darnell. Exactly. I don't really care about tight end that much. I don't see if it's that huge of a need. But I really want Darnell Washington. I don't care what it is. I don't care if Darnell Washington was a wide receiver. At the size that he is, we need to take him. Yeah, Rap Sheet said Darnell got knee issues. Yep. Yeah, maybe he just can't walk anymore, but I'm taking Darnell Washington. I don't care. Attitude is good for the O-line, but you know Rivera, you know, all sorts of stand-up guys type of guy, so military discipline type of guys, so we'll see. Oh, the 49ers got Jai Ayer. I've never known exactly how to pronounce his name, but I liked him. I watched him quite a bit as a potential guy that we can get later. He got too much attitude. That does sound like a diva to walk out and not test. Like, that's crazy. That does sound a little bit more than attitude, but still, I'll take a chance on him. DeJuan Jones. Hey, man, you could tell if he's this far down because of his attitude, you could tell it's not the talent. Ringo in the 3rd? Nah, I'm good. We already got 2 corners. I love Ringo, but we already got 2 corners. Linebacker or another hidden gem guard. It's pronounced Yair. Yair, okay. Ringo ain't go yet. I forgot. I haven't forgotten about Ringo. I just, you know, I don't necessarily want us to draft him, so I haven't been talking about him. Yeah, hey, Trenton Simpson landed in Baltimore is a huge get. Like, that's great. That is a great place to fall to. I know you're frustrated that you got drafted this late, but Trenton Simpson, man, falling to where you fell, man. Good job, man. Do your thing. Yeah, wait, what y'all on, bro? What's going on in the hidden in here, bro? I'm going back to my live stream, but what y'all got going on 6 hours ago, man? On that wanted poster. Do you think we getting a quarterback? I literally went in there expecting a spoiler or something, and then thanks. And it got spoiled all right. Last time I checked hidden messages anytime soon. Rams pick is in. Zavala. Then go this pick and move Forrest or Curl the linebacker. Not playing. Just take best player available. He got to be out there. They might go running back. Yeah, I got my cousins like, I'm not really paying attention. I'm in the party chat, but I'm more so paying attention to what y'all got going on. And then they're in the party chat right now laughing, and they text me something, and then they said check hidden replies. I shouldn't have checked hidden replies. That's what I get. I did it to myself. I'm surprised they didn't get Eric B. someone. I don't know. 2 corners so far after you just hired Eric Bieniemy as your offensive coordinator, assistant head coach, and if Ron Rivera gets fired, more than likely will become your head coach. And he has so far had no say in this draft. That's really interesting. I'm surprised we haven't traded up or nothing. They might go running back. I kind of wouldn't be that surprised, even though if DeJuan Jones and Darnell Washington are available, I would doubt it, but you never know. Should we go linebacker? At this point, nah, I'm good. If it was Dayon Henley or Trenton Simpson, yeah, but now at this point, I'd wait till the 4th, 5th round at the earliest. Chase Brown would be a good pick, but 3 might be too high. Would you sign Taylor Lewin? I mean, is he healthy? Can we trust him to stay healthy, man? Oh, I just noticed who was announcing the Jaguars pick. Hey, man, shouts out to my boy, man. My boy, man. Are we drafting a kicker in the draft? Nah, we can wait till undrafted free agent. It's not that serious. Blake Freeland is sleeper for us. He just to get some strength, but he's super athletic at 6'7". I can see that. My boy Tommy T with the donation, man. Big time, man. Shouts out that. You didn't even have nothing to say. Just wanted to donate real quick, man. Fist bump, man. Appreciate that big time again. I'm saving up for a better camera, so I really appreciate the donations. Would you sign Donovan Smith? Now, that's interesting. What about the tackle from Cincinnati? I mean, maybe him. If we, or like maybe, I think you have to trade for him, or did they release him? I don't know. I'll take a tackle for 500, Alex. If we get Washington, I'm cool with Bates gone when his contract done. I mean, put Bates and Washington out there at the same time. We can run out the side. Jonah Williams, yeah, there we go. Is anybody interested in him? I'm asking y'all. How y'all feel about Jonah Williams? We should have traded up for Torrance. I agree. Go look at the free agent O lineman. Yeah, the Warriors playing around. They trying to go home, man. Them boys is playing around, man. They playing with they food, man. Keep lacking. Keep lacking, Warriors. Keep lacking. Go ahead and keep going. Yeah, we should have traded up for Osiris Torrance, though. Even though he is a Florida guy, we should have traded up for him. I don't know why my camera's been flashing like this lately, too. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. I just do that and it fixes itself. But, yep, I'm saving up for a better camera, and you can see why. You can see why. So, thank you all for the donations, man. 2-lane linebacker at 22. Man, I'm hungry. I'm ready to do this video about Quan Martin, but we're having so much fun in the stream, I can't leave. I admittedly can't leave. Having tackle we draft was Christian. We can stay weak. Good point. Cam is fine, but I get why I want better. Yeah, it's straight, but I'm trying to like, you know, when, I don't know, some of y'all in here may not have been here when I was on vacation a couple of weeks ago and I recorded with my iPhone. And my iPhone camera was so much better than this camera. It hurt me to go back to this. Even though I just love my green screen setup and everything I got around with the dogs. My fluffies at the top left. Shouts out Brody and Aja. Brody sleep over there. Where I don't think Aja's in the room currently. I can't see Aja. But Brody sleep over there on the couch right now, if y'all were wondering. But yeah, I just like the whole setup. But my iPhone camera was way better, man. Roshan is one to replace Gibson. Why are we replacing Gibson? Why we not giving him the ball more, if anything? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can we chill out, man? Don't do my boy Gibson like that. I mean, I'm probably biased because he is from Georgia. He didn't go to Georgia, but he's born and raised like 30 minutes outside of Georgia, just like Jamin Davis, just like Montez Sweater from Stone Mountain. You know, these are guys I root for because they are from Atlanta, Metro Atlanta area. But even beyond that, even if Antonio Gibson wasn't from Georgia, I think he has so much untapped potential, and I think if anybody can get it out of him, it's Eric Bieniemy. Oh no, the Cowboys got overshown. Finally, not a reach. Finally, well, you can still argue that's kind of a reach, but that's a really good player. The Cowboys got a really good player. Yeah, now Gibby's going to be perfect for EB. I completely agree. What he was getting out of Isaiah Pacheco and doing with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Antonio Gibson's even more athletic and explosive. Why wouldn't he be able to do that? Literally, why wouldn't he be able to? But yeah, DeMarvion Overshown to the Cowboys, that makes me sick. That's their best pick so far in this draft by far, because they were just reaching for all the Michigan players, and now they finally made a good pick. And this, you can still argue, is a slight reach, but I wouldn't complain if I were the Cowboys about DeMarvion Overshown at this point, because that's a really good linebacker they got. That's a guy that we were probably looking at 97. But DeJuan Jones, hey man, forget the character concerns. Go ahead and take that man. I don't care. Take that man right now. Don't worry about none of that, man. Go ahead and take him. Dorian Williams was the second most polished linebacker in the draft, more athletic than the raw athletic upside linebackers like Henley and Overshown. I can see the argument. Unless we beef up the lines somewhat now. Injury Shoemaker. I don't care about the injury Shoemaker over Washington. Is crazy. Yeah, that is insane, though. But hey, this injury must be terrible. Last time we saw Dardell Washington at the Combine, maybe that was a fluke, I guess. Maybe all the stuff I saw in Georgia was a fluke. I don't know when this injury happened. I don't know when this injury could have happened, because we just saw him at the Combine putting up freakish athletic numbers. When did he get like this? Like, when did this happen? When did he end up with a knee injury so bad? I'm telling you, it was the one-handed grab. Oh, he hurt himself on that, is what you're saying? Dang, the boys got overshown. Yeah, that's a good pick by the Cowboys. That's their only good pick so far in this draft, but it is a really good pick. Okay, Kings. That boy, Kayvon Herter, ex-Hawks player. I remember rooting for him on the Hawks, man. That was fun. Warriors, y'all better get y'all stuff together, man. Time's running out. And y'all at home, too. I thought y'all were unbeatable at home. What's going on? Up the Bills got Dorian Williams, so there he goes. Dorian, as soon as you talked about him, Dorian Williams gone. It's a run on linebackers in the past 10 rounds. All the linebackers going in the past 10 rounds. This is the sweet spot, but I said that entering the draft, all of the linebackers would probably go in the third round, and now it's happening. I'm not surprised. I wish one of them would have made it to our third round pick, but again, our third round pick is technically a fourth round pick because it's the 33rd pick in the draft, you know, so it's technically an early fourth if anything, but it is what it is. Rico, you a Wiz fan? No, sir. I mean, I have no beef with the Wizards, and because, you know, as a Commanders fan, we have a mutual interest in the Commanders being great, and so I don't have any hate for the Wizards, and shouts out to the Wizards. I hope they do well for y'all. But no, I'm not a Wizards fan. Like I said, I picked basketball players off of personality. I was AI, I was Westbrook for the longest, and now I'm Anthony Edwards. And Anthony Edwards is my favorite basketball player of all time already. He's only 21 years old because he's so relatable. Basketball, football, no matter the sport, I've never met a sports player more relatable than Anthony Edwards. I mean, I feel like I literally already know him, man. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, he represents Southwest Atlanta so well. It's just ridiculous. I'm rooting for the Heat to win, though, because Jimmy Butler, I just found out a couple of weeks ago, is a diehard Georgia Bulldog fan. So I'm definitely rooting for the Heat to win it all at this point. At first, I didn't have a dog in the fight, especially because I already knew Anthony Edwards. I thought he was going to get swept by the Nuggets, but I'm glad he didn't go out like that and set some crazy statistics that nobody else 21 years or younger have done. Was great in the Adam Sandler movie. I'm telling you, it gotta be because of Minnesota he's not being marketed more. There's no reason Anthony Edwards isn't one of the top 5 faces of the NBA. Ignoring what he does on the court, ignoring the fact that he's doing crazy things that nobody else at the age of 21 has ever done, except for like LeBron and maybe like another person. Like, he's that great. Ignoring things on the court, just off the court wise. The Adam Sandler movie, his interviews are A1. Nobody else has funnier interviews than him. Maybe Marshawn Lynch, you could put a close second in sports history, arguably. He's so what he do. He just be doing Instagram live, just chilling. He be hanging out with Lil Baby because they're friends growing up even before the fame. It's just like, why is this guy not being marketed more? I just don't get it. Even the way he talks trash on the court, you'll hear like through a ref's mic, cookies, like when he steal the ball. Like, he's the most entertaining player in the NBA easily to me. And I just, he got the posters. I just don't get it. It has to be Minnesota. My dog got to leave, man. Do not sign that contract. It's got to be Minnesota. That's it. No one beats Skittles beast mode. I would definitely up you on Anthony Edwards. And I love beast mode. He was one of my favorite players. Him and Marcus Peters. They're both cousins. Love them. But if we're talking about entertainment, interviews, and stuff like that, have y'all seen Anthony Edwards play Jabata in Madden? The first one. You can't tell me he's not the most entertaining player doing it, bro. You can't tell. It's just the fact that it's Minnesota, and the fact that Cat was a first overall pick, and they're still trying to force him on to everybody. I think Cat is probably overshadowing him a little bit as well, but he's definitely taken over as the best player on the team, obviously. My boy Frederick, man, appreciate the donation through Cash App. Really appreciate it through Cash App. That's huge, man. That is huge. That is big time, man. Really, really appreciate that big time, man. Appreciate the donation. Wait, what's game 7? Who's going to game 7? I am starting to get really hungry, man. The Commanders need to hurry up so I can hurry up and make this Quan Martin video and eat, because I am starving. Please, God, Kansas City don't take the one. I can see it after losing Andrew Wiley. I'm not going to lie. I can see it. Yeah, Fred, I just shouted you out, man. Appreciate that, man. Big time. I saw it, man. I just shouted you out just a couple of minutes ago. No, the Titans got Darnell. Oh, I'm sick. I don't even want to be here no more, bro. I'm sick. I'm sick. But it is Darnell Washington, George Pickens, and Broderick Jones all together. That's crazy. If I had to pick a place for him to go other than us, it may have been the Steelers, so I can't be too mad. But golly, man. Darnell Washington in the 3rd round. The Steelers just got themselves a future Hall of Famer. I don't care what y'all say. AI was a beast. I was lucky to watch him play Seton Hall in college at Georgetown, plus see him in DC a lot. Yeah, man. Shout AI, Westbrook, and Anthony Edwards, man. I'm going to be rooting for Scoot Henderson as well because he's from Atlanta too, but I don't know his personality yet, so I got to see to what extent. And then the Chiefs traded up to get Wanya Morris, so they didn't take DeJuan Jones. So Darnell Washington and then Wanya Morris, we are 3 picks away. I am sick, though, man. But again, if Darnell Washington wasn't going to be drafted by the Commanders, I'm happy he's going to the Steelers. I love the fact that a lot of my Georgia Bulldogs are congregating onto the same teams. It's the Steelers, it's the Eagles, even though I hate the fact that it had to be the Eagles. But I'm glad to see those guys sticking together. The Eagles, the Steelers, the Packers. I love that. I love that. Pretty much the majority of my Georgia Bulldogs are on 3 teams right now. Trade up. It's worth it now. Won't cost nothing. The PA Dogs, man. Yeah, between Pittsburgh and the Eagles. Yeah, that's a good point. Most of my Georgia Bulldogs are in the state of Pennsylvania. I might have to go watch me a couple of games, man. Hurts my soul, man. The state, happy to see them all sticking together. Darnell Washington in the 3rd round might be the biggest steal of the draft. I don't care what anybody says. I do not care. I don't care what nobody says. Darnell Washington in the 3rd round is still of the draft, especially this late. Like the 30th pick in the 3rd round is crazy. I don't care what y'all say. If whatever that knee injury situation ends up getting cleared up, that's still of the draft. I don't care what y'all say. I'm sticking to it. Who should we get now? I mean, at this point, it's just DeJuan Jones. As far as a position of need, you can say, and best player available, DeJuan Jones, he has late first round, early second round talent. He's literally only here. I didn't know until Rich and Command Center were talking about it that it was character issues. I didn't know why, but I knew that he should have gone late first, early second. And if it's character issues at this point, man, you got to take it. The Steelers are going to have amazing blocking. How you going to get Broderick Jones and Darnell Washington in the same draft? That's insane. And Joey Porter? I hate it, man. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. Right? Currently, I hate it here. There's been some really good picks the last 10 picks, man. Last 12, 15 picks have been amazing. Rico, you know they was going to break your heart. Yeah, I knew. I knew we weren't getting Darnell Washington. I already knew it. Most athletic tight end in the draft, but DeJuan, please. We took a chance on Allen and Sweat. Why not take him? Draft as a crapshoot. So I'm guessing that they'll be good in the NFL. If anybody agrees, it's me. I would have taken Darnell Washington in the second round. I wouldn't have even taken this chance. I would have traded up for him in the third. I think it's the steal of the draft. Jalen Carter, and it's not even just me being a Georgia Bulldog, but Darnell Washington with this ridiculous ceiling. If his knee checks out, arguably still of the draft. Jalen Carter was the best player in the draft, only failed at 8 because of his character concerns and the fact that he doesn't play quarterback. I think he's literally Aaron Donald. Not to be a homer, but I think those are easily 2 of the top 5 candidates for steals of the draft, man. Jalen Carter, I love Nolan Smith, but I wouldn't say him going where he went was necessarily a steal, because I don't really see the hype behind him as an edge rusher. Now, if you move him to off ball, we can talk about Nolan Smith. We can talk. So I'm not a homer, and I understand why Keely Ringo's making it this far. I'm not a homer. But Darnell Washington this late and Jalen Carter 8th overall as the best player in the draft is insane, bro. That's insane. As a Georgia Bulldog fan, that is crazy. Man, I'm so hungry, man. I'm starving, man. As soon as we pick at 97, I will talk about the pick, and then I'm doing the Quan Martin video, and I'm eating. I might have to eat before I even do the Quan Martin video because I'm dying. But I'm going to get to it, though. Man, Steelers getting Darnell Washington is insane, bro. Alex Forsyth is a pretty solid guy. I would take him with our next pick in the 4th round. I wouldn't take him with this 3rd pick. I would take DeJuan Jones. But Alex Forsyth in the 4th is a great pick as well. I hate the draft, man. I always end up being mad at the draft because players that I want end up getting taken way later than I expect, and we still don't get them. I'm sick of it. I am absolutely sick of it. Yeah, Trenton Simpson to Clemson and Dayon Henley to the Chargers are great picks as well. Those are crazy picks, man. I think tomorrow we will grab a lot of guys. I hope so. I hope they're great guys. All right, let's see if DeJuan Jones happens. I'm sick of the stomach with worry right now. All right, well, the Golden State Warriors are officially eliminated. They're down 17 with 40 seconds left. I don't even know why I still got this game up. It's time to go to the Lakers. Lakers Grizzlies. I know Louis T is tuning in too. I don't know if y'all know, but Louis T is a Grizzlies fan, so I know he's tuning in. So they got Broderick Jones, Pat Freiermuth, and Darnell Washington now. Yeah, the Steelers are running for 200 yards on everybody. It don't matter what defense you got. They're running for 200 yards on everybody. It doesn't matter it don't matter who you are. You can even be the Eagles defense at this point. They might still run for 200 on you. Steelers going to be able to run the ball at will. I think Darnell Washington to the Steelers is the best pick of the draft right now, in my opinion. But it is what it is, man. What do we even want to do from here? I got. Wait, game 7. I thought it was over. Oh, wait, it isn't over. Oh, it's tied up. Oh, the Warriors were up. My fault. Oh, I forgot. Harrison Barnes sure did miss that open 3. My fault. We're going to game 7. Okay, this is about to... Okay, even better. That's fun. I don't really have a dog in the fight, so that's even better. I would love a game 7. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, DeJuan Jones right now is the best pick for us right now. What's good, King Jamie? How you doing over there? I'm still living, little brother. Are you at the draft? I know it's in Kansas City. know you're a Kansas City fan to be able to show up here, give love to the Commanders fan. I feel like you guys are on the right track. Good luck in the coming season. Appreciate that. And that's coming from a diehard Kansas City Chiefs fan. So make sure y'all show him some love as well, man. Yeah, my fault. I forgot. I don't know why I thought the Kings were up, because I forgot that Harrison Barnes missed that open 3 that one game a couple of games ago. Or a few days ago, whatever. I completely forgot. That's me. I'm tripping. Yeah, DeJuan Jones makes the most sense right now. He said, I'm tired of this. They won't draft him. We have a right tackle already, technically. We are not eliminated. That's my fault. That's my fault, y'all. I forgot that Harrison Barnes missed the open 3. All right, we're going to game 7 with the Kings Warriors. I'm excited. Can't wait to tune into that. We're already eliminated from the play. Bengals going to take DeJuan and keep him in Ohio. I can see that. I can see that. But I'm still pissed we lost. I understand. I feel it. I wouldn't want to go to game 7 either, especially with momentum. And it's going back to Sacramento, ain't it? Even though that's not that far from Oakland, like San Francisco, whatever, Oakland. Those are both still almost the Bay Area. Shouts out to Sacramento, too. Y'all know I love, right now, West Coast is my favorite music, so. I listen to Stockton, Sacramento, Vallejo, Oakland, San Francisco, all of that, man. I listen to all of it. That's my favorite music to listen to right now. So shouts out to all of them. Shouts out Briss, all of them. Give the 97th and 6th, not OT. Who you thinking we taking? I hope it's DeJuan Jones. Who I think we're taking, I don't know. Maybe we reach on Alex Forsyth a little bit. But I want to take DeJuan Jones and hope Alex Forsyth is there with our 4th round pick tomorrow. The Bengals have Jonah Williams and Orlando Brown. They don't need him. Just traded up. They just traded up to jump in front of us. You should listen to Old School Dale and Hieroglyphics. Wait, who's that? I haven't heard of that. As far back as I go, Northern Cali is Mac Dre. And then y'all know I love DJ Quick. Was one of my favorite producers of all time. I was big on DJ Quick when I was younger. Jones is a dang good. This kid is a hidden gem. What's good, Pedro? What's good? What's good? What's happening with you? Shouts out to Pedro Smith. Make sure y'all subscribe to my boy right there, Pedro Schmidt in the building, man. West Coast guys from the 90s. Oh, I have not heard of them. I'm about to peep them then. Yeah, make sure y'all show love to my boy Pedro Schmidt in the chat, man. Darnell Wright was my #1 pick, too. Dream case scenario was Darnell and Darnell. Darnell Wright and Darnell Washington. Those are my 2 guys. Oh, you met Darnell White. Yeah, I wanted them real bad, too. I feel like that's the biggest steal of the draft, man. I feel like Darnell Washington late in the 3rd is the biggest steal in the draft, in my opinion. But it is what it is, man. We got to keep it pushing. Fearmouth and Washington is crazy. Insane. Football just always came able to play, just understanding the game very well at a high level while also competing fast. Didn't he play 4 or 5 years in college, too? You know the Commanders love their seniors, boy. You know they love their seniors, boy. Got a feeling Bengals are getting DeJuan, bro. They got some guys, bro. Leave us alone. I know Jonah Williams, what's his name, is on the trade block. But, hey, chill out, man. All right, they took Battle. Okay, they took Jordan Battle. Cool. Thank you. All right, Commanders, here we go. Here we go, Commanders. Let's get it. DeJuan Jones is right there, but I already know it's just going to be some random guy. We're either going to reach on Alex Forsyth or there's going to be some random guy I didn't even expect us to take. But I hope it's DeJuan Jones, because you can easily argue, talent-wise, best player available. It's just the character concerns. Not going to happen. Going to be someone we never heard. That's what I'm saying. That's what it feels like. The Bengals are already too good, dang it. Okay, Detroit takes Darius Rush. All right, let's get it. Commanders are up. Rico, you know we also going to... Yeah, bruh. Lions take a punter? Wait, really? But yeah, man, I'm sure it's gonna be somebody we never heard of or scouted, or it could be us trading up for Alex Forsyth. But I really think it's gonna. I hope it's DeJuan Jones, man. I'm nervous, but I have faith. Hey, man, we need it. We need it. Spread some of that faith around to the rest of us, because I don't know if I have it right now. Y'all know I'm glass half full of God, but I just don't feel it. I don't feel it. I don't feel it. At this point, instead of reaching, if you don't want to take DeJuan Jones, just trade back. And I'll just go ahead and dip up out of here and work on my Quan Martin video. They took a defensive tackle. Okay. I need Ron to take Jones. Come on, DeJuan Jones is the best player available, bro. Period. This man was a he should have been a second-round pick. A lot of people feel like he was the 57th best player in the draft, top 60. To get him at 97 is easily a steal. Only falling because of character concerns. At this point, I mean, the linebackers that all the linebackers I wanted are gone. I mean, honestly, like the ones that I would be willing to take at the 3rd round pick. So it can't be linebacker, is it? You can wait to get one of them later. It can't be guard. The guards that are left, you can take them later as well in the 4th round or later. It's got to be Dewan Jones or trade back, right? Or am I tripping? Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. Never mind. No trade back. What are we doing? Up. Command center got his guy. Command center got his guy. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not going to lie. I'm not surprised. Crazy high ceiling. That command center got his guy. It's not Jones. It's not Dewan Jones. I like Dewan Jones a lot. I wish it was him, but... But command center got his guy, man. He got his guy. It's not Dewan Jones, though. And it's not a terrible pick. It's not a terrible... It makes sense. I feel like it's a reach. I feel like we could have gotten him in the 4th round. But it's a need. We have a need there, and we just filled it. And he's 6'3", like my boy Washington Command Center said. So hopefully he won't be in Sam Howell's way when he's blocking. We met with each player that we've taken. Good point too. Last year that wasn't the case, but this year we used these pick. We met with these players for a reason. We can't draft for nothing. Hey man, that's a solid pick. You can argue every one of our picks is kind of like a slight reach, but that's a solid pick, man. But right now we are 3 for 3 on players that we've picked that we had draft visits for, that they actually pulled up. I could actually show you on the list right now too. Matter of fact, to show you, we have Emmanuel Forbes. Did he come in for? Yeah, Emmanuel Forbes private visit on April 6th. Quan Martin came in April 18th. And where's Ricky Stromberger? And you could argue these are all reaches according to the Draft Network's big board, of course, but where's Stromberger at? Where's Ricky? Am I missing him? Ricky? Where's Ricky at? Where my boy Ricky at? I'm just gonna have to search at this point. Where my dog Ricky at, man? Where's Ricky? When did we meet with Ricky, man? Hold on. Matter of fact, instead of looking at that list, we'll just go here. Yeah, Ricky. Yeah, some people saw him as the 314th best player. That feels like a reach, but we met with him April 19th. So, yep. Every player we've taken so far, we brought in for private visits. And normally, you don't want to believe in private visits. It's like, okay, I mean, it's a private visit, but we didn't have any visits with Jahan Dotson. We took him in the first. But this time, we took... so far all 3 players we've taken, we brought in for private visits. So hey man, and in order of when we brought him in for visits too, it's actually interesting. We brought Emmanuel Forbes in first. We brought Emmanuel Forbes in April 6th, Quan Martin April 18th, and then Ricky Stromberger April 19th. We're going in chronological order. So maybe that's the end of the road, because that's as late as we've had a visit. I don't know. Maybe we're leaving the visit section, but hey man, there we go. So we got our franchise center there, potentially. We drafted him higher than Chase Roulier. We drafted him higher than Keith Ishmael. Both 5th round picks. Ricky Stromberger is a 3rd round pick. You can argue we may have been able to get him in the 4th, but either way, when the Commanders have their eyes on the guy, they don't care about whether it's potentially a reach or not. If they like the guy, they're taking him, and that's it. You can argue Ricky Stromberger could come in and start at guard, because right now it's Chris Paul competing with Sadiq Charles, apparently, and that's not a great competition. So Ricky Stromberger can come in and compete to start at left guard immediately, and then he's probably just starting center at some point in the season, or maybe starting next season. So you technically got a potential starter there. Technically, we've drafted 3 starters, so... you could argue it's a reach, but it's a good player. Just like Quan Martin, you can maybe argue it's a reach, but it is a great player undeniably. So we have 3 great players. It's just about whether or not you could have gotten them later and maybe taken somebody else before. But we finally answered offensive line. Now, the way you got to look at it is, do you think Ricky Strongburger can block Jalen Carter? Whoo! That's a question. Can Ricky Strongburger draft Jalen Carter? We'll see. Can he block Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Fletcher Cox on the same day? Can he do that? And if he can't, there's no point in taking him. But I'm just assuming that they believe he can if that's when they took him. But he did play for Arkansas. He played in the SEC. So if anybody can, it's him. So we'll see. We will see. If anybody can, you can argue it's him because he did play in the SEC. He country strong. He sure live, man. He sure live. He sure live. He ain't got no helm on her. He sure live country strong. Country strong. But yeah, man, let's get it, man. Washington Command Center. I see a most athletic center in the class. You can definitely argue that. Let me pull up his RAS. Matter of fact, we can pull up his RAS to see how he panned out testing wise. But on tape, you can easily argue he's the most athletic center. But what does his RAS look like? Oh yeah, 9.75. 9.75, yeah. Again, when you take a guy like this, after what the Eagles did, do you think he can block Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Fletcher Cox? That's the point. But that boy country strong now. Y'all know I'm from Atlanta, man. You know I enunciate on stream, but I do talk countryer in real life than I do on the stream. Now, I don't talk like I'm from deep Georgia, but I don't enunciate like this in real life. This is a stream voice. But I don't talk like that, though. I sure live. Ain't got no helm on her. I don't talk like that, but... But yeah, man, I think that's a solid pick. I mean, you can argue anybody we took in this draft was a reach, but at the end of the day, we got 3 good players, and that's all you can ask for. We got three starters, and that's all you can ask for, man. So, hey, man, you got a potential starting left guard, and definitely a franchise center 2024 and beyond. 2023-wise, he's probably competing directly with Chris Paul and Sadiq Charles to start a left guard. But 2024 and beyond, he's your franchise center if we want to move on from Chase Roulier and save all of that money. Oh, yeah, I'm about to pull it up. My fault. I started talking, and then I just ended up, you know. We about to pull it up right now, though. I'm starving, man. Can't wait to eat, man. I'm about to eat right now, bro. I'm about to figure something out. I'm gonna have the Quan Martin video and the Strongberg video gonna have to wait because I am starving. I'm so sorry. Bro, I'm trying to see the RAS. Man, if you don't plug your website, dog, forget it. It's right here. Yeah, man. Elite explosion. And when it comes to offense alignment, explosion and agility matter more than anything else. You would hope for bigger size, especially with the guys he's gonna have to go against. And then speed is cool, but I mean, if his 10-yard split is great, that matters way more than his 40. This is an elite athlete for sure. We're drafting athletes. We're getting better. We got better today. Top RAS center in the class. Let them know, Washington Command Center. Go to the... Okay, I got it. I found it. Got an A+ draft so far. I can see an argument for it. I can see an argument where you feel like everybody that we got was potentially maybe a slight reach, but at the end of the day, we have 3 really good players that we drafted today. Maybe we could have gotten them later in the draft. Maybe you could have traded back and still got these guys, but at the end of the day, we have the most athletic center in the draft, and we have arguably one of the most, the most explosive corner in the draft. He's going to start in the slot for us. And then Emmanuel Forbes, literally the only issue with him is his weight. It's not like he's short. It's not like he's 5'9", 160 we got to worry about. He has extremely long arms. He's really long. crazy catch radius, best ball skills in the draft. Like I said, he's the Bryce Young of corners because he has literally everything you want. He's elite at everything, but you just worry about his size, specifically his weight, whereas Bryce Young, you worry about his weight and his height. Yeah, I've been seeing lately that everybody's saying that he tested it. He's technically 180 now, and I'll take it. Either way, though, I feel like we've done pretty well. 97% of my mocks had Stromberg. Hey, shouts out my boy. He's not 166 now. Hey, man, I'm happy. He's 6'1", crazy long arms, elite at everything you could ask for. But again, we're lucky. If Emmanuel Forbes was 190, he would have never made it to us at 16 anyway. And I think his weight won't be a problem. So we got to steal in the draft, arguably, just because of his weight. Just like how we got Jonathan Allen later than we should have because of arthritis issues. Just like we got Montez Sweat later than we should have because of heart issues. We got Emmanuel Forbes with the weight concerns. We should have never have gotten him as late as we did. Should have never have gotten him when we did. So Emmanuel Forbes is arguably a steal. You could argue we could have traded back and still got Quan Martin, and you can argue easily between him and Brian Branch, the best slot corners in the draft, and so he's an immediate starter as well. Emmanuel Forbes on the outside, Benjamin St. Juste opposite of him, and Quan Martin in the slot. Elite secondary with Cameron Curl and Derek Forrest is just secondary. Now we have the flexibility to save $8.5 million and release Kendall Fuller if we want to, so we can go ahead and give Cameron Curl that long-term contract. And then we have the most athletic center in the draft. Again, explosion and agility matter more than anything else. If you want him to pull, there you go with the agility and the 10-yard split. Explosion matters because that's the ball get off and the push that he gets. As soon as the ball is snapped, he's bulldozing people because of that. And he played in the SEC. Emmanuel Forbes did all of his work in the SEC, and these guys look that great against the strongest competition in college football. That matters. That matters a lot. That's why we passed on Christian Gonzalez. John Com said that Rivera and Martin Mayhew were uncomfortable with Christian Gonzalez because the one time he played high-level competition, which was Georgia, he looked lost. He was scared of the run game, and he couldn't cover anybody. So I love Christian Gonzalez in spite of that. But there's a strategy for why the Commanders are drafting the way that they are. And then Quan Martin, you could argue, like somebody said, the second best defensive back in arguably the best secondary in college football last year. That says something. So, hey, man, we got ourselves some guys. But can we please trade back up into the early 4th round, earlier than where we are, and get DeJuan Jones at tackle? I think we would kill the draft at that point. Did we have the best draft in the NFL? No. Because when the Eagles get Jalen Carter at 8, the Steelers get Darnell Washington in the late 3rd round. When the Chargers get Deion Henley, the Ravens get Trenton Simpson when they did. There are some bigger steals in the draft, you can argue. But the Commander still is really good, solid. Right now, I would probably go B+, A- so far, but we will see. And of course, I'm going to do a whole video breakdown of Quan Martin and Ricky Stromberger. But I'm starving right now, so I got to go eat real quick. I got to go figure something out. I'm dying inside. My stomach is almost inside out. So I'm about to go ahead and end the live stream soon. I appreciate everybody that pulled up. Please leave a like on the way out. Again, shouts out to everybody that donated, man. I'm beaming right now. If we get DeJuan, I'm doing a backflip. Me too, man. If we can somehow find a way to get DeJuan Jones at this point, I love it. But yeah, man, leave a like on the way out if you haven't liked the stream yet. Subscribe if you haven't, because I will be live streaming tomorrow as well. More than at the very least round 4, I'll probably live stream through rounds 5 as well. And if things get really interesting and we're making moves, I'll probably live stream even further. But I'm definitely live streaming tomorrow, starting at 11:30 a.m. The draft starts at 12 p.m., so make sure you pull up then. Subscribe if you haven't. Leave a like on the way out. I really appreciate it. It's free for y'all. It means the world to me. I like the draft so far. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the best draft ever, but we got great players. You can argue we could have gotten all of these guys later than we got them, but we got great players, and you can't deny that. So yeah, man, I appreciate y'all. I will catch y'all tomorrow with another live stream. I'm gonna catch y'all with some Ricky Stromberger and Quan Martin analysis soon, but I gotta go eat. Appreciate y'all. Leave a like on the way out. Catch y'all tomorrow with another live stream, man. Appreciate the love. Shouts out Tyrone. Shouts out all of y'all, man. TJ, everybody, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Big time.